Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. 3 campers woke up to find their tents moved, their footprints missing, and a stranger counting their steps in the dark. 3 campers woke up to find their tents moved, their footprints missing, and a stranger counting their steps in the dark. If that sentence made something deep inside you flinch, good. Because tonight, I need you to imagine something very simple. You go to sleep in your tent, and you never really know who walked around you while you were dreaming. Picture this. The forest is quiet in that heavy, almost fake way it gets after midnight. The campfire is down to nothing but a red glow. Your friends are in their own tents a few feet away. You can still smell the smoke on your clothes, the cheap beer on your breath, the pine needles under your sleeping bag. You tell yourself it's peaceful. You tell yourself this is what you came out here for. No traffic, no phones, just you and the woods. And then, for the first time in your life, you sleep straight through the night. No waking up to pee, no rolling over on a rock, no coyotes howling you out of a dream, just a clean cut. Close your eyes, open them again, and it's morning. You unzip your tent, step out barefoot into the cold dirt, and everything is wrong. Your tent isn't where you left it. None of them are. Sometime between midnight and sunrise, while you and your friends were dead asleep on the ground, someone dragged all of your tents into a perfect formation around the old fire ring. Stakes still in the dirt. Guy lines still tight. Nothing missing. Whoever it was didn't want your gear. They wanted your positions. You looked down, expecting to see your own boot prints all over the clearing. Instead, you see other prints. Bare feet. Different sizes. A ring of them, just at the edge of camp. Like a group stood in a circle around all of you while you slept and watched. You find small stacks of stones by every tent door. 4 rocks, balanced on top of each other. 4 campers, 4 stacks. And somewhere, just beyond the trees, just under the wind and the birds and the distant sound of a highway you can't see, you swear you can hear it. A voice, counting, not loud, not clear. Just a low, patient whisper, ticking through numbers like it has all the time in the world. Tonight, I'm going to share 3 bone-chilling true horror stories of camping trips that went wrong. Stories sent in by people who just wanted a weekend away and came back with memories they still can't explain. In one, 3 friends wake up to find their entire campsite rearranged around a ritual of stones and footprints that don't belong to them. In another, a couple meets a friendly stranger at a secluded campground and realizes too late he might not be the only one watching them from the trees. And in the last, a solo camper miles from the nearest road finds an abandoned tent, a notebook full of tally marks, and something that walks barefoot around his campsite at night, scratching at the zipper of his tent, like it's deciding if his turn has finally come. So dim the lights. Turn the volume up just enough that you can hear what's under the background noise in your own house. And remember, if you've ever fallen asleep in the middle of nowhere and told yourself, it's fine, there's no one out here but us, you have no idea who might have been standing just outside your tent, counting. Back when this all started, my world was about as small and as bright as a row of fluorescent tubes. I was 26, somewhere between, I'll only do this for a year, and, wait, has it really been 5? Working the graveyard shift at a grocery store off Colorado Boulevard in Denver. If you've never been inside a supermarket at 2 or 3 in the morning, you probably imagine it quiet, peaceful, almost cozy. It isn't. It hums. The lights hum. A high electric whine that you stop hearing until you go home, and your apartment sounds wrong without it. The refrigerated cases hum in a lower tone, compressors kicking on and off with a tired groan. The automatic doors hiss when a drunk guy wanders in at 1:45 a.m. to buy more beer before last call. The PA system chimes out a single, cheerful note, ding, before a bored voice from the front office says, "Clean up in aisle 5." Even though everyone knows aisle 5 is already clean. And under all of that, there's the scrape of pallet jacks, the squeak of cartwheels, the slap of tape guns closing up boxes, Windex and bleach and old cut flowers, hot bread at midnight, floor cleaner at 3, burned coffee at 4:30. Those were my nights. By the time the doors finally slid shut to customers at midnight, my shift was just getting started. We'd pull the metal gates halfway down in front of the liquor aisle, shoo out the last guy arguing over a coupon, and then the store would change. The music stayed on, but it felt louder in the emptiness. The aisles became long, bright tunnels of cereal and canned soup and paper towels, all waiting to be faced, pulled forward, made perfect for the morning crowd. I wasn't alone. Night people find each other. There was Nate, for one. He was forklift certified and proud of it, though it wasn't like we were moving shipping containers. Medium height, soft around the middle, forever in the same faded Rockies cap. He had that sun-browned, wind-burned look of somebody who spent his days off outside no matter what the weather was doing. His Instagram was just mountaintops, trailheads, and blurry pictures of his boots next to campfires. Then there was Erica. Erica worked in receiving and had a permanent nicotine halo. You always knew where she was by the faint smell of Marlboros and coffee, and the faintest hint of some floral perfume trying and failing to hide both. She was sarcastic, tired in the eyes, and knew everything. Who was getting written up? Who was sleeping with who? Which manager was on the chopping block? If gossip was a department, she'd have been the assistant manager. The 3 of us shared the same unofficial ritual, the 3 a.m. break. Technically, we got 2 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute meal. But by 3 in the morning, the rules went soft. The day people went home, the managers disappeared into the office to do paperwork, and we drifted into the break room like ghosts, seeking the only patch of darkness in the entire building. The break room was a narrow rectangle tucked behind the bakery. The fluorescent lights in there were older, more yellow, and one of them flickered just enough that we preferred to turn them off and sit in the glow of the vending machines and the little TV in the corner. There was always a lingering smell of burnt popcorn and microwaved leftovers, layered on top of disinfectant wipes and coffee creamer. Against one wall, next to the soda machine, there was a small monitor mounted up near the ceiling. 16 tiny gray squares showed us the store from above. 1 camera on each entrance, 1 on the liquor aisle. A couple aimed at the self-checkouts, 1 for the loading dock, 1 looking down the long throat of the back hallway. We called it the aquarium. The customers were gone. We watched ourselves swimming around under the lights, tiny figures pushing tall U-boats stacked with boxes, dragging cardboard to the baler, disappearing into the walk-in cooler, and emerging in little puffs of breath. "Look at us," Erica said once, blowing smoke out toward the ceiling as she leaned back in her plastic chair, dirty sneakers up on another one. Lab rats under a microscope, no windows, just buzzing. "You love it," Nate said. He was peeling the label off a bottle of orange Gatorade, his fingers sticky. "You'd be so bored in a normal 9 to 5. "I'd be asleep at 1 in the morning, she shot back. "Which my doctor says is a thing humans are actually supposed to do." I sat in my usual spot, back against the drink machine where I could feel the compressor vibrating through the metal into my spine, holding my styrofoam cup of coffee in both hands. The monitor glowed across from me, grainy gray shapes moving through aisles of white light. "I just hate the lights," I said, without really thinking. It was true. There was something about them that made my skin itch, the constant buzz, the slightly green cast in the corners, the way they made everyone look washed out and tired no matter how much sleep they'd had. Nate followed my gaze up to the monitor. One camera showed the parking lot, a rectangle of black asphalt cut by lines of yellow paint, pools of orange sodium vapor light around the few cars that belonged to us and the cleaning crew. "You know what cures that?" he said, jabbing a thumb up toward it. "Driving until that's the darkest part of the sky instead of the brightest." Erica snorted. "Here he goes." "What?" "It's true," he said. "You guys ever get out far enough that you can actually see the stars? Like, really see them? Not just the big ones?" "I've seen stars," Erica said. "They're those little shiny things they hang over the liquor aisle at Christmas, right?" Nate made a face at her and turned to me instead. "I'm serious," he said. "You get away from all this." He waved his hand around at the ceiling, encompassing the humming lights, the dull beige walls, the stained linoleum. Out into real dark, and you start to realize how noisy this place is. Not just sounds, all of it. I thought of my own apartment, and how, on my days off, I would lie there in the dim, blue glow of my TV, with the mini fridge kicking on and off, and the neighbors stomping around upstairs, and how even that felt too bright, too loud some nights. "Yeah," I said. "I guess I could use quiet." Nate grinned. "Then I've got something for us." It was a Thursday night into Friday morning when he finally showed me the app. The store was unusually calm. No freezer breakdowns, no pallets collapsing, no drunk guy vomiting in the produce section. By 3 a.m., we were ahead of schedule, shelves zoned, back of house stock more or less under control. Even the hum of the lights felt softer, like the whole building was just breathing quietly. We drifted into the break room early. Erica claimed her chair by the corner, fishing a lighter out of her pocket and cracking open her cigarette pack, even though she wasn't supposed to smoke inside. Nate dropped into the chair across from me and immediately started digging in his pocket for his phone. "You two ever done dispersed camping?" he asked. "Dispersed what?" Erica said. "Camping where there aren't 50 screaming kids and a guy in an RV watching football 3 sites over," Nate said. "No hookups, no bathrooms, just you, your tent, and whatever horror movie your brain decides to play at 3 in the morning when you hear a twig snap." "Wow, that sales pitch," Erica said dryly. He pulled up a green and white app I half recognized. One of those crowd-sourced camping apps where strangers posted photos of campsites and reviews like they were rating a restaurant. "I've been looking at places," he said, thumb scrolling. "You guys know Buena Vista?" "Been through it," I said. I'd driven that way once on the way to visit a cousin in Salida. Small mountain town, touristy in the summer, good views. Okay, so there's a national forest road out past there, Nate continued. Forest Service Road 3-something. Let me find it. He squinted, then tapped a pin on the map. Here, see that? He turned the screen toward us. It was a satellite view. A pale ribbon of road cutting through a darker sea of green. There was a little blue dot labeled something like user uploaded site, and a thumbnail image so grainy it looked like it had been taken with a flip phone. He tapped it. The photo filled the screen. A small clearing in the trees. Sunlight slanting in at an angle. In the foreground, someone had set up a tent and a couple of camp chairs. In the background, there was a shallow trench that looked like where a creek might run during snowmelt. But right then, it was dry. Just a snake of stones and pale dirt. Beyond it, a wall of pines. No picnic table, no vault toilet, no numbered post. Just dirt, trees, sky. Dispersed, Nate said, almost reverently. Free. First come, first served. No services, no cell signal, no campground host coming over to tell you quiet hours start at 10. He flicked his thumb, scrolling down to the reviews. Somebody with a username like Hike4Days had written, beautiful and private. Saw no one else all weekend. Road is rough but passable with high clearance. Lots of stars. Bring your own water. No trash service. The next review. Creepy quiet at night, but in a good way. No critters bothered us. Heard something big moving in the woods around 3 a.m., but it stayed out of camp. 5 stars. See? Nate said. Perfect. I like how heard something big in the woods is 5-star material to you, Erica muttered, blowing smoke toward the slowly ticking wall clock. He grinned. That's half the fun. That's when you remember you're not the only thing alive out there. I stared at the photo a little longer. It wasn't high quality, like I said, but there was something about the way the sunlight hit the clearing. I could almost feel the air, thinner and cooler than the heavy, recycled stuff in the store. I could almost smell the dry pine needles and the dust. I can't really afford a campsite fee right now, I said. That's the beauty, Nate said. Dispersed is free. We bring our own stuff. We drive in, pick a spot, camp 2 nights, drive back. Just gas and food. We could leave right after shift on a Friday, be there by afternoon, come back Sunday in time for Sunday night shift. Erica chewed on her cigarette filter for a second, thinking. I don't have a tent, she said finally. I've got an extra, Nate said immediately. 2-person. You can have it. You'd have to deal with me and him, snoring in separate corners of the clearing, though. I don't snore, I said. Everybody snores under the right conditions, Erica said. But I don't know. It might be nice to see something other than the back of the store and my bedroom ceiling for once. Nate slapped the table with his palm. There we go. End of April. Still cool enough at night that the tourists haven't fully invaded. Roads mostly clear. Stars out. We'll check the forecast. Pack layers. Bring too many snacks. You two can finally understand what I'm talking about. He thumbed around the app again, zooming in and out on the map. The road wound off the highway, broke into little white veins like capillaries through the forest. The clearing was just a pinpoint, but it felt like it was pulling at something in my chest. Look, he said softly. No other pins. Nobody else checked in around there. You know what that means? No crazy neighbors, I said. No lights, he said. Once the sun goes down, it's just you and the stars. No flicker, no hum. He meant the fluorescent lights. but my eyes drifted up to the monitor anyway. The loading dock camera showed a rectangle of concrete bathed in harsh white light. A pallet jack sat abandoned, its handle shadow stretching long. In another box, the liquor aisle shelves stood in 2 perfect rows of glass and cardboard, every label lit too bright. "Okay," I heard myself say. "I'm in." Erica raised her cigarette in a half salute. "Fine," she said. "If bugs eat me alive, I'm haunting you both." "Deal," Nate said, grinning. "End of April, after Friday's shift, we'll convoy down. You won't regret it." He said it like a promise. Looking back, it sounds more like a curse. 2 weeks later, the alarm on my phone screamed me awake at 11 in the morning, and I felt like I'd been stapled to the mattress. Daylight was leaking around the edges of my blackout curtains, turning the walls of my studio apartment a dull, flat gray. My mouth tasted like burnt coffee and old sugar. The AC unit in the window rattled and wheezed, blowing lukewarm air that smelled faintly like dust, no matter how often I cleaned the filter. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV was on some game show. I could hear the muffled rise and fall of canned audience laughter through the ceiling. For a minute, I just lay there, staring at the hairline crack in the paint above my bed, trying to convince my body that this was the start of my day and not the end. Night shift does that to you. There's no morning, just whether the sun is up when you drag yourself upright. My chest felt tight. Not like a heart attack, nothing sharp or hot. More like someone had set a heavy book down right in the middle of my sternum and then walked away. It had been like that off and on for a few days. A little pressure, a little short of breath when I first woke up. I kept telling myself it was the coffee, or the 3 to 5 energy drinks a week, or the sleep debt I was always carrying around like an invisible backpack. Today, I told myself, it was probably just nerves. I was about to drive 3 hours out of the city, into the mountains, and then off the map. The rational part of my brain was flipping through checklists: gas, oil, spare tire, food, water, tent, sleeping bag, bear spray. The other part was just quietly pressing that imaginary book down on my chest a little harder, whispering, "Are you sure? Are you really sure?" I swallowed, sat up, and forced myself to swing my feet onto the one rug I owned. The AC coughed, and the compressor kicked on. The sudden change in sound made me jump more than it should have. "Get it together," I muttered. The bathroom was the size of a closet. I brushed my teeth under light so yellow it made my skin look jaundiced, then splashed cold water on my face until my eyes stopped feeling like sandpaper. In the little galley kitchen, I opened the fridge, considered making eggs, and then gave up and grabbed a granola bar instead. Most of my gear was already piled by the door, waiting like a dog desperate to go outside. The tent was a green, slightly frayed 2-person I'd bought used from REI's garage sale corner. One pole had a bit of duct tape on it, but it held. My blue synthetic sleeping bag was older than that. The zipper stuck sometimes, and there was a tiny burn mark near the top where I'd gotten it too close to a campfire once. The foam pad was the cheap closed cell kind that made you feel every rock, but at least you weren't directly on the ground. I had a cooler, red, scuffed, a little stained, loaded with deli meat, cheese, cheap beer, a few energy drinks I told myself I wouldn't actually drink, and 2 big jugs of water. A plastic tote held a mess kit, a little single-burner propane stove, coffee, ramen, instant oatmeal, and enough trail mix to feed a small army. I double-checked everything, more out of habit than anything. Tent, poles, stakes, Sleeping bag, pad, flashlight, headlamp, extra batteries, knife, first aid kit, phone charger, bug spray, jacket, hat, lighter, maps. The pressure in my chest flared, then eased, as if my body were trying one last time to file a complaint. "You're fine," I said out loud. "You need this." Maybe I was talking to myself. Maybe I was talking to something else. By the time I lugged everything down the stairs to my Honda CR-V, the sun was higher, and the narrow parking lot between my building and the one next door was filled with the smell of hot asphalt and exhaust. The minivan that belonged to the family in 1B was parked crooked again, taking up part of my space. I squeezed in anyway, shoved the cooler into the back, folded the rear seats down, and started arranging gear in whatever way made it least likely to become a lethal projectile if I had to slam on the brakes. I hesitated for a second before closing the hatch, glancing back up at my apartment windows. One of the blinds had bent slats where I'd accidentally knocked into it months ago. For a heartbeat, I had a ridiculous image of someone standing there, watching me from inside. Some stranger in my space, looking down at me, just like we looked at the store from the security monitor. There was nobody there, of course, just the gray rectangle of glass and the reflection of the bright sky. I locked the door, checked my pockets for my keys, even though I just used them, and climbed into the driver's seat. The dashboard clock read 12:02. If traffic wasn't awful and nothing went wrong, I'd hit the meetup with Nate and Erica near Fairplay on time. The car coughed awake on the second try. The radio came on mid-song, some classic rock station playing the same 3 Led Zeppelin tracks on repeat. I turned it down, pulled out of the lot, and pointed myself toward the mountains. The Shell station, just outside Fairplay, was the kind of place that looks like a mirage when you're low on gas. Bright yellow signage, a handful of pumps, a squat convenience store with sun-faded posters in the windows. Beyond it, the highway curled away into a backdrop of snow-streaked peaks and dark forests. It smelled like gasoline and fryer grease and that stale, sweet smell of spilled soda that never really goes away, no matter how much you mop. Nate's Tacoma was already there, mud-spattered and sitting a little crooked under the weight of the cargo box on top. 2 kayaks were strapped to the roof from a past trip. He hadn't bothered to take the mounts off. His driver's door was open, and he was leaning against the bed, cramming the last few bites of a gas station burrito into his mouth. Erica's dented silver Corolla pulled up just as I finished filling my tank. She rolled down the window and stuck her arm out, cigarette between her fingers, waving once before killing the engine. Music thumped faintly from her speakers before she turned the key back and silenced it. Inside the store, the air conditioning was turned up high enough to make my skin pebble. Coolers hummed along the back wall, their glass doors fogging slightly at the edges. A rotating hot dog roller squeaked quietly to itself. The guy behind the counter was watching a tiny TV up on a shelf, the volume turned down so low I could only hear the cadence of voices, not the words. "Big storm up in the hills this morning," he said conversationally when he rang up my bottle of water and bag of chips. "Should be clear this afternoon, though. You kids camping?" I glanced at my reflection in the smudged plexiglass. Pale, tired eyes, hair that needed a cut. The logo of the store I worked at still faint on my hoodie from my last shift. I didn't feel like a kid, but I guess compared to him, with his gray hair and deep crow's feet, I was. "Yeah," I said, "near Buena Vista." He nodded, handed me my change. Watch for black ice in the shade. Nights still get cold. And don't try to be a hero if your car doesn't like the washboard roads. Had a guy rip his oil pan clean off last week. Got it, I said. Outside, Erica was arguing with the pump, swiping her card again and again with increasing frustration. Nate stepped in, took it from her, slid it through with a practiced motion, and the reader beeped to life. You have to be nice to it, he said. I am nice to nothing before noon, she replied, especially not machines. She blew smoke toward the parking lot and eyed the sky. The clouds were drifting apart, sunlight slanting down onto the peaks beyond. The air had that thin, clean taste it gets at higher elevation, like someone had wrung all the humidity out of it. All right, Nate said, when everyone had paid and peed and stocked up on snacks. We ready? As I'll ever be, Erica said, stubbing her cigarette out in the metal tray and flicking the butt in after it. She grabbed a gigantic styrofoam cup of coffee from her roof and took a sip, grimacing. This tastes like burnt socks. Camping trip fuel, I said, lifting my own, smaller, equally terrible gas station coffee. We regrouped by the pumps. There was a chill under the sun, a little breeze that tugged at the edges of our jackets, carrying the smell of pine from somewhere farther up the road. So, the forest road is a few miles past town, Nate said. We'll stick to the highway until Buena Vista, then turn off. It'll be gravel, probably some ruts, but if we go slow, you'll be fine. He nodded at me, then at Erica. I'll lead. You guys follow. If you see me break lights, don't panic. Erica shot him a look. That's exactly what you say when you're about to do something that will make me panic. Nate just grinned and climbed into his truck. I got into my CRV, rolled down the window to let some of the gas pump smell out, and started the engine. The radio sprang to life again. I dialed it down to just a background murmur. My hands were a little too tight on the steering wheel. Pressure in the chest, the quieter part of me noted. I told it to shut up. We pulled out in single file. Nate's truck first, then me, then Erica's little Corolla, bringing up the rear. The highway unspooled ahead of us, a ribbon of gray cutting through fields that were still half brown, half tinged with the season's first green. Patches of snow clung to the shadowed sides of hills, hiding in ditches, melting slowly into trickles that would feed creeks later. Traffic wasn't bad. A few RVs heading south, a couple of semis laboring up the grades, a motorcycle that roared past us as if the speed limit was a suggestion. Nate kept a steady pace, just over the limit, enough to make time, but not enough to get us pulled over. As Denver shrank behind us, the mountains grew larger ahead. The sky felt bigger out here, bluer, the clouds sharper against it. The hum of my car's tires on the road blended with the faint scratchiness of the classic rock station. And for a while, I let my mind drift. I thought about cereal aisles and fluorescent lights, and the monitor in the break room showing us from above, like pieces in a game. I imagined replacing those squares of gray camera feeds with squares of forest, wind moving through trees instead of customers moving through aisles. Somewhere past Buena Vista, Nate flicked on his blinker and turned onto a narrower road. The pavement darkened, then narrowed again. A small wooden sign with peeling paint flashed past my window. National Forest Access. High clearance recommended. Here we go, I murmured. The trees thickened around us, climbing up the sides of rocky slopes. Shadows pooled under branches. Patches of sunlight flickered across my windshield, like someone was playing with a strobe just out of sight. Up ahead, a gap in the trees appeared on the right. A dirt road, barely wider than one lane, marked by another sign, this one green metal, bent and pocked with rust, FS RD 375 in white letters. Nate put on his blinker again and swung onto it. Gravel crunched under his tires. Dust puffed up behind him like breath. I followed, my smaller SUV bouncing slightly as the smooth pavement gave way to washboard ruts and embedded stones. The forest road felt like stepping off the edge of something. The noise of the highway faded almost immediately, swallowed by trees and distance. The air changed, cooler and sharper. My coffee sloshed in the cup holder as I eased around potholes, trying not to think about the gas station clerk's story of an oil pan torn clean off. Curious, I glanced down at my phone in its little mount. The camping app was still open from where I'd checked the route at the gas station. The blue GPS dot that was me crept along the thin gray line of the Forest Service road, inching closer to the tiny clearing icon Nate had pinned. The signal bars at the top showed 2 out of 4. Then, as we rattled deeper between the trees, they dropped to 1. I frowned, tapped the screen as if that would help. The app hesitated, the map lagging, the little blue dot jumping instead of sliding. The trees on either side of us blurred into dark green smears as the ruts forced me to keep my eyes mostly on the road. We hit a particularly bad stretch, washboard so deep it made my teeth chatter. For a second, I took my foot off the gas, one hand darting to steady the bouncing phone. The screen flickered. The bars went to 0. The little LTE symbol vanished. The map froze. The last image it showed was a top-down view of the forest and a pale thumb-shaped smear of tan where the clearing was. My blue dot hovered just at the edge of it. Then a small, familiar message popped up at the top of the screen, like it was announcing the punchline to a joke I didn't know I was part of. No service. I stared at it longer than I should have, the car still rolling forward over ruts, until a rock pinged loudly off the underside, and I jerked my attention back to the real world. Ahead, Nate's truck was already disappearing around a bend. The trees closed in, branches arching overhead. The sky narrowed to a jagged, pale strip. Somewhere above the dash, the app still showed that same frozen clearing, bright and harmless under satellite sunlight. The last little fingerprint of the world I knew, locked on the screen. Behind us, somewhere far back down the road, pavement and cell towers and fluorescent lights were already out of reach. I didn't know it then, but that moment, watching the last bar of signal drain away while the word no settled in at the top of my screen, was the last time anything about this trip felt like a normal, stupid weekend away. After that, it was just us, the trees, and whatever else was already waiting in that bright little clearing. By the time the road swallowed us, it didn't feel like we were just leaving the city. It felt like we were slipping out of the world that had rules. Forest Service Road 375 didn't ease us into anything. The first 100 yards alone felt like driving over a pile of loose dishes. Gravel hammered the underside of my car in hard, random bursts. Each hit a metallic ping that made me wince. The washboard ruts were so deep that if I tried to go faster than 20, the whole CRV vibrated so violently my vision blurred. The steering wheel buzzed in my hands like it wanted out. Dust billowed up behind Nate's truck in thick red-tan clouds, swallowing his taillights, then clearing, then swallowing them again. I kept just enough distance that I could see through the haze. Erica's Corolla was a small, stubborn shape in my rear view, bouncing through the same potholes we were. Pines leaned in on both sides of the road, tall and close, their trunks streaked with old scars. Here and there, as the road curled around a bend, I caught glimpses through the trees. A downslope full of fallen timber, a rocky hillside dotted with brush, a momentary flash of sky. We passed a wooden sign that looked like it had been there since before I was born. National Forest, Road 375. The green paint had gone almost black with age, and someone had used it for target practice. White pocks, where bullets had punched through, edges splintered. It was the kind of thing you'd see in a horror movie and roll your eyes at. In person, it didn't feel funny at all. There were no other cars, no tire tracks fresher than our own, no little clusters of RVs tucked back off turnouts, no hunters parked half in the ditch, no mountain bikers unloading gear. Just our three vehicles, three little bubbles of music and stale air and human breath, rattling deeper into trees that seemed happy to pretend we'd never existed if we didn't come back. The farther we went, the thinner the noise of the highway became. After the first mile, it was gone entirely. No far-off hiss of traffic, no distant horns. Just the crunch and grind of rock under our tires and the tired slap of my windshield wipers when I tapped them out of habit, even though the glass was bone dry. Phone dead, map frozen. No voices but ours on the CB level of yelling from open windows when Nate slowed for bad patches. After a while, the washboard settled a little. The road narrowed and twisted, hugging the contour of the hillside. We climbed, descended, climbed again. The sky ahead narrowed to a jagged strip framed by leaning evergreens. My shoulders unclenched in tiny increments. The rhythm of the bumps became a kind of white noise, rough but predictable. The pressure in my chest eased, replaced by a different kind of tightness, the feeling you get right before something new you can't take back. "This is insane!" Erica's voice crackled faintly from somewhere behind me, muffled through rolled-down glass. I could just barely catch it when our windows lined up on a slow bend. If my suspension survives this, I'll rate the road 5 stars. Nate stuck his arm out his window and gave a lazy thumbs up without looking back. Up ahead, the trees broke for a second, and I saw it. A small, sunlit gap where the road seemed to level out, like a breath just before a sigh. Nate took one last slow curve, then rolled to a stop. I pulled in behind him and let the engine idle, the sudden comparative silence a little jarring. The dust we'd kicked up drifted around us in glowing clouds, lit from above. When I turned the key and cut the engine, the quiet dropped like a curtain. No hum, no buzz, no compressors, no PA chime. Just wind in the tops of the trees, a few birds arguing about something, and the faint click of cooling metal under my hood. The clearing wasn't big. That was the first thing that struck me. On the camping app, it had looked vague and open, just a pale patch in a sea of green pixels. In person, it felt contained, almost like a room without walls. The pines ringed it in a rough circle, their trunks forming a loose boundary. Their branches laced together overhead in places, leaving a patch of sky that felt more like a skylight than an open dome. The ground was mostly packed dirt and a thin layer of pine needles, with scraggly tufts of grass and the occasional rock. Off to one side, a shallow depression cut across the clearing, the ghost of an old creek bed. It was completely dry, just a scatter of pale stones and hardened mud. But you could tell water had carved it once. Near the center, a fire ring made of blackened stones sat like an eye. The rocks were crusted with ancient soot. Someone had been here before, but not recently. There were no fresh footprints, no newer tracks, no crushed beer cans or candy wrappers, no firewood left behind, no tire marks either. The road sort of widened into this space and then wandered on past it, but the only tracks leading off the gravel onto the dirt were the ones we'd just made. "This is actually kind of perfect," Erica said, stepping out of her car and stretching until her spine popped. Her breath puffed in the cooler air. The smells layered over each other: hot engine, warm brakes, then the sharper scent of sap and dry needles. "Right?" Nate said, already moving with a kind of manic energy I'd only ever seen in him when we got a surprise pallet of energy drinks on sale. He walked the perimeter of the clearing, hands on hips, eyes scanning like he was looking for something only he could see. Flat enough, close to the creek bed if it rains, far enough from the road that we won't have some random dude in a Subaru pull in at midnight. "You say that like it's not going to happen now that you've jinxed it," Erica said. I pulled my gear out of the back of the CRV, the cooler thunking to the ground with more weight than I remembered packing. The tent bag felt small in my hands, ridiculous almost. A whole piece of fabric that would be the only thing between me and the entire rest of the world tonight, all rolled up to the size of a fat burrito. "Where do you want your tent?" I asked Nate. "Spread 'em out a little," he said. "Close enough we can see each other. Not so close we trip over each other when we gotta pee at 3 in the morning. You pick your spot? I'll go over there. Erica can fend for herself." "I heard that," she called, dragging her own tent bag out of the Corolla's trunk. I walked the clearing, toeing at the ground. Here, a hidden root. There, a rock. I finally picked a patch near the edge of the dry creek bed, a few feet back from where the earth dipped. It felt right, close to the center, but not dead center. Close to the trees, but not too close. Kneeling, I unzipped the tent bag and spread the green fabric out. The nylon shooshed under my hands. The poles clicked together with the familiar snapping sound of sections locking into place. I threaded them through the sleeves, the structure rising up from the flat fabric like a new skeleton. It was mundane work, but out here it felt ceremonial. Like every motion was a little more important. The stakes were thin, lightweight aluminum, bent from previous trips. The dirt was hard enough that I had to use a flat rock as a hammer, tapping them in at angles. Each impact sent a small vibration up through my wrist into my arm. I tried not to think about how deep they went, or how easy or hard it would be for someone else to pull them out later. Across the clearing, Nate wrestled with a slightly larger tent, swearing under his breath when a gust of wind caught the fabric and turned it into a sail. Erica's tent, the one Nate had loaned her, looked like it had seen even more years and more storms than mine, but she coaxed it upright with an oddly gentle competence. "Why is it," she said, threading a guy line through a loop, "that at work I can't be trusted to stack a display of cereal boxes without supervision, but out here, you guys act like I'm in charge of my own life? Because out here, if you mess up, it's only you who gets rained on," Nate said. He was crouched by his tent, pulling guy lines taut and tying them to small logs he'd dragged over. Erica's first guy line snagged on a rock as she tugged. She swore, yanked harder, and the little stake flew out of the ground, arcing past her head. "See?" she said, without missing a beat. "You're already wrong." I laughed, the sound brighter in the open air than I was used to hearing it. It startled me a little. At the store, even when we joked, my laughter always felt like it was fighting through layers of hum and chatter. Here, it went straight up into the trees. We finished setting up tents, then arranged our cars in a kind of protective line along the edge of the clearing, their backs toward the trees. Nate popped open his tailgate and pulled out a blue Bluetooth speaker the size of a brick. "Mandatory ambiance," he said, turning it on. A few seconds later, a faint guitar riff floated out. Classic rock, just like in my car. But now, it sounded different. Less like something trapped in a box, more like part of the air. "Of course," Erica said, cracking open her first beer with a sharp psst. "God forbid we hear nature." "Hey, we can hear both," Nate said. "Multitasking. It's 2020 something. We're evolved." I grabbed a beer from the cooler, the ice water burning my fingers. Popping the tab, I took a long drink. The cold, bitter fizz ran down my throat and settled heavy in my stomach. It tasted like every post-shift beer I'd ever had. But out here, I wasn't drinking to wash neon and noise out of my head. I was drinking to underline the fact that none of that could reach me here. We gathered near the fire ring. It was nothing but a circle of blackened rocks and old ashes, but there was plenty of deadfall nearby. Nate moved into the trees with the efficiency of someone who'd done this 100 times. He came back with armfuls of broken branches and logs gone light with age. Erica followed, a cigarette dangling from her lips, kicking smaller sticks toward him. I broke branches over my knee, listening to the sharp cracks echo off the trees. I stacked kindling in the ring, then the larger pieces, feeling like a kid playing house and a priest preparing an altar at the same time. When the first flame caught, a small, wavering tongue that licked up the side of a rolled piece of birch bark, it was mesmerizing. It grew with frightening speed, turning from fragile orange to hungry yellow, then settling into a steady burn. The smoke rose in a straight line for a moment before twisting, torn and carried away by wind I couldn't feel on my skin. As the fire took, the clearing changed. The light from the sky was still there, but now everything near us had a second life. A flicker on Nate's cheekbones, a red glow on Erica's knuckles as she warmed her hands, a dancing orange reflection in the metal of the cooler. The smell of wood smoke wrapped itself around everything else. My hoodie, my hair, the cooler, the inside of my nose. It would cling to us for days afterward, even when we got back under the fluorescent lights. But right then, it smelled like exactly what I'd wanted. Proof that I was somewhere else. We sat on camp chairs and overturned logs, passing around a bag of chips and a container of grocery store hummus that felt hilariously out of place. The Bluetooth speaker kept the music low, just enough to float above the crackle of the fire. The songs blurred into each other. Guitars, drums, voices drowned in reverb, all the same playlist we'd heard in the back of the store 1,000 times. But finally, without anyone paging, manager to aisle 9. The conversation felt the same way at first. Familiar, looping, a little stupid in a comforting way. We complained about the night manager who couldn't count to 10 without losing track, the customer who'd thrown a frozen turkey because we were out of their favorite brand, the time the produce mist system had malfunctioned and drenched an entire family in the grape section. But slowly, the distance from the store made those stories feel smaller. like they belonged to something that was already fading. "You know what I don't miss right now?" Erica said at one point, leaning back in her chair, boots stretched out toward the fire, pushing a pallet of canned tomatoes down that stupid aisle and hearing the same song on loop 3 times an hour. "You're just mad because you secretly like it," Nate said. "You hum along." "I hum to drown out the people," she said. "Different problem." "What about you, man?" Nate asked me. "You miss anything yet?" I thought about it. Honestly thought about it. The answer came back fast and clean. "No," I said. And it was true. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was missing something. I didn't feel like I needed to check my phone, or that I'd forgotten to clock out, or that someone was going to buzz the break room and ask if I could cover a shift. There was nothing to forget here except maybe how many beers I'd had. The sky changed while we talked, almost without us noticing. The sharp white light of afternoon softened to gold, then to orange. Long shadows stretched from the trees across the clearing. The air dropped a few degrees, then a few more. At some point, I pulled my hoodie tighter around myself, the fabric stiff and smoky. The highway, if we could have heard it at all from this distance, went completely silent. The forest sounds took over so gradually, I almost missed the moment. One by one, the birds quieted, replaced by a soft, constant chorus of insects. The wind in the treetops sounded different in the dark, less like weather, more like something breathing. We threw another log on the fire. Sparks floated up in a brief orange flurry, then disappeared into the deepening blue above. By the time we killed the speaker, full night had settled over us like it had been waiting all day. The last song faded out mid-riff. For a second, there was that strange ghost of silence you hear when a sound stops. Then the forest moved in to fill it. It wasn't loud. That's the part that gets me when I think about it. It wasn't some horror movie cacophony of howls and snaps and distant screams. It was soft, continuous, crickets, wind, the occasional tiny clatter of something small moving through the leaf litter. Above us, the stars had come out in a way they never do over a city. The sky wasn't black. It was a deep, almost velvety blue, and it was full. Not just the obvious bright dots, but layers and layers of fainter ones, and a pale smear across the middle that I realized was the Milky Way, the actual galaxy, the thing I'd only ever seen in time-lapse videos. "We're really not the main characters, are we?" Erica said quietly. Her head tilted back, cigarette forgotten between her fingers. The glowing tip pulsed orange every time it neared her lips. "That's the point," Nate said. The firelight carved shadows into his face, making him look older, or maybe just more himself. "You feel small, in a good way. Tell that to whatever big thing your camper buddy heard at 3 a.m., she said. "If anything's going to kill us, at least it won't be fluorescent lights." She said it as a joke. We all laughed, but the words hung there longer than the laughter did. For a long moment, none of us said anything. We just sat, letting our eyes adjust to the dark beyond the fire's reach. The clearing looked different now. The trees weren't just trees. They were tall, black shapes with too many lines. The dry creek bed was a darker stripe, a scar across the ground. Every now and then, somewhere out beyond the edge of the clearing, a branch snapped. Not big, not the kind of crack you'd expect from something heavy. Just enough to remind you that there were other lives moving around out there. I listened to all of it, like someone who hadn't heard music in years. My life had been a constant soundtrack of mechanical noise. Compressors cycling, doors hissing, microwaves beeping, the hum whine of fluorescent lights embedded somewhere deep behind my eyes. Even at home, there was always a fan, a neighbor's TV, a fridge. Here, for the first time in longer than I could remember, I was hearing something else. Layers of sound that didn't care if I listened or not. It was peaceful. I don't have a less cheesy word for it. "You look weirdly happy," Erica said, squinting at me through the smoke. "I just forgot it could be this quiet," I said. "This is quiet?" She gestured at the trees. "You really need better hobbies." We stayed up until the fire burned down to a low bed of coals. The temperature dropped further, the kind of cold that crept in around your ankles first. I could feel it nibbling through my socks, licking at the bones in my toes. When we finally agreed, mutually and without protest, that it was time to call it, my body felt heavy in a good way. The kind of weight that comes from actual air and actual movement, not just fluorescent fatigue. We doused the last active flames carefully, pouring water and watching the hiss of steam curl up. Nate stirred the coals with a stick, revealing the dull red glow beneath, then covered them with dirt until they were nothing but a faint heat on the air. The clearing, without the fire, felt immediately 10 times darker. Our headlamps and flashlights clicked on one by one, narrow cones of white cutting slices into the black. The trees jumped in and out of existence in those beams. Our tents glowed faintly from within when we turned lanterns on inside them. "Bathroom break now or never," Nate announced. We peeled off in different directions, each pretending we weren't deliberately giving the others a respectfully wide berth. Peeing in the woods felt like some weird, vulnerable ritual. One last acknowledgement that there were no walls here, no locks, just darkness and our little domes of nylon. By the time I crawled into my tent, my fingers were numb. My breath puffed small clouds in front of me. The air inside the tent was only slightly warmer than outside, but the act of zipping the door closed made me feel instantly safer anyway. It was like drawing a line on the ground and convincing yourself everything on your side of it was yours. I unrolled my sleeping bag onto the foam pad, shed my hoodie and jeans, and wriggled into the synthetic cocoon. The bag made that crinkly sound that always reminds me of childhood sleepovers. I pulled it up to my chin, feeling my own warmth slowly start to build. Outside, I could hear Nate zipping his tent, then Erica's. Their voices murmured goodnights, words too muffled to make out, but the tone was easy. My tent zipper rasped shut from the inside. The sound felt very final. I lay there for a while in the dark, eyes open, listening. The nylon walls moved slightly with each gust of wind, a soft shh, like someone running their palm gently over paper. Somewhere above, branches creaked. The insect chorus rose and fell, from far away, so far it was almost imagined. Came the faint, lonely call of something I couldn't identify. An owl, maybe, or something else. The fire's last warmth had already left the clearing. I could feel the cold of the ground seeping up through the foam, through the thin synthetic of the bag. It wasn't unbearable, just present. A constant, solid reminder that there was dirt and rock below me instead of linoleum or carpet. My mind did what it always does when I try to sleep in a new place. It cataloged threats, animals, bears, mountain lions, coyotes. I pictured sharp teeth and yellow eyes and claws that could shred nylon like tissue. Then I remembered the reviews saying no critter problems and told myself The bigger animals probably stayed higher up near better water sources. Then, people, hunters, other campers who might roll in late, drunk and loud and careless with fire. That thought made me more uneasy than the animals did. Humans with bad decisions and free time are usually worse than anything with fur. Then, nothing. The possibility that there really was no one and nothing around us for miles. The silence itself. That one, surprisingly, was the least scary of the three. I don't know when, exactly, I drifted off. 1 minute, I was tracing the seams of the tent in the dim light of my headlamp. The next, I was blinking awake to total darkness and realizing I'd missed the transition. Normally, I wake up a lot during the night. At home, just the fridge cycling off is enough to yank me to full awareness. The loud neighbor slamming a door, the pipes groaning, the AC kicking in, any of it will do it. Camping, it's worse. Every crack in the underbrush might be a bear. Every gust of wind sounds like footsteps. Here, though, when I came back to myself, it felt like I'd sunk to the very bottom of a deep, heavy lake and stayed there all night. No half-remembered flitting dreams, no vague impressions of having rolled over. Nothing. Just a clean cut. Awake? Then, apparently, nothing then. Light. I opened my eyes to a dim orange glow pressing through the tent fabric. For a moment, I had no idea where I was. The ceiling above me was too close, too smooth. The air smelled like smoke and nylon and my own stale breath. The tightness in my chest was back, but it was a different kind now, more physical. My limbs felt heavy, as if someone had quietly poured sand into my veins while I slept. My tongue was dry and thick against the roof of my mouth. My head felt stuffed with cotton. You overdid it on beer? I thought fuzzily. Or you're dehydrated from the drive. Or altitude, maybe. I turned my head toward the little watch I'd left next to my headlamp. The digital numbers blinked calmly. 8:13. 8 straight hours. No bathroom trip. No waking up cold. No startling awake at a squirrel running over dead leaves. That alone should have told me something was wrong. Instead, my first conscious thought was, that's new. A faint chill seeped through the sleeping bag. I wriggled my way up, unzipped it halfway, and reached toward the tent door. The zipper was cold under my fingers. The sound it made, seep, was louder in the morning stillness than it had any right to be. I pulled the flap back a few inches, letting a stripe of real light cut into the tent, and then I froze. It took my brain a second to line up what my eyes were seeing with what I remembered. The clearing outside was still there. The fire ring was still in the middle. The trees were still standing in their rough circle. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, the sun low enough that the light came in sideways, turning every particle of dust into something visible. But my tent was not where I had put it. Last night, I had pitched it near the edge of the dry creek bed, maybe 10, 15 feet back from the dip. I remembered the slope under my knees, the way I'd checked to make sure my head would be higher than my feet when I lay down. I remembered looking out at the fire and seeing Nate's tent off to my right, Erica's further beyond that. Now, when I looked out, the dry creek bed was behind me. My tent's door faced directly toward the fire ring, which was much closer than it should have been. Too close, uncomfortably close. I could see the individual charred edges on the rocks. I pushed the zipper down the rest of the way and crawled out on hands and knees, my bare palms stinging slightly on the cold ground. As I turned, the full picture slid into place. All 3 tents were there. Mine, Nate's, Erica's. But they were not in the lazy, uneven triangle we'd left them in. They had been rearranged perfectly. Each tent now sat at a point of a near equilateral triangle around the fire ring, spaced with startling precision. Equal distance, equal angles, doors all facing inward toward the blackened stones. It was the kind of symmetry that doesn't happen by accident. For one long, stretching heartbeat, I just knelt there, cold air cutting through the sleep fuzz in my head, staring. My first stupid thought was that we must have done it. That somehow, after drinking 2 beers and listening to music and talking about customers, we had decided to get up and move camp around the fire at, midnight? But there was no memory, not a flash, not a blurred impression of laughter and dragging nylon. Nothing. I forced myself to look down at the ground. The tent skylines were still taut. The stakes were driven into the earth at the same angles I remembered, the little aluminum tabs bent just so. The dirt around them wasn't torn up or freshly disturbed. Pine needles lay across the lines, undisturbed, as if they'd been there all night. I ducked back into the tent, heart thudding now in a way that had nothing to do with caffeine withdrawal, and looked around. My sleeping bag lay where I'd wriggled out of it. My backpack was exactly where I'd shoved it, half unzipped, socks sticking out of the top. My phone was still plugged into the portable charger by my head, the screen dark, the cable curled in a small, lazy loop. Nothing knocked over, nothing missing. The zipper pull on the inside of the door was in the same position my hand had left it last night when I'd sealed myself in. Outside, the circle was perfect. Inside, nothing had changed, except me. I sat there, halfway in and halfway out of the tent, the fabric brushing my shoulder, the cold air biting at my cheeks, and felt that book weight in my chest slam down twice as hard. Because if we didn't move the tents, someone else had. And they'd done it without waking any of us. By the time I could make myself move again, my knees were going numb from the cold dirt. I crawled the rest of the way out of the tent and stood up slowly, as if any sudden motion might spook the scene into rearranging itself again. The air bit at my cheeks. My breath came out in little white puffs that hung in front of my face for a second before dissolving. From this angle, the wrongness was even clearer. The fire ring sat dead center, a black eye in the middle of the clearing. My tent, Nate's tent, and Erica's tent formed a neat triangle around it, each one at just about the same distance. Doors all pointed inward, like they were part of some design we hadn't been consulted on. Last night, our layout had been a little chaotic. Tents thrown down where the ground felt flattest, where roots didn't poke our backs, where we could still see the fire without walking too far. Human placement, lazy, uneven, based on comfort. This wasn't that. The zipper on Nate's tent rasped behind me. He emerged, half crawling, half rolling, rubbing at his eyes with the heel of his hand. His hair stuck up at weird angles, sleep flattening one side of his face. He looked exactly how I felt. Heavy, disoriented, like he'd been dropped here from somewhere else. "Man," he groaned, "I haven't slept like that since..." He cut off when his gaze followed mine. For a couple of seconds, he did what I'd done, looked at the tents, looked at the fire ring, looked back at the tents, confusion slowly hardening into something uglier. "Did we..." he started, then trailed off. I didn't say anything. I didn't trust my voice yet. Behind us, Erica's tent rustled. Her zipper stuck halfway, then jerked open in a sudden rip of sound. She poked her head out first, dark hair, a tangled halo. mascara smudged faintly under her eyes. "What time is it?" she mumbled. "Why is it bright? Did we die?" "You should come out here," Nate said. There must have been something in his tone, because she stopped mid-complaint, pushed the flap aside, and crawled out. Her eyes tracked the same path ours had. Creek bed, fire ring, tents. She frowned. "Wait," she said slowly. "We didn't pitch this close to the fire ring." It was the exact right wrongness to point at. The words seemed to make it more solid. "No," I said. My voice sounded weird, like it belonged to someone else. "We didn't." She did a slow, full-body turn, scanning the clearing, then looked back at me. "Are you screwing with me?" she asked. There was a brittle edge to it, not quite joking. I shook my head. "I woke up like this." Nate opened his mouth, closed it, then exhaled hard. "Okay," he said. "Okay, maybe we were drunker than we remember. Maybe we decided it'd be warmer if we moved closer together. People do weird stuff half asleep, right?" "Cool," Erica said. "Explain how we moved 3 tents while we were that drunk, and none of us remembers even standing up." He didn't have an answer. Neither did I. A thin wind moved through the clearing, stirring ash in the fire ring, bringing with it the faint, metallic smell of cold. Somewhere in the trees, something small rustled, then went still, like even the forest was pausing to listen to what we would say next. I forced myself to step away from my tent, toward the dry creek bed. "Hang on," I said. "We put them over here last night. I remember because I almost tripped into this dip." The old creek bed was still there, a pale, stony scar cutting across the ground. On the near side of it, the dirt was bare, just disturbed in a way that said 3 people had walked back and forth a handful of times. On the far side, where we'd originally pitched, the ground told a different story. You could see the old outlines of where our tents had been, not just a general scuffed area. The exact rectangular shadows where our floor footprints had pressed into the dirt and pine needles. Compressed, slightly darker. In a few places, you could even see the marks from the bottom of my foam pad. Little cross-hatched impressions, where it had flattened out small rocks beneath it. "There," I said, throat dry. That was me. Nate came to stand next to me, hands on his hips, looking down. He moved his boot, nudged at one of the rectangles with the toe. "That's not from last week," he said. "That's fresh. I mean, you can see the edges. And we know we slept over there." "Yeah," I said. "So how are we over there now?" He didn't answer. Instead, his eyes tracked something else. 2 faint parallel lines marred the dirt, starting at the old footprint and leading toward the new position of his tent. They were subtle, just slightly darker furrows, pine needles pushed aside, little ridges of disturbed earth on either side, drag marks, he said quietly. Once he said it, I could see them everywhere, from where my tent had been to where it sat now, from Erica's old spot to her new one, from his. Each one was a pair of lines, spaced about as far apart as the width of a tent base. Barely there, but enough. We followed mine. The marks started at the old footprint, ran straight for a while, then grew lighter. 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 They stopped around 3, maybe 4 feet before my tent. From there to the tent's edge, the ground looked untouched. No grooves, no piled up dirt, no scuff that would indicate something heavy had been dragged the rest of the way. Like they picked it up, Erica said, voice gone flat. "What?" I asked, even though I knew what she meant. She crouched, tracing the air above the line with her fingers, careful not to smudge it. "Okay," So imagine two people dragging a tent, she said. They pull, pull, pull. Then at some point they lift and carry it the rest of the way. You'd see the drag stop, right? Which we do. But we don't see the footprints between here and there. I hadn't even noticed that part. Now that she'd said it, it jumped out at me like a hidden picture suddenly coming into focus. The ground between the end of the drag marks and the tent was just blank. No deep indentations, no overlapping boot prints, just the same thin crust of needles and packed dirt. Maybe the ground's just hard, Nate said, but there wasn't much conviction behind it. Then how do we see the drag marks? Erica shot back. He didn't have an answer for that either. Instead, he squinted past my tent, toward the outer edge of the clearing. "What about over there?" he said. At first, I didn't know what he was looking at. Then my eyes adjusted to what he was seeing. Faint impressions in the dirt, just beyond where our tire tracks ended. Different from the smooth arcs of rubber or the straight lines of the drag marks. These were rounder, softer, repetition of curves planted in the earth, one after another. They made a rough ring around the clearing, sitting just inside the line of trees. Footprints, bare ones. I walked toward them with the same feeling you get in a grocery store when you're about to open a freezer case you know is broken. A tight, anticipatory flinch, like you're bracing for a rush of cold. Up close, there was no mistaking them. No tread pattern, no sharp heel from boot rubber, just the shape of human feet. Some of them were small, narrow, the toes close together, about the size of a kid's. Others were wider, longer, deeper in the dirt, like whoever had made them was heavier. The impressions were old enough that the edges weren't knife sharp, but fresh enough that a light frost or a breeze hadn't smoothed them away. They faced inward, toward where our tents now stood. A loose circle, not a perfect one, but intentional enough. It looked like a group had stood there, silently, sometime between when we zipped ourselves into our nylon cocoons and when we woke up, and just watched. "Okay, that's," Nate said, trailing off, his voice thinner than before. "I'm gonna throw up," Erica muttered. The back of my neck prickled, a slow spreading heat under cold skin. Instinct made me look up, scanning the tree line, half expecting to see faces peering between trunks. There were none, just dark bark, green needles, the suggestion of movement when the wind shifted. "We would have heard them," I said, even as my brain threw my own 8-hour blackout back in my face. "Right? You don't just move 3 tents with 3 people inside and make a circle of footprints without someone waking up." "Maybe they drugged us," Erica said. "With what? The air?" Nate snapped, then immediately rubbed a hand over his face like he regretted how sharp he sounded. "Sorry, it's just..." He gestured helplessly at the footprints, at the drags, at the triangle of tents. None of it made sense, and all of it made the same kind of sense, the bad kind. It wasn't until we started moving again that we noticed the stones. Up until then, my attention had been pulled outward, to the ruts, the old tent shadows, the bare feet. My brain was busy trying to rearrange them into something it could file under prank, or teenagers, or we're still half asleep and misremembering. Then I turned back toward my tent, intending to start packing, and almost kicked it. 4 rocks, stacked in a neat little column right in front of my door. They weren't big, maybe the size of my palm at most on the bottom, shrinking to something you could hide in your fist at the top. Each one, was a slightly different color and shape, gray and flat, reddish and rounded, speckled, smooth. But they'd been chosen to fit together, the biggest on the bottom, the smallest perched on top, the kind of fragile balance that felt like one wrong breath could send it tumbling. It hadn't been there a minute ago, or rather, it hadn't been there last night. I would have noticed stepping over it in the dark. "Did you do this?" I called out automatically, even though I knew the answer. Nate was already standing in front of his tent, staring down at something with his hands on his hips. Erica stood by hers, arms folded tightly across her chest, expression set in a way that meant she was hiding something sharper. They each had their own stack, 4 stones at my door, 4 at Nate's, 4 at Erica's. "What the hell?" Nate said. "Forest art installation." He was trying to make it a joke. It fell flat as soon as it left his mouth. "Pretty sure the Park Service isn't leaving us gifts," Erica said. "Leave no trace, remember? Isn't stacking rocks against the religion or whatever?" She forced a little huff of a laugh at her own line, but there was no humor in it. Her eyes never left the stones. I crouched down in front of mine, careful not to bump them. Up close, I could see the fine dust on their surfaces, the tiny chips where they'd knocked against other rocks sometime in the past. There was a little smear of darker dirt on the side of the second one, as if a thumb had pressed there recently. I reached out on reflex, like I might touch the top one and prove it was just a harmless pile of geology. My hand stopped halfway, fingers curling into a fist instead. Something about them made my skin crawl. Not the rocks themselves, but the intention. Someone had gone around, quietly, while we slept, and built 3 little totems that said, "I was here. I stood this close to you." "Okay," Nate said behind me, voice higher than usual. Let's check our stuff. Maybe someone went through our things, got weird, then left." We did. One by one, we ducked into our tents, went through our bags, our pockets, our food bins. My backpack was exactly the way I'd left it. Clothes folded badly, flashlight on top, phone charger coiled just so. My wallet was still in the side pocket of my jacket, all my cards and cash in place. The cooler next to my tent had beads of condensation on the lid where the morning sun hit it. But when I flipped it open, the beer, deli meat, cheese, and ice were untouched. "Anything?" Nate called. "No," I said. "Nothing's missing." "Same," Erica said. "Unless they stole one of my socks, which honestly I wouldn't blame them for, because I swear I packed more." Nate emerged, shaking his head. "Food's fine. Knife's still there. Wallet's in my pocket. Didn't even take the good beer. What kind of criminal breaks into a campsite and leaves the booze?" "The kind that isn't there to steal," Erica said quietly. That hung in the air, heavier than wood smoke. I tried to think of everything else a stranger might want. The cars were still where we'd parked them, nothing jimmied or smashed, no windows broken. Tires looked fine from here, no gas siphon hose lying discarded. "They didn't even open the doors," I said. "We'd see shoe prints there, smudges." "So they came in, moved 3 tents with 3 unconscious people inside," Erica said, ticking off points on her fingers. "Did little Jenga towers on our front porches, walked barefoot around us, and, what, got bored and left? Maybe it was some, I don't know, weird local ritual," Nate said, and immediately winced at how it sounded. "Like, there's that cairn thing on some trails. People stack rocks to mark the way. Maybe they could have done it somewhere that wasn't 3 inches from my face while I slept," Erica snapped. Nobody responded. What bothered me most more than the footprints, more than the drag marks, even more than the idea of people standing in a circle in the dark, was the fact that nothing else had changed. If they'd stolen our gear, if they'd trashed the place, I could have filed this under almost normal horror. Jerks in the woods, vandals, someone who just wanted to scare us or make a point. You can understand that kind of malice, even if you don't like it. But this, coming in close enough to touch our tents, to hear us breathing, to reshuffle where we lay on the ground like pieces in a game, and then leaving everything perfectly intact, that felt like something else. Something that wasn't about taking from us. Something that was about putting us where we were supposed to be. I swallowed hard, my mouth still dry as sandpaper. "We're leaving, right?" Erica said. "We're not staying another night here after this." There was no argument. Even Nate, who'd been the one most excited about the trip, didn't try to suggest otherwise. "Yeah," he said, exhaling. "We pack, we go. We can find a motel in town, crash there, hike tomorrow somewhere less interpretive." He tried on a crooked half-smile like that might soften it. It didn't really fit. "Fine by me," I said. "Let's just be quick. Packing up a campsite you've only just set up is a special kind of defeat. Doing it with cold fingers and adrenaline chewing on your nerves is worse." We fell into a frantic sort of rhythm. Sleeping bags stuffed back into their sacks badly. Lumps of trapped air bulging out the sides. Pads rolled crooked. Clothes shoved into backpacks without folding. Cooking gear tossed into the bin in a jumble instead of carefully slotted back into its usual Tetris pattern. The air felt different. The same breeze blew. The same birds called from the branches, but underneath that, there was a tautness, like a rubber band, stretched just a little too far. I ducked into my tent to start breaking it down. Inside, the smell of smoke and my own sweat was somehow more intense in the morning light, slanting through the fabric. Shadows of branches made soft patterns across the ceiling. I knelt, started pulling up the sleeping bag, shaking pine needles off the bottom of it. That was when I heard it. A single, deliberate step in the dirt, just outside the nylon. It didn't sound like Nate. I knew the sound of his boots already. Quicker, lighter, with a certain scrape at the end of each step, because he dragged his heels a little. It didn't sound like Erica either. She had this impatient stomp to the way she moved, like she was always walking away from something that annoyed her. This was slower, heavier, one footfall. A soft thud of weight on earth, followed by the faint crunch of crushed needles, and something small, a pebble, maybe, rolling. It was close, right at the front of the tent, maybe 2 feet from my head. I froze, hunched half over my sleeping bag, heart slamming so hard I could feel it in my gums. For a second, my brain scrambled to slot the sound into something harmless. Maybe Nate had walked over to grab the cooler. Maybe Erica had come by to ask for help with a stuck steak. Maybe I hadn't heard it as close as I thought. Then a shadow slid across the tent wall. It was faint, just a dimming of the light in a vague vertical shape, but it blocked enough of the glow that I knew something tall was between me and the sun. The silhouette cut across the front panel briefly, lingering for one breath, two. Whoever it was standing directly in front of my door. A trickle of cold sweat made its way down my spine. My hand, still curled in the sleeping bag fabric, flexed uselessly. Then from further off, a good 10-15 feet away, Nate's voice floated over, Too loud, too casual. "You see this, Erica?" he called. "Coolers moved too." He sounded wrong, like a person trying really hard to sound like everything was fine. If he was over by the cooler, he wasn't the one in front of my tent. All the air went out of me in a silent exhale. Somewhere in the trees behind us, a bird screeched once and then shut up. The shadow on the tent wall didn't move. I didn't think. I just acted. I lunged forward, grabbed the inside zipper pull, and yanked it up and back in one violent motion. Cold air knifed in as the flap peeled away. There was no one there. Just the clearing, the fire ring, the bright morning, and the neat little stack of 4 stones sitting unbothered in front of my door, as pristine and balanced as before. My heart thudded sickly against my ribs. Blood roared in my ears. Nate was a good 15 feet away, hunched over the cooler near his tent. Erica stood on the other side of the fire ring, bent at the waist, yanking a stubborn stake out of the ground with both hands. They both looked up when I burst out of the tent like I was escaping a swarm of bees. "You okay?" Nate called. "There was someone," I started, then cut myself off. Even as the words formed, I knew how they would sound out loud. I also knew, in that weird, clear way your brain sometimes gets when everything's spinning, that nothing I said would change the fact that I'd opened the door and found empty air. "Fine," I said instead. Came out hoarse. "Just zip stuck." It was a stupid lie. They both knew it. Neither of them called me on it. Erica straightened up, holding the bent stake triumphantly. Her gaze dropped to the stone stack in front of her tent. Her expression darkened. "You know what?" she said, voice flat. "Screw whoever did this." She pulled her boot back and lashed out, toe connecting with the bottom rock. The stack crumpled, stones skidding out in different directions with a sharp, scraping sound. One rolled toward the fire ring. Another thumped against the side of her tent and bounced away. Dust puffed up in a tiny cloud. For a split second, everything seemed normal again. Just 3 tired people in a clearing, annoyed at some weird backwoods prank, ready to cut their losses and leave. Then I heard it. Click, click, click. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even clear. If there had been any other kind of noise, if Nate had been talking, if the wind had been stronger, if my own thoughts had been less focused, I might have missed it completely. But in that moment, the clearing had gone very still. Even the birds seemed to pause. The sound came from nowhere and everywhere at once. A tiny, rhythmic tick, 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 under the normal noise of the world, like 2 small stones being tapped together somewhere very far away, and somehow also right next to my ear, or like someone clicking their tongue softly against their teeth. 3 clicks. Slow. Deliberate. My first instinct was to look down, expecting to see 2 stones still knocking together from the collapse. But the rocks lay still where they'd rolled. Nate didn't react. Erica didn't either. Their faces showed nothing beyond the same tense anger and jittery fear they'd already had. "Did you hear that?" I asked, hating how uncertain I sounded. "Hear what?" Nate said. It was gone. Whatever it was had slipped back under the normal layer of sound, into the background hum. "Nothing," I lied. "Forget it." In my head, though, the noise replayed on a loop. Each tiny click sounded like something being counted. Not numbers, not words, just the feeling of tallying. 1, 2, 3. My stomach felt hollow. "Let's move," Erica said. "Please." We did. The rest of the pack-up blurred. Tent poles came down. Fabric collapsed and was rolled into bags with shaking hands. Stakes yanked up and shoved into pockets, dirt still clinging to them. The little stone stacks at Nate's and my tent stayed where they were until the last minute. Neither of us wanted to touch them. I ended up stepping around mine, giving it a wider berth than it deserved. A handful of cold fear hooked into the back of my brain at the idea of knocking it over and hearing that click again. We loaded the cars in near silence, the only words practical. Got the stove. Where's the map? Watch your head. The feeling of being watched never left. I could feel it in the space between my shoulder blades, in the way my eyes kept darting up to the tree line on their own, in the way every shadow between trunks seemed just a fraction too dark. Nothing moved that I could see. No figure stepped out. No face peeked around a tree. But the footprints circling our camp didn't go away. They were there every time I looked. A ghost audience that had already seen the show and decided to rearrange the stage. When we finally slammed the last car door shut, the sound was too loud in the quiet. Nate started his truck. The engine roared, then settled into a rumble that felt safer than it should have. Erica's Corolla coughed, hesitated, then caught. My CRV turned over on the first try. The normalcy of it felt obscene. I took one last look at the clearing through the windshield. Tents gone, fire cold, 3 little piles of rocks, 1 flattened, 2 still standing, and a ring of faint bare footprints at the edge. It looked peaceful. It looked like any other forgettable patch of woods. It looked like something had just finished setting up. I put the car in drive and followed Nate back out the way we'd come. The forest road, which had felt like a kind of adventure on the way in, now felt like an escape route barely wide enough. Every bump and rattle seemed more violent. The trees pressed closer. The dust we kicked up felt thicker, like fog trying to grab onto the car and hold it in place. None of us spoke on the way back to the highway. At some point, my phone buzzed faintly against the dashboard as it found a bar of signal again. A couple of pending notifications trickled in. An email from work, a spam text, a weather alert for a storm expected on Sunday. None of them seemed real compared to what we'd just left behind. By the time we hit pavement, my rational brain had rallied enough to start throwing explanations at the hole in my understanding. The way you toss anything you can grab into a spreading crack in a dam. Teenagers messing with city people. Some local weirdos who knew we'd be easy to freak out. We were more tired than we thought. Maybe we all half woke up to help move the tents and just forgot. Sleepwalking's a thing, right? Maybe they drugged us. Maybe the altitude messed with us. If I could fit this into a story I recognized, prank, crime, weird but harmless backwoods ritual, then I could put it on a shelf and walk away. But every explanation snagged on the same 2 questions and tore. If it was a prank, how did they get close enough to drag and lift 3 tents with 3 adults inside, walk barefoot in a circle around them, and stack stones at each door without a single one of us stirring? And why 4? 4 rocks at each tent. 4 distinct sets of footprints that I could pick out if I looked long enough. Small, medium, large, larger. 4 people maybe, standing there in the dark. 4. The number crawled under my skin and sat there. I told myself it was nothing. Humans like patterns. We see shapes in clouds, faces in outlets, monsters in the dark. 4 was just the number of us, and the number of rocks, and the number of invisible friends whoever had done this had brought along. Nothing more. I didn't really believe that. not all the way down. The city slowly swallowed us back up. Trees thinned. Houses appeared. Billboards. Traffic. Neon. We dropped Erica at her apartment first. She took her tent and bag and cooler with quick, clipped movements and gave us a short wave before disappearing inside. Like if she lingered, she might change her mind and insist we go back to prove it had all been in our heads. Nate and I drove in silence a little longer before he finally spoke. "We don't have to talk about this," he said, "if you don't want to." "What's this?" I said, trying for lightness and failing. "Exactly," he said. We both laughed once, too loudly, like people telling a joke at a funeral, because the alternative is screaming. We didn't make plans for another trip. That night, back under the fluorescent lights, it was like the forest had followed me in, but only in pieces. I was zoning a cereal aisle around 3 a.m., facing boxes so that all the mascots stared straight ahead with their frozen cartoon eyes. The store was in its usual night rhythm. Compressors humming, the PA chime occasionally dinging out a call for a mop, the faint clatter of carts in the distance. The break room monitor showed our little ecosystem from above, tiny versions of us moving down gleaming aisles. The parking lot, under its orange lamps, was mostly empty. I tried to think about anything but the clearing. The drag marks, the footprints, the stone stacks. I tried to focus on the sound of my hand brushing against cardboard, the squeak of my shoes on the waxed floor. That was when I heard it again. Click, click. It was so soft I almost missed it. Buried under the layered hum of the refrigerators and the dull roar of the HVAC, there was a pattern. A tiny, irregular tick that didn't belong to any machine I knew. I froze, a box of cereal half out from the shelf. Click, click, click. The hairs on my arms lifted. It could have been anything, I told myself. A relay switching on, a pipe expanding in the ceiling. Some stupid, harmless mechanical noise I'd heard 1,000 times and never registered until now that I had something to pin it to. But it didn't feel random. It felt patient, like someone, somewhere just out of sight, was counting. And for the first time in my life, standing there under lights that made everything too bright and too sharp, the store felt less safe than a dark forest. The buzzing above me, the hum of the coolers, even the cheerful little PA chime, none of it covered the sensation that I hadn't left that clearing at all. I'd just brought whatever was standing in that circle back with me. I'm 32 now, and my nights belong to a different kind of fluorescent kingdom. Not aisles and cereal boxes anymore, but concrete, steel racks, and pallets stacked 3 stories high. I work security at a distribution center on the north side of Phoenix, not far from I-17. The kind of place you drive past without really seeing. Just another big box with no windows. A logo you recognize from paper towels and canned soup. Sodium vapor lights buzzing above an ocean of asphalt. I sit in a glass booth by the main gate. Calling it a booth makes it sound smaller than it is. It's more like a fish tank with a desk. 3 glass walls looking out over the entrance lanes and the employee parking lot. 1 solid wall behind me with a door that sticks when it gets too hot. The glass always has a faint layer of dust on the outside and fingerprints on the inside, no matter how often I wipe it down. At night, the reflections turn it into a half mirror. I see just as much of myself and the monitors behind me as I do of the world outside. The desk is bolted to the floor, a scarred laminate slab with a bank of monitors on top. 16 little rectangles per screen, cycling between camera feeds, loading docks, Warehouse aisles, break room, entrances, the employee lot, the far fence line where the property bleeds out into scrub and gravel, and the kind of desert that looks empty until you stare at it too long. The air conditioning in the booth has two settings, off and trying desperately not to die. At night, when the outside temperature finally dips below oven, the AC still runs constantly, grumbling and wheezing above my head. It's a low, steady rumble that you stop hearing until it cuts out for a second and your brain trips over the silence. Out beyond the glass, semi-trucks rumble in and out of the yard, their engines idling low as they wait for a bay. Forklifts beep as they back up in the loading docks, that high warning tone more relentless than any alarm clock. Every time a truck hits the scale just beyond the gate, the metal lets out a deep, hollow thunk that reverberates up through the booth floor and into the legs of my chair. It's not that different, in some ways, from the grocery store at 3 in the morning. The soundtrack has changed, from the buzz of aisle lights and the hiss of sliding doors, to the metallic choir of industrial AC units, diesel engines, and forklifts. But it's still the same basic thing, a world that never really turns off. The cameras are my aisles now. Where I used to walk up and down rows of cereal and canned soup, I now scroll up and down rows of tiny grayscale squares. Camera 1, main gate, where the trucks line up. Camera 2, visitor parking. Camera 3, front lobby, empty after midnight except for the cleaning crew vacuuming once a week. Cameras 4 to 10, warehouse interior angles, each showing a different canyon of shelving and pallet jacks. Camera 7 is the employee lot. 11 and 12 look down the long north and south fence lines. 13 and 14 cover the loading docks. 15 and 16 are pointed out at the scrubland beyond the fence, where there shouldn't be anything at all. My job is simple. Be here, watch, and log anything that doesn't fit. Sometimes anything that doesn't fit means a coyote trotting along the outside of the fence, nose down, tail low. Sometimes it means a driver trying to sneak his girlfriend into the yard after hours. Once, it was a guy from maintenance who decided to nap in his car during his lunch break and didn't tell anyone, so half the building thought he'd been kidnapped. Mostly, though, it's nothing. Empty aisles, parked cars, trucks creeping in and out like big, slow insects. I'm good at nothing. I've had a lot of practice. The hours are the same as they've always been. I clock in at 10 p.m. Amos, just as the day shift is clocking out and the swing shift is grumbling through their last hour. The traffic on I-17 is still thick then. Red and white lights streaming past in both directions behind the fence, humming like static. By midnight, it thins to a long, intermittent sigh. By 2, there are stretches where the highway might as well be a dry riverbed. The night shrinks all the big city noise down to something I can hold in my hand. It makes the distance between the booth and the memory of a quiet Colorado forest seem shorter than it probably is. Time has done what it does best, sanded the edges off. I don't work with Nate or Erica anymore. That feels like another life. After the camping trip, we held on for a while. A couple more months of graveyard shifts at the grocery store. More break room coffees under the buzzing lights. The 3 of us pointedly not talking about the night the tents moved. Then things shifted. Nate was the first to leave. He landed a job at some outdoor gear place in Oregon. Last I heard, he's in Bend, posting pictures of mountain bike trails and craft beer, his feed full of rivers and pine trees and women whose faces I don't know. He texted me a few times in the first year. Little check-ins, a photo of a trail, a, "Hey, remember when we nearly froze stocking the freezer section?" And then it tapered off. Our last exchange was a thumbs-up reaction to a meme he sent. That was 2 phones ago. Erica stayed in Denver a little longer, then bounced to a different job. Overnights at a wholesale club, I think. Then some admin thing at a logistics company. She texted me once from a hospital waiting room when her mom had surgery. I texted back. We talked for a few days, then silence again. People who live in the night drift apart faster than day people, I've learned. It's like gravity works different here. We had a group chat at one point. Night rats. It's still on my phone, buried under 100 other threads. The last message in it is from 3 years ago, from me, sending a picture of a ridiculous cake someone had left in the break room at the distribution center. No one ever replied. I quit the grocery store when my knees started hating the constant concrete. The security job came up through a guy I met online who said sitting on my ass watching monitors would be easy money. He wasn't wrong. The work suits me. The booth is its own little world. The cameras are windows into other small worlds. And between them all, there's a buffer of glass and gravel and fence that makes everything feel contained most of the time. There's a box in my head with a label on it, Colorado. Inside it is a dried creek bed, a circle of trees, 3 tents, 4 stacks of stones, and a ring of barefoot prints. The box lives on a high shelf. Most days, I don't touch it. That's the deal I made with myself. If I don't poke it, it doesn't spill. Every once in a while, something nudges it. A rock cairn on the side of a hiking trail in a video. The smell of wood smoke drifting from someone's backyard fire pit. The way the hairs on my arms stand up when I wake up from a too deep sleep and can't remember the moment I drifted off. On those nights, I'll lie in bed and feel the old weight on my chest. The sensation of waking up after 8 hours on the ground with a head full of static and a throat like sand. I'll see the stack of stones in front of the tent in my mind's eye, the smudge where a thumb pressed into one of them, the arc of dirt where drag marks simply stop. And then I'll slam the imaginary lid shut and tell myself, again, that it was a prank. A weird, elaborate, terrifying prank pulled off by some backwoods psychos or bored locals or fellow campers who saw our city plates and decided we'd make good targets. Human. That's the story that lets me function. People are bad in creative ways. Prank is easier than something else. My life now is built around not thinking too hard about anything that doesn't fit in that box. My hobbies are exactly what you'd expect from a guy who sits in a booth all night, scrolling Reddit, doom reading comment sections, and watching YouTube videos with the volume low and captions on so I don't miss the radio chatter from dispatch. The funny part, and yeah, I see the irony, is that a lot of those videos are horror stories. True horror, or at least claim to be. Camping stories. Stalker stories. This happened to my friend's cousin stories. Narrators with velvet voices reading emails from people who swear they saw something in the woods, or on the side of the highway, or in their nursery at 3 a.m. Sometimes, I'll be watching some guy talk about how he woke up in his tent and found boot prints around it, or how a stranger rearranged rocks outside his cabin, and my fingers will tighten on my coffee cup. My eyes will slide over to camera 7, or 15 or 16, just to make sure the asphalt and fence and desert beyond are as empty as they're supposed to be. Then I'll remind myself that anyone can send a story to a YouTube channel, anyone can embellish, exaggerate, or outright lie. The internet is a big, shapeless campfire, and some of the logs crackle more convincingly than others. The booth has its own micro soundtrack. The AC hums above me, a constant static roar. Every time the compressor kicks in, the lights in the ceiling dip a fraction, as if the entire booth is taking a deep breath. The green exit sign over the door behind me flickers from time to time, buzzing faintly, the LED lettering glowing an unnatural emergency room color. There's a snack machine against the back wall. Every hour or so, like clockwork, it makes a deep clunk as something inside resets. Compressor, coil, I don't know. The first few weeks it made me jump every single time. Now, I just register it as another landmark in the audio landscape. The internal PA for the building squawks every now and then, a short, sharp tone before someone says, "Receiving, line 1," or "Maintenance to bay 3," in the flat cadence people get when they've made the same announcement 1,000 times. Outside, when the wind is right, I can hear the semi-trucks idling and the distant shush of I-17, a low white noise like waves. Every once in a while, though, I hear something I can't place. A whisper in the corner of the booth, just behind my left shoulder. A snatch of sibilant sound under the AC's rumble. A low tisk noise that feels almost like someone clicking their tongue against their teeth right next to my ear. The first time it happened, I swung around in my chair so fast I nearly tipped it, expecting to see someone over my shoulder. There was nobody, of course, just the exit sign, the old bulletin board with outdated OSHA posters, the black rectangle of the snack machine. After that, I blamed it on the AC. Ducts do weird things when air moves through them. Electrical systems buzz. My own brain, primed by too many late nights and too many horror videos, supplies patterns where there aren't any. Still, there are nights when the booth feels more like the clearing than it should, when the glass makes me feel less like I'm watching and more like I'm being displayed. On those nights, I turn the volume down on the horror videos and put on something stupid instead. Cooking shows, fail compilations, anything with laughter in it, even if I'm not really watching. But even then, around 2 in the morning, when the night gets heavy and the cameras show nothing but empty floors and parked cars, I can feel that box in my head pulse faintly, like it's reminding me it's still there. It was a Tuesday night when camera 7 glitched. I remember because Tuesday nights are usually the dullest. The weekend chaos is long gone. The Monday catch-up shipments have already been processed, and by 2 a.m., the warehouse is mostly down to skeleton crew. 1 guy in shipping, 1 or 2 in receiving. A supervisor somewhere walking the aisles with a clipboard to make it look like he's working. It was a little after 2:10 a.m. to be exact. Enough past the witching hour that the novelty of the night had worn off. Not late enough that the pre-dawn weirdness had started. I was in my usual position, leaning back in the chair just far enough that it creaked, feet planted on the floor, a lukewarm convenience store coffee sweating in its cardboard cup beside the keyboard. On one monitor, I had the split-screen camera grid up. On the other, paused on mute, was a video titled something like 3 Terrifying True Stories of Late-Night Security Guards. Meta, I know. Outside the booth, the yard was quiet. No trucks on the scale. The gate arms were down, painted stripes glowing under the floodlights. The employee parking lot, the one closest to the front entrance, was a neat grid of cars. sedans, pickups, a couple of battered compacts with duct-taped bumpers that always parked in the same spots. Camera 7 watched that lot from the corner of the building. The feed was one of the better ones. Decent resolution, good coverage, just enough angle that I could see between rows. I'd spent plenty of nights watching raccoons weave between tires on that feed, or maintenance guys cutting through on their smoke breaks. Tonight, at 2:10, it was empty. No motion, no headlights, just cars sitting under the sodium vapor lights, casting long, dull shadows on the gravel. I was mid-scroll on my phone. Reddit, some thread about weird things heard over baby monitors, when something on the screen caught the corner of my eye. A small, dark shape flickered into existence on camera 7. Low to the ground, between two cars, I didn't think. My thumb stopped scrolling. My focus snapped back to the monitor. At first, I thought it was a piece of trash. A plastic bag, maybe, blown in from the street, caught in a cross breeze between the parked cars. The thing was about knee-high, sitting on the gravel in the empty space between a white Civic and a dark blue Ram. I squinted, leaning forward. The feed was in black and white at night, all grays and blacks apart from the harsh whites of light reflections. The object was a dark smudge against the lighter gravel, rectangular enough that my brain kept wanting to make it into a box or a small crate. I reached for the keyboard and hit the key that brought camera 7 up full screen. The grid disappeared. The employee lot expanded to fill the monitor. Parked cars, asphalt, chain link fence in the background, the object dead center. It still looked like a smudge, a low, squat lump of shadow. Dust on the lens, I thought, or a reflection, or a rock I'd never noticed before. But the angle was wrong for a lens spot, and I knew that section of the lot too well for a rock to sneak up on me. I could tell you which car belonged to who. I'd watched these vehicles arrive and leave night after night. The thing hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. I glanced at the little timestamp in the corner. It was 02:10:33. Heart thudding a little faster than it had any right to. I backed the footage up. The system we use is simple but clunky. A timeline scrub bar, forward, back buttons, playback speed controls. I dragged the slider back to 02:06 hours and hit play. The screen showed the lot, unchanged, cars sleeping under the lights. A moth drifted across the frame, its wings briefly reflecting the light before it vanished into darkness. A stray cat padded along the far fence line, tail flicking, then hopped out of view. I watched. 02:06:30, 02:07 was. The lot stayed empty. Right at 02:07, there was a blip. Not a full burst of static, not a rolling glitch. Just one frame. A single hiccup where the picture stuttered. Horizontal lines visible for a fraction of a second. A white flash in the corner. If you blinked, you'd miss it. When the image snapped back, the little dark shape was there. One frame. Nothing. Next frame, something. I felt sweat prick at my palms. Okay, I thought. Glitch. The camera hiccuped. Some old frame buffered in. Compression artifact. Whatever. Digital systems do weird things all the time. I've spent enough nights fighting with Windows updates to know that. But most glitches I've seen either distort what's already there or freeze a frame and skip a few seconds. They don't usually add an object to the scene that wasn't there before and leave it sitting there in every subsequent second like it belongs. I let the footage play forward from there. The object didn't move. Not at 2:07:10. Not at 2:08. Not at 2:10, when I'd first noticed it. It just sat there, between the two cars, squat, and patient. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like a random blob. The edges, which had first seemed fuzzy, resolved into more distinct layers. A wider base, a slightly smaller middle, something on top. Like a cake with too many tiers. Or my mouth went dry. I hit the zoom key. The camera's digital zoom isn't impressive. This isn't some casino eye-in-the-sky system, but it's good enough to ruin an image. The view punched in on the center of the frame, pixels stretching. The cars became grainy blocks of gray and white, their license plates smeared into illegible noise. The ground lost texture. The object in the middle grew larger, square on square on square, dark on light on dark. Not perfect cubes, not perfect alignment, just four shapes stacked roughly on top of each other, the smallest on top, the biggest on the bottom. From this distance, it looked exactly like what my gut had whispered the second I saw it, a stack of stones. My pulse pounded in my ears, loud enough that for a second it drowned out the AC. I swallowed, leaning closer. Even zoomed out, there was no reason for four stones to be sitting neatly stacked in the middle of an asphalt and gravel lot between two employee cars. Nobody just stops, gets out, and does that at 2 a.m. in a fenced yard. Not unless they want to get written up for loitering or trespassing. I told myself someone must have done it earlier in the evening, before dark. Some bored temp. Someone killing time on a smoke break, stacking gravel in a moment of idle attention. The camera feed at night had just finally picked it up in the right light, but I knew there hadn't been anything there at 2:06. And at 2:07, the world blinked, and there it was. I exhaled slowly through my nose, trying to bring my heart rate back down. My skin felt too tight. Glitch, I said out loud, because sometimes if you put a name on something fast enough, it behaves. Glitch. Digital noise. Compression artifact. The more technical the term, the less it feels like a hand reaching out of a memory box and tapping on the glass. I was about to zoom back out when something else caught my eye. Around the base of the stacked shapes, the gravel was darker. At first, I thought it was just shadow. Cars on either side, light from the pole making little geometry tricks. But the darkness wasn't a single pooled shape. It was a ring of separate oval patches, each one a slightly different shade of gray, each one just a little darker than the ground around it, spaced out, pointing inward, like petals around a flower, or like I forced my fingers, which suddenly seemed too big and clumsy, to tap the zoom key again. The pixels got uglier. The image broke down further. The stones blurred, losing definition. The car tires became mushy gray circles, but the darker ovals remained. A rough circle of them, just at the edge of the stack, each oval slightly elongated, paired in a way my brain couldn't help but interpret. Ball and heel, arch and toes. Footprints. Bare ones, if I had to guess, because no tread pattern showed even at maximum zoom. Just darker patches where something heavier than dust had pressed down. I stared at them, the booth suddenly feeling very small around me. I knew it could be nothing. At this resolution, at this zoom, you could see Jesus in a coffee stain if you tried hard enough. Random clusters of pixels create shapes. Patterns appear out of static. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to it. I knew that. But I also knew what a ring of footprints looked like, even in my mind, even after years of shoving that image back into its box. 4 stacked shapes in the middle, dark ovals around them, a ring, a triangle, a pattern. The timestamp in the corner kept ticking. 02 10 47, 02 10 48, 02 10 49. I realized distantly that my hands had started to sweat. The skin of my palms was slick against the plastic of the mouse. My thumb left a faint damp smear when I shifted it. Without meaning to, I listened for something beyond the booth noise. The AC hummed. The snack machine gave a lazy clunk as some internal cycle kicked in. Far away, a forklift beeped as it backed up in one of the loading bays. No whispers, no clicks, no tongue against teeth. On the monitor, the grayscale stones sat perfectly still. I stabbed the zoom out key hard enough to jam it, forcing the feed back to its normal size. The lot snapped back into a more familiar shape. Cars, asphalt, fence. The stack was now just a dark, blurry smudge again. Easy to ignore if you weren't looking for it. Noise, I said again, softer this time. Just noise. I flicked the view back to the full grid, bringing all 16 cameras up at once. Tiny rectangles, dock doors, empty hallway, break room with the fridge humming in the corner, the north fence line, the patch of scrub desert where nothing ever happened. Camera 7 was just one square among many now, its weird little smudge reduced to a pixel cluster. I took a sip of my coffee. It had gone cold. My teeth tapped the paper cup. I could have logged it. I probably should have. I could have written 02.07, camera 7 glitch, brief static, possible artifact on screen. I could have flagged it for maintenance, told them to check the wiring, the DVR, the lens. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. The cursor blinked in the incident log field. Instead, I closed the log without typing. If I put it in writing, it would be real. Someone would ask follow-up questions. I'd have to explain why I thought a few pixels were worth mentioning. I'd have to say the words "stack of rocks" out loud in a security office in the middle of the desert and listen to them bounce around fluorescent walls. I told myself there was nothing to report. The camera glitched. I'd seen it happen before. The brain sees patterns in random noise. I'd been watching too many horror videos and not sleeping enough. My past was bleeding into my present through a tiny crack in the box, that's all. I even almost believed it. What I couldn't shake, no matter how hard I tried, was the timestamp. The stones in Colorado had never come with a clock. There was no digital record of when they appeared, no footage to rewind. All I had was the feeling of a night that started with stars and ended with daylight and nothing in between. Here, in Phoenix, I had numbers. The static hit at 02.07 a.m. One frame, one blink, and in that gap, something set 4 shapes down on the ground where there hadn't been anything before. I wiped my palm discreetly on my jeans and forced myself to look away from camera 7, cycling through the other feeds like a man changing the subject too loudly. Broken pallet near Bay 4. Coyote slipping along the fence on camera 15. Nothing urgent, nothing wrong. But every time my eyes drifted back to that tiny square showing the lot, my chest tightened a little more. Inside my head, somewhere up on that high mental shelf, I felt the Colorado box shift. Not open, not yet, but the lid creaked. Just enough for something to press its fingers against the gap, testing it. And for the first time since I took the security job, I realized something quietly, horribly simple. You can point cameras at every corner of a building. You can fence a property, log every truck, badge every employee. You can sit in a glass box and tell yourself that seeing everything means you're safe. But cameras don't keep things out. They only show you what's already inside, The thing about staring at cameras all night is that your brain starts looking for patterns, whether you want it to or not. It's how we're wired. You watch enough hours of nothing, you'll start finding somethings in the gaps. For a while after the first stack, nothing happened. Or at least, nothing I noticed. I'd pull up camera 7 sometimes and scan the lot, half expecting the stones to pop back into existence like they had at 207. They didn't. The employee cars came and went. A few shopping carts from God knows where appeared and disappeared near the fence over the course of a week. A stray dog nosed around one night, sniffing at the bumpers before trotting off. Normal weirdness, human weirdness, coyote weirdness. The stones stayed in my memory and on the footage from that one night. Nowhere else. I almost convinced myself I'd let my mind run too far with it, that I'd zoomed in too much, stared too hard, seen footprints in what was just compression garbage. It was comforting to think I could blame it on resolution and boredom. Then the shadows started. It was nothing big at first. A shape here or there on different cameras, always in the edge of the frame, always low to the ground. A dark patch near the rear bumper of a car, gone when I rewound. A smudge along the fence line on camera 12 that slid out of view between one frame and the next. I told myself it was the kind of movement the motion detection software flags all the time. A bit of windblown trash, the quick blur of a cat, a reflection from passing headlights off-site. But the more I watched, the more I noticed they all seemed to show up around the same time. One night, just to prove to myself that I was being paranoid, I started writing the timestamps down. I had an old spiral notebook in the bottom drawer of the desk, the kind the last guard had used to doodle in when the computers went down. The first page I wrote on was partly filled with crude stick figures of forklifts fighting. I flipped past those and put the date and camera anomalies at the top in my own handwriting. The first entry I wrote was shadow under blue Civic, camera 7, low to ground, gone in 1-2 frames, 0206 58. 2 nights later, on camera 11, the south fence line, I saw something darker than the night itself move along the base of the chain link. It was small, no taller than my knee would be, gliding just slow enough that I almost thought it was a glitch. It vanished when it hit a blind spot between poles. I rolled the footage back and watched again. Same thing. One moment there, the next moment gone. No clear origin point. I wrote it down. Dark mass by fence line, camera 11, 0208 11. Then there was the tiny stack of something on the edge of the access road. That one showed up on camera 5, which covers the service lane running along the side of the building. At first, I thought it was a chunk of broken pallet that had fallen off someone's load. Just a little pile of debris near the curb, where the asphalt met the concrete. But when I zoomed in, I saw 3 or 4 small vertical shapes sitting on top of one larger base, all casting tiny shadows in the security light. It could have been anything. Rocks, trash, a weird piece of broken wood. It was gone by morning when the day shift arrived. One of the forklift guys mentioned offhand that he'd kicked some construction crap out of the way with his boot when he almost tripped over it coming in. Still, I wrote it down. Small stacked shapes by curb, camera 5, appears 02.05, 0207, gone by 02.30. The page slowly filled. Not every night, not even most nights, but just often enough that the gaps between entries made me more uneasy than I would have been if something had happened every shift. Shadow under the bumper on camera 2, 0209, 03. Blip of static on camera 13, then a darker patch near bay 4. 02.0627. Motion alert on camera 16. Nothing visible, but a slightly darker blotch near the far fence. 02:10:41. When I flipped back through the first 3 pages of my notes, the numbers jumped out at me. Most of them fell between 2:05 and 2:15 a.m. That 10-minute slice might not mean anything in a normal life. At home, 2:07 is just a bad dream time, or a bathroom break time, or a never even noticed time. But to me, sitting in the booth, with my pen hovering over paper, it felt like a familiar crack in the wall. I thought of our tents in Colorado, of unzipping the flap to pale morning light, looking at the time, and realizing we'd slept until after 8. Of the deep, unnatural blank in my memory between lying there, listening to the fire die, and waking with my limbs heavy as concrete. We'd gone to bed around 10 that night, give or take. Maybe later, depending on how long the fire lasted. We woke up a little after 8. 8+ hours of nothing. Enough time for all kinds of things to happen in the dark. 2:07 a.m. sat in that black space like a pin pricking through cloth. I stared at my notes until the numbers blurred. 2:06, 2:07, 2:10, 2:13. I'm doing this to myself, I muttered. Confirmation bias. You watch a clock long enough, you're going to think it's haunted. The AC hummed in response. Somewhere in the warehouse, a forklift squealed as it turned too sharply. The familiar noises snapped everything back into place. I closed the notebook, shoved it back in the drawer, and told myself I'd stop writing the times down, stop feeding the pattern, stop scratching at the lid of the box. I lasted 2 nights. On the third, a different sense got involved. The one I'd been trying hardest not to trust. It doesn't rain much in Phoenix, but when it does, it's impossible to ignore. The first drops hit the booth roof, like someone flicking pebbles at the metal. Tap, tap, tap. Then more. Then more. Within minutes, it was a full, steady drumming, the sound vibrating through the thin ceiling and into my teeth. The air outside cooled fast enough that the glass fogged a little at the edges. I always like those nights. The yard feels smaller when it's raining, like the darkness presses in closer, but softer. The floodlights pick out the glossy sheen on the asphalt. The smell of wet dust seeps through the imperfect seals around the door. The cameras, on the other hand, hate it. The feeds filled with static speckles as the rain bounced off the lenses and shone in the light. Reflections flared and died. Small rivulets streaked the image in narrow, bright lines. The DVR's compression artifacts multiplied, trying to interpret water as something meaningful. I turned the volume down on my YouTube video. Some faceless narrator reading stories about things seen from gas station windows, and instead slipped my headphones on, plugging them into the jack on the board that let me monitor camera audio. Not all of the cameras have mics, but a few do, mostly near the gates and dock doors. Officially, it's for incident verification. Unofficially, it's for catching drivers cursing at each other and supervisors muttering under their breath. Tonight, I told myself I just wanted to hear the rain. I switched the audio to camera 1, the main gate. A wash of white noise filled my ears, undercut by the steady ping of raindrops on metal and concrete. Somewhere in the distance, a truck engine idled, a low, throbbing hum. I watched the grid, eyes flicking from frame to frame, half listening, half zoning. When the clock in the corner of the screen ticked over to 02:06:40, my hand moved almost on its own. I switched the audio input from camera 1 to camera 7. The employee lot appeared on the main monitor when I clicked it square, the view widening. The rain here was lighter, more of a mist than a downpour. But the effect on the video was the same. Tiny flashes where droplets caught the light, a grainy shimmer over everything. In my headphones, the sound changed. The pitch of the rain was slightly different on that side of the building. No truck engine here, just the hiss of water on gravel and asphalt, the occasional ping off a hood or roof. I scrubbed backward in the timeline a little, out of habit. Just a minute. Just enough to see if anything had appeared without me noticing. At 02:05:30, the lot was empty. I hit play. Nothing. Cars sat in their lines, dark and slick. The fences loomed. The light poles glowed. No weird shadows. No stacks. No movement. But buried deep in the hiss of the rain, underneath the familiar white noise roar, I started to hear something else. At first, I thought it was just the audio artifact you get when compressed digital sound tries to make sense of too many tiny random inputs. A faint, irregular clicking in the static. The kind of thing you can listen to for hours before your brain decides its voices. I leaned back, letting my eyes unfocus, focusing on the sound. Click. A tiny dry tap somewhere in the wash. Then, after a pause that felt exactly chosen and not random. Click. Click. 3 of them now. All about the same volume. All with a little space between. My shoulders tightened. I paused the playback, scrubbed back 10 seconds, and played it again. Rain hissed. The building's electrical systems hummed faintly along for the ride. Then, click, click, click. The same 3 taps in the same spots. It could have been anything. A drop hitting the camera housing just right 3 times in a row. A static pop. Something mechanical somewhere in the line. I switched the headphones off my ears for a second, letting one cup rest on my shoulder while I listened to the outside world with my free ear. In the booth, the rain was much duller, muffled by the roof. The AC grumbled. The snack machine thunked. The world inside sounded normal. Back in the headphones, the lot hissed and clicked. I went back again, played it for a 3rd time. Click, click, click. There was something oddly moist about the sound. Not wet like the rain. More like 2 small, smooth stones tapped gently together in someone's palm. Or the soft, wet click of a tongue against the roof of a mouth. Once you hear something that way, you can't hear it any other way. My palms went slick on the armrests of my chair. I glanced at the clock. 2:07:02. Of course, I scrubbed forward in tiny increments, watching the lot. No static bursts like last time. No stones popping into existence in one frame. The rain fell. The cars didn't move. The fence stayed where it was supposed to be. But the clicks kept coming, here and there, every few seconds. Irregular, but somehow rhythmical. I changed the playback speed to half, then to quarter. Slower. The sound became more distinct. Each tap was separated by a longer gap of hiss, each one like a quiet punctuation mark in a sentence I couldn't read. Click, click, click. It didn't sound random. I've heard random noise. I've slept next to refrigerators that sounded more organic than this. Count, I whispered, before I even realized I was saying it out loud. You're counting. The realization, if that's what it was, made my skin go cold under the warm booth air. I heard something behind the hiss then. Not words, not exactly. More like the suggestion of breathing, the vaguest impression of a throat moving around the clicks. I stopped the playback, heart pounding. The motion detection alert icon lit up in the corner for camera 9. I flicked to it automatically, adrenaline already primed. Camera 9 covers the far end of the employee lot, where a single light pole stands over the last few spaces in a patch of scrubby landscaping. One sad palm tree and a cluster of drought-resistant bushes. There's a motion sensor attached to that light. If a person walks underneath, it brightens. If they leave, it dims. On the feed, the light was pulsing. Up, down, bright white, then back to its normal dull glow, then white again. The camera's field of view showed the full circle of illumination, the pavement beneath, the spaces around it. No people, no cars pulling in or out, no raccoons or cats, no wind strong enough to jiggle the bushes in a way the sensor might misinterpret. Just the light brightening and dimming as if something unseen were pacing in and out of its invisible cone, repeatedly tripping the detector. Ping, ping, ping. The timing wasn't regular enough to be an electrical malfunction. It was just irregular enough to feel like someone was doing it on purpose. I looked out the booth window, craning my neck to see that corner of the lot in real life. From here, all I could see was a slice of it. The edge of the landscaping, the concrete curb, the hint of the pole. The light seemed steady. Any pulsing was too subtle to pick up through the glass and rain. Back on camera 9, the world flickered. I toggled through the other angles. Camera 7, camera 2, camera 11. Same parking lot, different perspectives. Nothing visible moving. No shadows that fit. The clicks in my headphones felt closer now, even though I'd switched the audio feed back to camera 1 to see if it followed. They didn't. Camera 1 just offered the regular wash of rain and an occasional truck engine. I pulled the headphones off altogether, dropping them onto the desk. The booth suddenly felt too warm and too small and too bright all at once. I took a deep breath, then another, counting them in my head, trying to overwrite the little triple tap pattern that had lodged itself in my skull. 4 breaths in, hold, 4 out, hold. It helped a little, long enough for the lights in the break room to go weird. We have 2 break rooms on site, one inside the building for the warehouse staff, a big, echoing space with vending machines, long tables, and a TV mounted in the corner, perpetually tuned to whatever sports channel the day shift likes. And one smaller one tucked in a side hallway near the front office, more for supervisors and office employees. That one is closer to the booth and usually empty at night. There's a microwave in the small break room, an old one, the kind with a dial instead of buttons. The plastic yellowed slightly from years of coffee reheats and instant noodles. There's also a single flat-screen monitor mounted in the corner, tilted down toward the lone table. Someone wired it years ago to show camera 7's feed and never bothered to change it. I've heard a rumor that it was at the request of an HR manager who wanted to keep an eye on employees leaving early, but she got fired long before I started. Now, it's just part of the scenery. A live painting of parked cars. On nights when my stomach starts chewing holes in itself and I'm tired of the taste of vending machine chips, I'll take a pack of ramen from my backpack and make the pilgrimage. This particular night, the rain made me crave something hot. The booth felt cramped with all the sound in my head. The idea of stepping into another box with a different fluorescent hum seemed like a good reset. The hallway to the break room was dim, lit by old tube fixtures that flickered at the edges. The carpet was thin and industrial, the kind that never really wears out. It just flattens and collects the dust of 100 spilled coffees. The break room lights came on with a flicker and a buzz when I hit the switch. Different from the booth's LEDs. Warmer, but somehow harsher, like hospital lighting. The room smelled faintly of old microwaved lunches, burned popcorn, and the ghost of someone's fish from 3 days ago. The vending machine against the far wall hummed loudly, its compressor cycling. The soda machine next to it rattled in sympathy, the cans inside clinking faintly when it shifted. The monitor up in the corner showed Camera 7's view of the lot. Wet pavement, parked cars, and nothing else. A faint overlay of rain noise shimmered over it. I dropped a brick of ramen into a plastic bowl, filled it with water from the sink, and slid it into the microwave. The dial clicked as I turned it to 3 minutes. The machine whirred to life, the turntable squeaking a little every rotation. The smell of dehydrated seasoning started to seep out almost immediately. It was a stupidly ordinary moment. Fluorescent light, ramen, a lone guy in a room built to hold more people than would ever be here at 2 in the morning. I leaned back against the counter, watching the digits on the microwave countdown. 2:58, 2:57, 2:56. A soft static crackle drifted from the monitor's speaker. I glanced up. The lot looked the same. The cars were in the same places. Rain silvered the asphalt. A small puddle had formed near the curb, reflecting a warped version of the nearest tire. The second ticked by. 2:25 on the microwave. 2:24. The AC in the ceiling coughed and then kicked harder, pushing a breath of cold air that made the hairs on my arms lift. The microwave's light flickered as the compressor draw changed. For a split second, the whole room dimmed, like someone had put a dark film over reality. The monitor went to static. It wasn't just a glitch. The image didn't freeze and stutter. It vanished in a fuzz of gray and black, bright snow filling the screen. The sound, the faint hiss of the lot feed, spiked in my ears, a sudden roar of white noise. The microwave's hum stuttered in the same moment, the light inside it flickering off and on. Then, as quickly as it began, everything snapped back. The fluorescent tubes brightened to full. The microwave whirred at a steady pitch again, its display ticking down from 153 like nothing had happened. On the monitor, Camera 7's view returned. Except there was something new in it. My car. Dead center of the frame, highlighted by the way the lot lights reflected off its roof. I recognized the outline immediately. The small dent in the bumper, the faded sticker in the rear window. And right beside the driver's side front tire, on the wet gravel, sat a small stack of stones. 4 pieces, dark on light. The bottom one bigger, the second smaller, the third smaller still. The top one barely more than a lump. They cast a tiny shadow, distorted by the angle of the light. Rain shimmered on them like they'd been sitting there long enough to get wet. I stared up at the screen, my heartbeat forcing its way into my throat. The camera, as far as I knew, had no way of knowing which car was mine. It just saw plates and shapes. But there it was, clear as anything, with a small, deliberate echo of something I'd spent years trying not to think about sitting right next to it. I left the ramen where it was. The microwave beeped once as I pushed past it and out into the hallway. The door slammed shut behind me harder than I meant it to, making the overhead lights flicker again. My footsteps sounded too loud on the industrial carpet as I half jogged back toward the booth. The night air, when I stepped out of the building, was cooler than inside, the rain now just a mist. I walked quickly across the short stretch to the booth, swiped my badge on autopilot, and went straight to the glass. From this angle, I could see my car clearly in the employee lot. It sat where it had been sitting for the past 4 hours, a dull, dark shape under the lights. Water beaded on the hood. The puddle near the curb shone faintly. No stones, just empty gravel next to the tire. I squinted, pressed my forehead almost to the glass, trying to catch any shape at all, any darker patch. There was nothing that shouldn't be there. Behind me, the monitors hummed. I turned, heart still pounding, and yanked camera 7 up on the main screen. There it was again. My car. Same angle, same wet asphalt, same lights, and the stack. 4 dark shapes hugging the tire like a little shrine only the camera could see. For a long second, my mind tried to split into 2 separate realities. One where the rocks existed, stacked and solid, and I was an idiot for not being able to see them with my own eyes. Another where the lot was exactly as empty as it looked, and the monitor was lying. I'd always thought of cameras as closer to truth than human perception. They don't blink. They don't get bored. They don't fill in gaps with imagination. But here I was, staring at proof that whatever was getting involved in my nights had found a way to wedge itself in between what the lens saw and what the world showed. I watched the feed long enough to see raindrops hit the phantom stones. The image showed small, bright flecks bouncing off their surfaces. The stack did not shift, did not melt, did not crumble. I didn't bother zooming in. I already knew what I'd see. Pixels breaking apart, edges smearing, and under it all, the same simple pattern. 4. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen between glass and screen. Eventually, the microwave in the break room beeped again, faint through the wall, a cheery reminder that my noodles had gone from edible to soggy. The normalcy of that tiny sound was almost obscene. I forced myself to sit back down at the desk, forced my hands to move, to press keys, to bring the camera grid back and shove camera 7 into a smaller box, as if shrinking it on screen could shrink its importance. The stack stayed there for the rest of my shift, visible on the monitor despite never once materializing in the real world outside the glass. It wasn't gone at 3, or 4, or 5. Only once the sky outside the yard started to pale and the first tired day shift cars rolled in did it finally blink out. No static this time. No obvious glitch frame. 1 second it was there. The next, the patch of gravel by my tire was bare on the feed again, indistinguishable from the rest. I didn't write that one down in the notebook. I didn't have to. It wrote itself somewhere in my nervous system. I told myself I'd feel better once I got off work. That the weirdness was localized, bound to the cameras, to the booth, to the warehouse. That my apartment, with its peeling paint and too thin walls and perpetually humming AC unit, would feel like a safe, solid place in comparison. Morning in Phoenix has its own kind of harshness. The sun comes up like someone flipping a switch from night straight to day. By the time I clocked out and walked across the lot, the rain had evaporated into a thin haze, leaving the asphalt smelling like hot, wet dust. My car looked exactly like it had on the monitor, minus the rocks. Watermarks streaked the sides. The puddle by the curb had shrunk to a dark, irregular stain. I did a slow lap around the vehicle, checking the gravel on all sides. Nothing stacked, nothing out of place, no footprints, just cigarette butts, a few bottle caps, and the normal scatter of tiny stones. I got in, shut the door a little too hard, and sat for a second with my hands on the wheel, letting the air from the vents wash over my face. The drive back to my apartment complex felt longer than usual, even though the highway traffic was light. Every time I glanced at another car's tires, half of me expected to see a little pile of stones tucked up against the rubber. I didn't, of course. My complex is one of those aging stucco buildings that all look vaguely the same. 2 stories, exterior walkways, a courtyard in the middle with a pool that's more leaves than water most of the year. The parking lot is lit by a handful of tired yellow lamps that flicker more than they should. I pulled into my usual spot, the one near the far corner, where fewer people slam their doors and set off car alarms. The engine ticked as it cooled. The building's AC unit on the roof grumbled steadily, a familiar, comforting, ugly sound. My eyes were gritty. My body hurt in the way it always does after a night of sitting too long. I thought about a shower, a frozen burrito, 6 hours of sleep. I opened the door and stepped out into the thin morning shade. My foot landed an inch away from 4 small stones. They were right up against the sidewall of my front tire, nestled in the fine cracks in the old asphalt. Not as neat as the ones in Colorado, not as sharp as the ones on the monitor, but they were there. One larger, irregular rock on the bottom, something chipped and flatter on top of that, then another, smaller one, then a final little pebble perched off center, like it was deciding whether or not it wanted to fall. I stared down at them, my breath caught halfway in my chest. They were normal rocks, city rocks, bits of broken concrete, a chunk of gravel, something that might once have been part of a brick. They weren't special. Nobody had picked them for their aesthetic value. But someone had picked them and placed them and left them where my foot would almost hit them when I stepped out. My first instinct was to look around. The lot was mostly empty. A few cars that hadn't moved in days. A woman in scrubs walking toward the far staircase, headphones in, eyes on her phone. No one looking at me. No one ducking behind a pillar. No one with a camera giggling at a prank. The yellow light from the nearest lamp buzzed faintly, throwing a sick, warm glow over the scene. I forced myself to breathe. In, out. This was an escalation, my brain whispered helpfully. Whatever had been content to play in the cameras and in the rain had just walked its fingers into my actual physical space. I could have kicked the rocks away. That's what a normal person might have done. Laugh it off, scatter them with a boot while muttering something about bored kids. Take away the pattern, break the little totem. Instead, I did something stupid. I closed my eyes, just for a second, just long enough to prove to myself that the world wouldn't vanish if I stopped looking at it. Behind my eyelids, the booth and the break room and the forest clearing all swam together in a blur of fluorescent light and moonlight, gravel and pine needles, monitors and nylon walls. The AC unit for the building droned overhead, a deep, constant hum. Under it, threading through the vibration of metal and the distant whoosh of traffic from the street, I heard a softer noise. 1. A whisper, not in my ear, but inside the sound. 2. The words were barely there, more air than voice, more suggestion than speech, but the rhythm was unmistakable. 3. Something dry clicked faintly, like a tooth against another tooth, or a tiny stone shifting against its neighbor. 4. My eyes snapped open. The rocks sat exactly where they'd been, innocent and small and terrible. I stepped over them carefully, heart hammering, and walked toward my apartment door without looking back. If I pretended hard enough that I hadn't heard anything at all, maybe the box on the shelf in my head would stay closed one more day. Behind me, in the quiet of the empty lot, the AC hummed and the yellow light buzzed. And somewhere buried in the noise between them, something kept counting. If you watch enough horror videos at 3 in the morning, eventually the stories stop feeling like entertainment and start feeling like mirrors. I used to think that was just a figure of speech. Now I'm not so sure. I didn't sleep much after the rocks showed up by my tire. I told myself I was just on a weird schedule, that my body was too used to being awake at night. I told myself the whisper I'd heard in the parking lot, those 4 barely there numbers riding the AC hum, had been nothing but my brain finally cracking under bad coffee and overtime. And maybe all of that was true. But when I lay down in my too-warm apartment, blinds drawn, the AC unit in the wall rattling and puffing, my mind didn't slow down. It sped up. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the booth monitors, the break room screen, my own car in the lot, little stacks of stones popping into existence, frame by frame. After an hour of flipping my pillow over and punching it flat, I gave up. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and let the familiar blue-white light hit my face like a mild drug. Notifications, emails, a couple of unread texts in the Night Rats chat I still hadn't opened. I cleared them without really reading. YouTube opened almost on its own. My recommendations were exactly what you'd expect. Cooking videos, game streams, documentaries, and an increasingly dense cluster of horror channels. You know the kind. Black and red thumbnails with titles like 3 Disturbing True Highway Horror Stories, or 4 Terrifying Encounters You Should Never Read at Night. A still image of a dark road, or a tent in the woods, or a shaky night vision frame with something just out of focus. I scrolled without thinking, letting the titles wash over me. At some point over the last few years, listening to these had turned into a ritual. An ironically comforting one. I'd put on an hour-long video of some anonymous narrator reading true stories and use them as a kind of white noise. It was easier to fall asleep to someone else's nightmare than to the open-ended, unscripted one in my own head. Tonight, one thumbnail stopped my thumb dead. 3 Disturbing Camping Stories You Should Never Forget. The image was nothing special. Stock photo of a bright orange tent under too many stars. But the word camping lit something in my chest, like a nerve getting touched directly. I should have scrolled past. I knew better. But knowing better has never really stopped me from doing anything. I tapped it. The screen went black for a second, then faded in on the same tent picture, darkened and overlaid with grainy film. Piano notes played slowly in the background. A male voice came in over it, low and smooth. The same kind of practiced, calm narration I'd heard 100 times. Tonight's stories, he said, come from people who thought they were just going to have a peaceful trip into the woods. I shifted on the mattress, trying to get comfortable. The AC unit groaned to life in the wall, blowing lukewarm air. The light from my phone drew a pale rectangle on the ceiling. The first story started. A college kid, spring break, Colorado, car camping with friends. I listened, half distracted at first. The narrator's voice rolled over details like a tire over gravel. Forest Service Road, free campsite app, dispersed camping near Buena Vista, a dry creek bed, no one else around. One night, one morning, something wrong. I frowned and set the phone down on my chest, staring at the progress bar. I know how many camping stories start the exact same way. Remote road, no cell service, perfect vibes. It's formula. That's part of the comfort. You recognize the pattern. You ride it to the twist. But the more this guy talked, the less formula it felt. He described waking up after a night of unusually deep sleep and unzipping his tent to find all 4 tents moved, placed in a perfect square around a pile of stones that hadn't been there when they'd gone to bed. 4 tents, 4 people, 4 stones. He went into detail about the drag marks. 2 grooves in the dirt from where the tents had been pulled, stopping a few feet before the final positions, like the last part had been done by hand. He talked about the stakes still being in place, the gear untouched, the zippers closed from the inside. I stopped breathing for a second. The voice on my phone kept talking, calm and measured. The storyteller, whoever he really was, said they'd found bare footprints around the campsite. Different sizes, some small, some big, circling the tents like a loose ring. I sat up slowly, the mattress springs creaking. There are only so many ways you can describe fear in the woods. Clichés pile up. My blood ran cold. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I'd used those phrases myself, telling the Colorado story to Nate and Erica before we stopped talking about it. But sitting there in my dim bedroom, listening to some anonymous college kid from some unknown year describe waking up to moved tents, drag marks, and a ring of bare footprints, I didn't need cliches. I just felt like I was back in that clearing, staring at the ground. The narrator kept going. In this version, the storyteller and his friends had found a stone stack in the center and accidentally knocked it over. When they did, they heard a low rumbling sound, like rocks grinding or some far-off door opening. Spooked, they'd packed up and left in a rush. Years later, they still hadn't talked about it. No counting, no clicks, no cameras, obviously. But the bones of it were close enough to mine that I felt seen, exposed a little. I told myself it was coincidence. You go looking for camping stories on the internet, you're going to bump into a few that sound like your own. People recycle each other's details all the time to make things scarier. Besides, the timeline in this video was vague. A few years ago, back in college. Could have been any spring break, any dry creek bed. Still, my heart didn't get the memo. It thudded dully against my ribs, too deep in my chest. I almost turned it off. Instead, I let the next story roll. A couple in a national forest. A half-empty campground at the end of a rough road. A man camping alone in a blue sedan. Introductions by the fire. A lingering stare. A bad feeling. Voices at night somewhere near the tent. A note left on the windshield the next day. You should move your tent. The name Aiden hit me weirdly hard. I didn't know anyone named Aiden. I'd never camped with anyone named Aiden, but the combination of note on windshield, move your tent, and a strange man with too much interest in other people's campsite choices made my hands curl under the blanket. The story escalated fast, slashed tires, 3 figures watching from the tree line as the couple drove away, an implied, unresolved fate for the guy in the blue sedan. No resolution, just the feeling of having brushed up against something and left a stranger in its path. Am I hearing it that way because of where my head is, I thought, or is something leaning on the scale? By the time the third story started, I already had that feeling you get when you're standing in the grocery store and hear your name spoken behind you by someone who shouldn't know it. This one was about a divorced IT guy in his late 20s who went deep into the backcountry to find himself. Montana this time. So far off the grid, he'd had to use old forum posts for directions. Alone, on an overgrown trail, he'd found an old tent with a bad smell and a notebook full of tally marks. The channel narrator described page after page of tallies in groups of 7, hundreds of them. Then a tree near the campsite with new cuts in the bark. More tallies, fresh ones, 7 groups of 7, the guy in the story had said, and a squirrel hanging by a fishing line from a branch, positioned like a message. By then, I was no longer reassuring myself with coincidence. Tallies, stones, footprints, counting. People going into remote places and waking up to evidence they'd been watched, rearranged, marked. I felt like I was sitting in the back row of a theater, watching different scenes from the same movie play out on different screens. The video ended with the narrator's usual sign-off, something about sending in your own stories if you've had experiences you can't explain, like it always does. Only this time, those words didn't feel like a script. They felt personal. The autoplay cue spun up another video, but I paused it before the pre-roll ad even started. My room was too quiet suddenly. The only sounds were the rattle of the AC, the distant thump of someone else's footsteps in the hall, and my own breathing. For a long minute, I just stared at the paused screen. The thumbnail for the next video was some generic creepy forest shot. The description was a string of tags. True horror, camping stories, allegedly true. I backed out to the video I'd just watched and scrolled down. The description box was the same generic text this channel used every time. These stories were submitted by viewers. If you have a story you'd like to share, email me at, followed by an address I'd seen 100 times. Tonight, that email address felt heavier than usual. I thumbed down farther, into the comments. There were thousands. Story 2 messed me up, man. Poor Aiden. The tally marks one gave me chills. Who does that in the middle of nowhere? I swear I heard whispering in my room during story 1. Anyone else? Then the usual mix of jokes, timestamps, debates about whether the stories were fake or not. I skimmed, looking for anything concrete, dates, locations, anything from the original storytellers. Somewhere halfway down, I found a comment that claimed, "I know the guy from story 3. This is real." No details, no proof, just assertion and likes. I clicked open the video description again and checked the upload date. 7 months ago. If I did the math against my own life, when I'd started noticing things on the cameras, when the first stack appeared in the employee lot, it didn't line up in any way that helped. The video could have been based on stories years old. My own camping trip had been in my mid-20s, almost a decade back. It didn't matter. Seeing the stories pinned to a timeline, even a vague internet one, made them feel more solid. A wave of weird, conflicting emotion washed over me. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as curated fiction. A guy collecting emails, punching up the details, hiring a good voice to sell them. Creative writing with a better distribution system. If that was true, then what I'd just heard meant nothing about my own life. The stones and footprints and tallies were just tropes. Another part of me recognized the tone in those stories. The way the narrators had described small physical details. The way they'd fixated on sounds other people might not notice. The way they'd left their endings open and cold. It sounded too much like how I'd remember things, like how I'd tell them. My Colorado story lived in my head like that. Heavy on texture, light on explanation. I'd never written it down, never sent it to anyone, The only people who'd heard it were Nate and Erica, and only right after it happened, before the silence set in. But apparently, somewhere out there, other people had sat in tents, in cars, and clearings and felt the same thing. The sensation of being in someone else's pattern. I dug my notebook out of the drawer of my nightstand. Not the security logbook. I left that at work. This was my personal one. Same cheap spiral binding, different ghosts. I flipped through until I found the pages where I'd started scribbling down camera timestamps. 2:06, 2:07, 2:10. Little notes about shadows under bumpers and small stacks that vanished by morning. A sketch of 4 dots around a crude triangle. I thought about the guy in story 3, holding a notebook full of tally marks in an old, moldy tent. About him finding the carved marks on the tree and realizing the count had been started again. My own notes weren't neat enough to be tallies, but there was a count there. Nights, times, glitches being watched. I stared at the dates I'd written next to some of them. There was a cluster in late March, another in early May. Gaps, then flurries. Most of the entries were from the last year. The camping trip had been much longer ago, in the previous life column. Still, the pattern was there. Sometime between 2 and 3 a.m., something appeared briefly. Stones, shadows, clicks in the audio. And then it went away, leaving just enough evidence that if you were the kind of person who kept track of this stuff, you'd start feeling less crazy, or more. I set the notebook down on my lap and picked up my phone again. My thumb hovered over the email address in the video description. If you have a story you'd like to share. It's a weird, vulnerable thing, deciding to tell a stranger about the part of your life you insist is just a prank, but that secretly keeps you honest about your own fear. It's like deciding to report a crime without knowing what the crime is. I told myself I was just curious, that I wanted to see what it felt like, drafting the email, even if I never sent it, that maybe writing it down would bleed some of the poison out, let me sleep. So I opened my email app and started a new message. The address autofilled. I'd never written to it before, but my phone recognized it from somewhere. A cached autofill from years of reading descriptions, probably. Subject line, camping story, security guard story, if you're still reading these. The blank body of the email stared back at me. I started typing. I don't know if you'll read this on your channel, or at all, but I work nights at a distribution center near Phoenix. Before that, I worked graveyard shift stocking shelves at a grocery store in Denver. I'm not writing to scare anyone or to prove anything. I guess I'm writing because I heard some of your stories tonight and realized I'm not sure if I've been trying too hard to explain something away, or not hard enough. Once the first sentence was down, the rest came easier. I wrote about the camping app and the Forest Service road and the dry creek bed. About waking up to 3 tents in a near-perfect triangle around a fire ring, our stakes undisturbed and our gear untouched. About the drag marks in the dirt that stopped just short of where the tents had ended up. I described the bare footprints circling the clearing, different sizes, facing inward. The stacks of 4 stones placed in front of each tent's door. The way I'd heard a single heavy step outside my nylon walls, seen a shadow pass in front of the fabric, and then heard Nate's voice calling from far away. I wrote about the clicks. The 3 small sounds I'd heard when Erica knocked her stack over. The way only I seemed to hear them. Then I shifted to Phoenix. I explained the cameras, The monitors, the late-night pattern of static and motion detection pings. I told them about camera 7, about the glitch at 2:07, about the sudden appearance of the small stacked shapes between the cars. I even mentioned the ring of darker ovals I'd convinced myself were compression noise until I zoomed in too far. I wrote about the rain and the audio hiss and the clicks that weren't quite static, about the motion sensor light that kept brightening and dimming with no one there to trigger it, about the break room monitor and the stones that only existed on screen next to my car. By the time I got to the rocks by my apartment tire, my fingers were shaking a little over the screen. I typed anyway. I know how this sounds. I know you probably get 1,000 emails a week from people who thought they saw something on a baby monitor or heard a whisper in their basement. I don't care if you read this on the channel. I think I just needed to put it somewhere outside my own head, to admit that this isn't just a bad night in the woods anymore. I paused, thumb hovering over the keyboard. It wasn't that I thought sending an email to a horror channel would actually fix anything. It's not therapy. It's not the cops. It's not even confession in any meaningful sense. But it was documentation, a record, a way of saying this happened in front of other witnesses, even if they were anonymous and scattered across the planet. It was a way of admitting to myself that whatever had walked through our campsite that night in Colorado might not have stayed there. I reread what I'd written, tweaking a phrase here and there, cutting out some of the more obvious "I swear I'm not crazy" disclaimers. The email grew longer, scrolling down off the screen. At some point, I set the phone aside, rubbed my eyes, and realized I could hear my building's AC humming through the wall. Somewhere, a neighbor's TV laugh track rose and fell. A car horn honked faintly in the distance. Normal sounds. Everyday sounds. I picked the phone back up and added one last line. If you don't read this, that's okay. I think what scares me more than the stones or the footprints is the idea that I'm not the only one this is happening to, and none of us are talking to each other. It feels like something is counting. I'm just not sure what happens when it's done. I signed it with my first name and hit save as draft, intending to sit on it a while. Then my eyes slid to the clock at the top of the screen. 2:06 a.m. Of course it was. I don't know what pushed me over the edge. Maybe it was the number. Maybe it was the stories I'd just listened to. Maybe it was the rocks by my car that morning. Maybe it was just the simple, exhausted desire not to be the only one holding this particular hot coal. Whatever it was, I opened the draft, took a breath, and moved my thumb toward the blue arrow. Right then, my tablet on the dresser pinged. It was a sound I knew well, the notification tone from the security app the company used. They'd given me remote login privileges a year ago for emergencies, so I could check feeds from home if the system sent out an alert after hours. I'd installed it on my tablet and mostly forgotten it was there. The alert banner slid down over the top edge of my email screen. Motion detected, employee lot 02.007. The hairs on my arms rose in a slow wave. I locked my phone without thinking and swung my legs over the side of the bed, grabbing the tablet. The screen came to life under my thumbprint, the app icon pulsing with a red dot. I opened it. The live feed defaulted to camera 1. The main gate glowed under the lot lights. Empty. The trucks were all parked. No one was pulling in or out. I tapped the menu and switched to camera 7. The employee lot appeared in shaky, compressed night vision. The app feed wasn't as crisp as the booth's monitors, but it was good enough. Cars sat where they always did. There were more of them than at night. Early shift people, maybe, or folks who'd left their vehicles there between rotations. The security lights cast long, fuzzy shadows. The asphalt looked like it was sweating under the heat, even at this hour. Nothing was moving. I tapped the little icon that pulled up the motion alert log. The latest entry was there, time-stamped so-2-07, so-9. The app had saved a short clip. I hit play. The footage started 10 seconds before the trigger, like it always does. The lot was empty of movement. No stray cats, no people cutting through, just cars and heat shimmer. At 0207 on jour 8, the image fuzzed for a single frame. Not static exactly, more like a compression hiccup. A row of horizontal lines, a slight jump in brightness. Then between two parked sedans near the bottom of the frame, a small dark shape appeared. I didn't even need to zoom in. I knew what it was. 4 tiny blocks of shadow, stacked on top of each other, nestled against the white painted line of a parking space. I watched the clip 3 more times, scrubbing back and forth with my fingertip, the tablet warm against my hand. No one walked into frame. No one bent down and placed anything. One frame, the space between the cars was empty. The next, the stones were there, like the video had quietly decided it was always supposed to show them. In my peripheral vision, my phone screen lit up again on the bed where I'd dropped it. The unsent email still sat there, waiting. Subject line, a small bright strip in the dark. I switched back to it on reflex. My thumb hovered over send again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I tapped. The little spinner appeared briefly, sending. As the message left the small orbit of my room and went out into the bigger, stranger world of servers and inboxes and people who make a living telling other people's worst nights out loud. For a weird half-second, as the spinner ticked, I felt lighter. Not better. Not safer. But less alone, in a way that hurt and comforted at the same time. The sent notification had barely blinked when another banner slid down from the top of the screen. New email. Same account. The preview line showed 2 things, the sender's name and the subject. The sender field was just an address. One I didn't recognize. No contact picture. No name. The subject line, though, stopped my heart. You should have moved your tent. For a second, my brain refused to process the words. They just sat there, black on white, innocent as any subject line about a sale or a shipping confirmation. My first thought wasn't rational. It wasn't even fully verbal. It was just a jagged, instinctive spike of awareness that I was no longer ahead of whatever was happening. I was behind it. The horror narrator's voice from earlier that night echoed in my head, talking about a note on a windshield, about a stranger named Aiden, and a couple who left a man behind. Outside my window, the apartment complex AC groaned. A car rolled slowly into the lot below, tires crunching gravel. Somewhere in the pipes, water rattled. The sounds overlapped, blurred, and for a split, queasy moment, I thought I heard something soft under all of it. 1. The email notification sat on my screen, waiting to be opened. 2. I didn't move. 3. Whatever was out there, wherever it was, wasn't just counting in the dark anymore. It knew how to write. My name's Simon. I'm 23. And if you'd asked me a year ago what the scariest thing in my life was, I would have said checking my student loan balance. Back then, the worst parts of my week were predictable. Angry callers on the IT help desk at work, traffic on I-77, and that particular kind of silence that settles over a small apartment when you realize you and the person you love haven't really talked in days. Not about anything that matters. I lived in Charlotte, in a 2-bedroom walk-up off Central Avenue with my girlfriend, Cadence. The building was this aging brick thing from the 70s that always smelled faintly like damp carpet and someone else's cooking. Garlic one day, burnt bacon the next. Our unit was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a narrow hallway with a coin-op laundry room halfway down. The washing machines in there had a very specific rhythm. Clunk, whir, clunk, like they were constantly trying to cough something up and failing. Our actual apartment always smelled like takeout. We had one of those IKEA couches you put together with an Allen wrench and a lot of swearing. A coffee table scarred with little white rings from sweating drink glasses, and a TV that took up way too much of the living room. There were always DoorDash bags on the counter, a couple of half-emptied La Croix cans on the coffee table, and a cluster of shoes by the door that never seemed to get put away. The AC unit was the loudest thing in the place. It lived in the wall beneath the front window and rattled whenever it kicked on, like it was shaking the dust out of its lungs. In the summer, it ran almost constantly, filling the apartment with a dry, mechanical wind that never quite managed to reach the bedroom. This is where I tell you, Cadence is great, because she is, or was, or still is, I guess. We haven't broken up or anything. That's part of what makes this so hard to talk about. The fact that everything between us was, on paper, fine. She worked in marketing for a small firm uptown. Lots of words like branding and engagement and deliverables. She liked her job as much as I liked mine. Enough to not quit, not enough to talk about it at dinner. She had this restless, sharp energy, like her mind was always at least 2 steps ahead of whatever she was doing. She couldn't stand being bored. She hated wasting time. I work IT help desk for a mid-sized company that does solutions for other companies, which basically means my job is listening to people who don't understand their computers yell at me over the phone. My days are tickets, hold music, and have you tried turning it off and back on again, in slightly more polite language. Our relationship had settled into a kind of gently worn groove. We weren't fighting all the time or anything. There were no slammed doors, no cheating scandals, no dramatic ultimatums. It was more like background static, a low-grade irritability that built up around the edges of everything. Our nights looked the same more often than not. I'd get home around 6, sometimes later if traffic was bad, or a ticket took longer than it should have. I'd drop my backpack by the door and call out, "Hey babe," automatically. Sometimes she'd be on the couch already, laptop open, a spreadsheet or slide deck glowing on the screen. Sometimes she'd still be out, and I'd have the place to myself for an hour of scrolling before she walked in. We'd order food because both of us were too tired to cook. Thai on Mondays, tacos, or pizza midweek. Whatever sounded least like effort by Friday. We'd sit on opposite ends of the couch, our legs tangled together without thinking about it. Netflix asking us, "Are you still watching?" Like it didn't already know the answer. We had the same arguments everyone has in their 20s when life feels both too big and too small. "You said you'd do the dishes yesterday." "I will. Work was rough. Can it wait?" You always say that. Or, "Can we have one night where we're not both staring at screens?" "You're literally on your phone right now, Cade." "Yeah, because you're on yours." Nothing explosive, just friction. Little sparks that never grew into real fire because we were both too tired for that too. We'd end up cuddling eventually, or falling asleep with the TV still on, the Netflix screensaver bouncing a logo around the screen like it was trapped. I kept telling myself this was what being an adult was. Routines, stability, predictable frustrations. I thought the fact that we weren't screaming at each other meant we were okay. The thing about routines, though, is that they're like dirt on the bottoms of your shoes. You don't notice how much you've tracked in until you look back and realize the carpet isn't the same color anymore. It was Cadence who brought up the idea of getting out of town. We were in bed on a Wednesday night, both staring at our phones, the pale light making our faces look slightly dead. The AC in the wall coughed and wheezed. The hallway washing machine started another clunk, whir clunk cycle somewhere outside the door. "Do you ever feel," she asked suddenly, "like we're just looping?" I glanced over at her. Her dark hair was splayed on the pillow, and her screen reflected in her eyes. A picture of a beach, I think, someone's Instagram story. "Looping how?" I asked. "Like, same shows, same food, same arguments, same four walls." She lowered her phone. "I wake up, go to work, come home, decompress with you, which is great, don't get me wrong." She squeezed my ankle with her toes, half apologetic. "And then repeat. Then it's Monday again, and I swear, I can't remember what we did on Saturday." I thought about saying something like, "That's just adulthood. Welcome to the club." Instead, I shrugged. "I mean, yeah," I said. "Everyone's stuck in something, right?" She made a face. "See, that's the kind of sentence that makes me want to drive until my gas light comes on and then keep going." She rolled onto her side, propping her head up on her hand, looking at me more directly than she had in days. "What if we went somewhere," she said, "with no service?" I blinked. "Like today?" She laughed. "No, you idiot. This weekend." Her eyes brightened the more she talked, that restless energy focusing on a new target. "Think about it. No notifications, no emails, no YouTube, no doom scrolling. Just us. Trees, a fire, real stars, not the city version. You're describing camping," I said slowly. "Yes," she said, drawing the word out. "That is, in fact, what I am describing." I must have made some kind of face, because she pushed my shoulder with a snort. "Don't look at me like that. You've camped before." "Once," I said, "in Boy Scouts, when I was 12. It rained the whole time, and someone peed in the cooler." She laughed harder. "Okay, well, we're adults now. We cannot pee in the cooler. Low bar, but I think we can clear it." "I don't know," I said, stalling. "Bugs, heat, murderers." "Wow," she said. "Look who's been watching too many horror videos." She wasn't wrong. I'd been falling asleep to true horror YouTube channels for months. The kind where anonymous narrators read emails from people who swore they'd seen something in the woods or on the road. The fact that I'd kept doing it anyway probably said something about me I didn't want to examine too closely. She rolled back onto her back and stared at the ceiling. "I'm serious, Sai," she said. "I feel like my brain is buzzing all the time. I want to know what it feels like to have it go quiet. Just for a weekend. Somewhere with trees, and maybe a lake, and no bars on my phone." I looked at her profile in the blue glow of our screens, at the tiny frown line that had been carving itself deeper between her eyebrows over the past year, and realized she wasn't just being dramatic. She was asking for something we hadn't asked each other for in a long time. Effort. "Okay," I heard myself say. "Let's go somewhere with no service." She turned her head, searching my face to see if I was serious. Really? Yeah, I shrugged. Worst case, we hate it and go home a day early. Best case, you get your quiet brain and I get to see you in flannel. She grinned. That real bright grin I hadn't seen in a while, the one that reached her eyes and crinkled them. Deal, she said. I'm holding you to the flannel part. Finding a place turned out to be easier than I expected. I spent my lunch break the next day hunched over my desk, toggling between remote desktop windows and tabs labeled things like U-Harry National Forest camping reservations and primitive campsites North Carolina. Cadence had grown up in Greensboro and had been to U-Harry a few times as a kid for day hikes. It was only an hour and a half or so from Charlotte, which made it perfect for a weekend. I ended up on this simple, dated web page describing a small campground tucked inside the forest. 6 or 7 sites down a 3-mile Forest Service road off the main highway. No hookups, no bathhouses, just a vault toilet, a hand pump spigot, and a ring of gravel pull-ins spaced out under the trees. The reviews were what sold me. Quiet, spaced out. Primitive, but beautiful. No cell service? Loved it. Only a few sites. Can see other campers, but lots of privacy. Heard coyotes at night. Stars were insane. Will definitely be back. Primitive and no service would have been downsides to me a year before. Now, reading them on my second monitor while some guy in a suit yelled at me over a broken VPN on my first, they sounded like exactly what we needed. I texted Cadence the link. Her reply popped up almost immediately. Yes, this. Book it if we need to. If it's first come, first served, we just leave early. It was first come, first served, but we decided we'd risk it. Worst case, we'd find a nearby state park or a motel. The rest of the week turned into a kind of low-level countdown. Every time a caller kept me on the phone longer than necessary, arguing about password policies, I'd minimize their ticket window and steal a glance at photos of U-Harry, just snapshots from Google Images, tall pines, scrubby underbrush, red dirt trails, and lake shoreline. The kind of humid, green heaviness you only get in the South in late spring. On Thursday night, we made our version of preparations. We didn't own much gear, so the list was mostly borrow and buy cheap. Cadence commandeered the living room floor, spreading out everything we had in a series of organized piles. Okay, she said, hands on hips, surveying the chaos. Tent? Check. Air mattress? Check. Sleeping bags? Check. Cooler? Check. Lantern? Bug spray? First aid kit? Food? Beer? S'mores? Portable speaker? Clothes? Rain jackets? Toothbrushes? You forgot machete, I said, glancing up from where I was half-heartedly Googling camping checklist noobs. We live in a 1-bedroom, off Central Simon, not a horror movie, she said. You have a Swiss Army knife, right? Pretty sure it's in a drawer since 2014, but yeah. Congratulations, she said, tossing a roll of paper towels into the cooler. You are now armed. The tent was one of those mid-range Coleman ones we'd bought on a Black Friday sale 2 years ago and never used. The air mattress had a slow leak we knew about, but chose to ignore. The sleeping bags were mismatched. Hers a bright teal mummy bag, rated for ridiculous temperatures. Mine, a faded red rectangle that had definitely seen better days. We packed all of it into the trunk of my car, playing a kind of Tetris with the cooler and duffel bags until the lid finally shut. Look at us, Cadence said, brushing her hands off. So outdoorsy. Next thing you know, we'll be buying a Subaru and a kayak, I said. Don't threaten me with a good time, she replied. We fell asleep that night, with the AC rattling louder than usual, the washing machines in the hallway thudding through their 1 a.m. cycle, and for the first time in a long time, I felt something like actual anticipation instead of just relief that the day was over. We left Charlotte on Friday a little after 3. Of course, that meant we hit every possible wave of rush hour traffic on our way out of the city. The interstate was a slow crawl of brake lights and lane changes, people cutting each other off like it was a competitive sport. Cadence had her bare feet up on the dashboard, sunglasses on, hair tied back. She flipped through playlists on her phone until she landed on something old and familiar, early 2000s stuff, the soundtrack to high school summers. "You're welcome," she said, turning it up as a song we both knew by heart came on. "Wow," I said, "you're really leaning into the nostalgia angle." "Yes," she said. "I figure if the bugs and dirt don't do it for us, maybe remembering when we were young and hot will." "You're still hot," I said automatically. She smiled over at me. "You're okay too, I guess." We got off the interstate onto smaller highways, traffic thinning as Charlotte's sprawl gave way to smaller towns, gas stations, and stretches of nothing but trees and fields. The late afternoon sun slanted through the windshield, turning everything gold and washing out the road signs until you were almost on top of them. We stopped at a gas station just outside of Albemarle to fill up. It was the kind of place with faded posters for energy drinks and lottery tickets taped to the windows, and a hot case near the register that held what might once have been chicken tenders, now hard enough to use as weapons. Inside, the air smelled like fryer grease and spilled soda. The hum of the coolers was loud enough that you could feel it through the floor tiles. Cadence grabbed a coffee from the self-serve machine, making a face when only powdered creamer was available. I grabbed a Gatorade and a bag of chips because that's what you do when you tell yourself you're stocking up for a trip, even though you already packed too much food. The guy behind the counter was watching a small TV propped on a milk crate, the volume turned up to compete with the fridges. Some local news anchor was talking about weekend weather, storm systems, humidity. "Y'all headed out to the lake?" the clerk asked as we paid, eyes flicking to the cooler visible through the car window outside. "Camping," Cadence said. "You hurry." He made a non-committal noise. "Watch out for the ticks," he said, "and the weekend warriors. They'll run you over on ATVs if you're not careful." "Good to know," I said. Back in the car, as we pulled out of the gravel lot, Cadence looked over at me. "I'm kind of excited," she admitted. "Me too," I said, surprising myself with how true it felt. The road into Uhari turned narrower and more winding as we went, the pavement giving way to patches where tree roots had pushed cracks up through the surface. Green pressed in from all sides, pines and oaks and undergrowth thick with ferns and vines. The humidity ratcheted up as the sun eased down, making the inside of the car feel like a damp towel. The chorus of cicadas started as a background buzz and quickly turned into a full wall of sound, the kind that makes you feel like your skull is vibrating. Every time we cracked a window, the noise seemed to pour in, accompanied by the smell of hot earth and sap. After about an hour and a half total on the road, we reached the turnoff we were looking for, a small brown sign on the right, half hidden by overgrown bushes. Forest Service Road, 553, Campground 3, MI. I slowed and turned onto it. The change was immediate. The smooth, if cracked, pavement of the highway gave way to washboard gravel and red dirt. The car vibrated just enough that my teeth buzzed lightly together with each corrugation in the road. Potholes yawned unexpectedly, some shallow, some deep enough that I had to slow to a crawl to avoid scraping the undercarriage. Trees crowded close on both sides, their branches reaching overhead to knit together into a patchy canopy. Shadows flickered over the windshield in a strobe as we passed under them. "Wow," Cadence said, bracing a hand against the dashboard as we hit a particular rough patch. "It's like the road's trying to shake loose anything we forgot to deal with emotionally." "Good," I said. "Maybe it can rattle out your passive aggression." She smirked and flicked a sunflower seed shell at me. "Shut up and drive, Boy Scout." Dust plumed up behind us, hanging in the air like smoke in the rearview mirror. No other cars appeared in it. No one came up behind us. For long stretches, the only sound was gravel under the tires and the cicada's electric scream vibrating through the trees. When the campground finally came into view, it was almost a surprise. The forest opened up into a broad, roughly circular clearing with a loop of compacted dirt road winding through it. There were maybe 6 marked sites, each one a flattish patch of gravel with a wooden post displaying a number, a fire ring, and a picnic table. The sites were separated by clusters of trees and low brush. Not full privacy, but enough that you wouldn't feel like you were sharing your sleeping bag with the people next door. We drove the loop slowly. The first couple of sites near the entrance were empty. Fire rings cold, picnic tables bare. The third had a camp chair and a hammock strung up between 2 pines, but no car and no people in sight. Then we saw it. Parked in one of the central sites, slightly off the loop road and facing away from us, was a blue sedan. Not bright blue, more of a muted, older paint job, dulled by sun and dust. It sat low on its suspension, like it was weighed down by something in the trunk. The windows were dark, and from this angle, we couldn't see if anyone was inside. There was no tent pitched in that site, no chairs, no cooler, no obvious camping paraphernalia. "Spooky," I said under my breath, half joking. "It's probably just someone who went for a hike," Cadence said. "Or they're in their car napping." We drove past slowly. As we did, I glanced over. Through the front windshield, I could see the steering wheel, the vague outline of a dashboard cluttered with stuff, fast food wrappers, a rolled-up sleeping bag, maybe. No driver, no movement. In the rear window, a single duffel bag was visible, shoved against one side. There were a couple of plastic gallon jugs of water on the floorboard, one half empty. Nothing inherently weird. I told myself that twice. "Keep going," Cadence said, pointing ahead. The sites beyond the blue sedan were more spaced out, the trees denser between them. The loop road narrowed as it curved, the ground sloping slightly down toward what I guessed was a ravine hidden by greenery. The last site on the loop sat at the far end, where the road dead-ended into the trees. It was tucked back just enough that you couldn't see much of the other sites from it. And if someone pulled in behind us, we'd hear them long before they could sneak up. It was also empty. Cadence pressed her hand to the window, looking out. "This one," she said. "Definitely this one. It's perfect." I pulled in, the car crunching over gravel and stopping next to the picnic table. I cut the engine. The sudden silence rang in my ears after the steady drone of the drive. Or not silence exactly. The cicadas were louder here, their chorus rising and falling in waves. Birds called intermittently from the canopy, sharp, metallic chirps. Leaves rustled in a breeze I couldn't feel yet, but knew would hit us the moment we opened the doors. Somewhere way off, water moved. A river or a creek, you couldn't tell. It wasn't quiet, just a different kind of noise. We stepped out together, the humidity wrapping around us like a damp blanket. The air smelled like pine sap, damp earth, and the faint tang of charcoal from old fires. "Okay," Cadence said, hands on her hips, surveying the site like a general inspecting a battlefield. "Tent over there, cooler in the shade, chairs facing the fire ring. You blow up the air mattress." "Yes, ma'am," I said, because we had our roles, and we both knew it. Setting up camp while the light fades is a strangely satisfying kind of work. You can see your progress immediately. Piles of gear becoming a little temporary home. We chose a spot for the tent that looked relatively flat, a patch of dirt and small stones between two pines with no obvious roots trying to break through the surface. The ground was still warm from the day's heat. We laid out the tarp, then the tent body, then threaded the poles through the sleeves, the fabric rising and snapping into shape with that audible thump that always feels a little bit like magic. Cadence insisted on checking that all the seams were straight and the corners properly staked, her mouth set in concentration as she hammered the stakes in with a flat rock. "Guy at REI would be so proud of me right now," she said, hair sticking to her forehead. "Ours is crooked," I said, squinting at it. "It's called rustic charm," she replied. "Now go inflate the mattress before I make you sleep on the ground." The air mattress wheezed and whined as the battery pump did its thing, slowly filling the vinyl until it was firm enough to sit on without touching the dirt beneath. We wrestled it into the tent together, both of us laughing as it refused to cooperate, wedging in the doorway until Cadence shoved it with her hip and it finally flopped into place. We unrolled the sleeping bags on top of it, tossed our pillows into the tent, and stood back, sweating. "Home sweet home," she said. Outside, I set up the camp chairs near the fire ring and unloaded the cooler. Ice clinked against cans of beer and packages of hot dogs. The marshmallows, chocolate, and graham crackers went onto the picnic table like a promise. By the time we had everything in its place, the sun had dipped low enough that the trees turned into dark silhouettes against a sky that was starting to streak orange and pink. The air cooled slightly, not much, but enough that the dip was noticeable on damp skin. I gathered some fallen branches from around the site and the neighboring empty one, breaking them into manageable pieces. Cadence crumpled old grocery bags for kindling. We got a fire going with more luck than skill, the flames eventually catching and climbing, turning the sticks into glowing coals. As the first real darkness crept in between the trunks, the campground took on a different vibe. The other sites were there, but distant. A murmur of voices from the direction of the hammock we'd passed. A brief flash of a flashlight beam cutting across the trunks. The faint clink of someone else's cooler lid closing. The blue sedan sight stayed quiet. No new sounds drifting from that direction. Our world shrank to the circle of light around our fire. Cadence sat in her camp chair, with her legs tucked up under her, a bottle of beer sweating in her hand. The flames painted her face in warm tones, erasing the harshness the office lights gave her, and making her look more like the person I'd met at a house party 2 years ago when everything still felt new. She looked relaxed. "You know," she said, staring into the fire, "I think this might be the first time in months I haven't known where my phone is. It's in the car, I said. You put it in the glove compartment because you didn't trust yourself. Exactly, she said, pointing the neck of the beer at me. Out of sight, out of mind, out of bars. I pulled my own phone out of my pocket and glanced at the screen. No service. The 2 words sat there where my LTE bars should have been. No little spinning icon, no searching, just a flat admission of isolation. It felt both unnerving and strangely clean. I put the phone back in my pocket and decided not to look at it again unless there was an emergency. We cooked hot dogs on sticks like kids at summer camp, nearly dropping a couple into the fire when the skin split unexpectedly. We made s'mores, the marshmallows catching fire twice and being blown out with panicked laughter. The portable speaker played a playlist of songs we'd thrown together on the drive, old favorites, quieter stuff now that the night had settled. The cicadas finally died down as full dark took over, replaced by crickets and the occasional low, questioning hoot of an owl somewhere out in the trees. Fireflies blinked lazily near the edges of the site, little floating embers that seemed to echo our fire. For a while, it was exactly what we'd wanted. Simple, slow, a little sticky with heat and sugar, full of comfortable silence punctuated by small, easy conversation. Remember when we thought 20 felt old? Cadence said at one point, staring up through a break in the canopy where a few stars were visible. I still feel old, I said. My knees hurt when I stand up too fast. You have IT help desk knees, she said, smirking. That's not the same as real adult knees. You sit at a desk all day too, I protested. Yeah, she said, but I cross-train with doom scrolling and complaining to my coworkers. We fell quiet again. The fire crackled, occasionally spitting a small spark that floated up and winked out. The air smelled like smoke and melted chocolate and bug spray. I realized in that moment that I was breathing deeper than I had in weeks. Something about being bracketed by trees and dirt and dark instead of walls and screens made my brain feel less crowded, a little less like an overloaded hard drive, a little more like a clean desktop. Cadence got up eventually, stretching, her joints popping audibly. Bathroom, she announced. Try not to burn the forest down while I'm gone. The vault toilet is, like, 100 yards away, I said. You sure you don't want an escort? I'll be fine, she said, grabbing the little toiletry bag she'd packed rigorously with travel-size everything. There are other people here, remember? Civilization. Also, you forgot to buy more toilet paper, so I have to go steal some from the communal stash. That's my man, I said, enabling petty crime. She flicked ash from her cigarette into the fire and then stubbed it out, tucking the butt into an empty beer bottle. Cadence was particular about not leaving trash around, even in the woods. She grabbed her flashlight and clicked it on. A narrow white beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the dirt road beyond our sight for a few feet. Back in 5, she said. I watched her walk away, the circle of her light bouncing with each step until it disappeared behind trees toward the direction of the communal spigot and toilets. The night swallowed her up quickly. Her footsteps crunched on the gravel for a while, then faded into the symphony of insects. For the first time since we'd arrived, I was alone at the site. The fire dimmed a little as one of the bigger pieces of wood collapsed into glowing coals. Shadows on the tree trunks shifted, growing longer and softer. The air cooled another degree, enough that I considered grabbing my hoodie from the car. I leaned back in my chair, letting the quiet move in around the edges. It was a good quiet, a heavy one. Not the brittle silence of a living room where two people are angry and don't want to talk about why. More like being under a blanket. I could hear the distant clank of the pump handle at the spigot as someone, Cadence, probably, or one of the other campers, used it. A murmur of voices from the direction of the hammock site, laughter quietly shared. A car door thumping shut somewhere across the loop. The blue sedan sight stayed silent. I poked at the fire with a stick, rearranging a log to try to get a little more life out of it. Embers flared, then settled, the light pulsing. I was midway through tracing a little smoking circle in the dirt with the end of the stick when something in my peripheral vision changed. It felt less like I saw movement and more like I became aware of a shape that hadn't been there a second ago. My head snapped up. At the very edge of our firelight, just beyond the last solid reach of orange, someone was standing. He stood there, with his hands slightly raised, palms open, like he was about to show he wasn't holding anything. No flashlight, no lantern, no reflective strip on his clothes. Just a figure in darkness, his face lit from below by the faint spill of the fire, features shadowed and strange. For a second, I thought my heart stopped. The first thing that hit me wasn't fear exactly. It was disorientation. I hadn't heard footsteps. No crunching gravel, no twig snap. There hadn't been that subtle shift in the soundscape that usually tells your brain someone's coming. One moment, it was just me and the circle of light. The next, he was there. "Jesus," I blurted, hand flying to my chest. "You scared the hell out of me." He flinched like he was the one who'd been startled. "Sorry, man," he said quickly. His voice was low, a little rough, but strangely calm, like he already expected this reaction and knew exactly how to answer it. As he stepped a fraction closer into the light, I could see him better. Late 20s, maybe early 30s. Dark hair, a few days' worth of beard, a plain gray t-shirt that hung a little loose on his frame, jeans that looked worn but not dirty. His eyes caught the firelight weirdly for a second, reflecting back a dull orange. He nodded toward the road. "I'm over there," he said. "Blue sedan. Just saw your fire and figured I should come say hi, so I don't seem like a total creep." He gave a small, tight smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "My name's Aiden," he said. "If you've ever met someone and immediately thought, you're saying all the right things, but something's off, you already know how I felt about Aiden within the first 30 seconds. Up close, in the firelight, he looked normal enough. That sounds like a stupid detail to focus on, but when you're trying to explain later why someone scared you, normal becomes suspicious all by itself. He was maybe early 30s, a few years older than us. His t-shirt and jeans were clean, but not like he cared about fashion. More like he was used to taking care of himself alone. His hair was a little too long, like he'd missed a couple barber appointments. His face was the kind of face you'd never pick out of a lineup if you only saw him once. The only thing that really stood out were his eyes. Not the color, just the way he used them. When he said, "My name's Aiden," his gaze locked onto mine, unblinking, like he was waiting to see what that name did to me. Simon," I said. My voice sounded weirdly thin in my own ears. "My girlfriend's around here somewhere. Cadence." He nodded, but if the word girlfriend registered, he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled in this small, careful way and stepped a bit closer. still just at the edge of the fire's reach, like he knew exactly where the boundary was between friendly and too close, and wanted to stand on the line. "Didn't mean to sneak up on you," he said. "Road's so quiet out here, you forget sound carries." That was the thing. I hadn't heard him at all until he was simply there. "You, camping out solo?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He jerked his chin toward the direction of the blue sedan. "Yeah, just me," he shrugged. "Needed to get away from people for a bit. You know how it is." I thought about the buzz of the office, the hold music, the constant tiny emergencies at the help desk. I thought about the apartment AC rattling all night, the washing machines in the hall, the glow of half a dozen screens. I thought about Cadence's earlier confession about looping. "Yeah," I said, "I get that." Even as I said it, the irony hit me. He was supposedly getting away from people, and yet here he was, standing in our campsite, drawn to our fire like a moth. "What about you guys?" he asked. "First time out here?" I nodded. "Yeah, you hairy virgins." He chuckled at that, a little too politely. "Good spot you picked," he said, looking around. "Nice and secluded. Not many can see back this far. You're almost tucked all the way out of sight." The way he said it made it sound less like a compliment and more like an observation he'd filed under useful information. Before I could decide how to respond, a beam of light cut through the trees behind him. Cadence's flashlight bounced closer, sweeping over trunks and dirt, and then hitting the edge of his shoulder, lighting him up from behind like a stage cue. "Hey," she called. "I stole the good toilet paper from—" She stopped. The beam of her flashlight shifted higher, landing on his face. For a second, all I could see was a silhouette against the light. Then she angled it away, squinting past him at me. "Oh," she said. "Hi." And just like that, I ceased to exist. Aiden turned without missing a beat. Whatever thread of conversation he'd been following with me evaporated. "You picked a good site," he said to Cadence, his attention zeroing in on her like a focus knob had been turned. His eyes stayed on her, even as she stepped closer to the fire, even as she flicked the flashlight off to avoid blinding us all. "It's real private back here. Quiet." The way he said private made my stomach twitch. "Thanks," she said, giving him a neutral, polite smile. "Honestly, we just didn't want to be near the bathroom." He laughed, a little too loudly, like he wanted her to know he appreciated the joke. "I don't blame you," he said. "Those vault toilets are a horror story of their own." Cadence scratched her arm absent-mindedly, drawing her hoodie sleeve up. I noticed a couple of mosquito bites she hadn't had an hour ago. Aiden's eyes flicked down, quickly, then back up again. "You two out here for the weekend?" he asked. "You two" meaning her. But he glanced in my direction for about half a second, as if to acknowledge my physical presence. "Just a couple nights," she said. "Trying to detox from our phones." "Nice," he said. "Brave." He still hadn't blinked much. I watched his eyes as he talked. They were a little too still. There were no quick glances around, no little micro-expressions when he smiled. It was like he was performing calm rather than feeling it. I forced myself back into the conversation. "Yeah, man, it's been good so far," I said, leaning forward. You out here for the whole weekend too?" He shifted his weight slightly, acknowledgement without enthusiasm. "Maybe," he said. "Depends how it goes. I've been on the road a while." He didn't elaborate. Cadence, ever the one to fill silence, took the bait. "Where from?" she asked. He tilted his head, considering. "East," he said finally. Little bit everywhere. I like to drive. Stop when I feel like stopping. Forests are good for that. You can't really hear highways in here. He said that last part like it was a compliment to the trees. Cadence nodded slowly. Well, she said, it's definitely quieter than Charlotte. Oh, you're from Charlotte? He asked. His interest sharpened again, like he'd found some small detail to pin to her. That's a fun city. It's something, she said. You from there too? He smiled, lips closed, non-committal. I've been through. That was it. No hometown, no background, no I'm from Raleigh originally, or grew up in Asheville. Just I've been through, as if he existed in transit and nowhere else. The more they talked, the more grossly aware I became of how he angled his body. Not towards us, towards her. Every time I spoke, his gaze dutifully flicked to me, then slid back to Cadence like a magnet obeying a stronger pull. It wasn't that he was openly hitting on her. Nothing that obvious. He wasn't leering or making crude jokes. It was subtler and somehow worse. The sense that he was studying her, cataloging. I also noticed something else. He never stepped fully into the circle of firelight. His shoes stayed just outside the brightest part, toes in the glow, heels in the dark. His features never quite came into full focus. His eyes caught the light, but there were always shadows cutting across his cheeks. Anyway, he said, after a couple minutes, like he'd suddenly remembered his own alleged purpose. Didn't mean to crash your night. Just thought I'd say hi, let you know someone else is out here, in case, I don't know. In case what? You need help? You hear something? You scream? He didn't finish the sentence. His gaze lingered on Cadence for a second too long before he looked back at me and gave a small, almost apologetic shrug. I'm over that way if you need anything, he said. Probably turning in soon. Long drive. Cadence gave him a polite smile. Nice to meet you, Aiden. He nodded again, that same too careful gesture, and then turned to walk away. Here's the part that lodged under my skin. He walked back into the darkness without turning on a flashlight. No phone screen. No lantern glow. His silhouette just slipped between the tree trunks, swallowed whole, his footsteps surprisingly soft for someone on gravel. Cadence watched him go, then exhaled slowly and dropped back into her chair. Well, she said, picking up her beer. That wasn't weird at all. You felt that too? I asked. She looked at me over the rim of the bottle. The getting away from people thing and then immediately seeking out people? Or the way he kept staring at me like he was trying to remember where he knew me from? Both, I said. Also the part where he didn't use a light. That's like Slasher 101 stuff. Maybe he sees in the dark, she said dryly. Maybe he's a raccoon. She said it like a joke, but she shivered a little and pulled her hoodie tighter around herself. We talked about him in vague, half-finished sentences for a few minutes, both of us circling the same conclusion without quite saying it. There was something off about Aiden, but not enough off to justify packing up and leaving right that second. There's a line between creepy vibe and actual threat, and we convinced ourselves he was on the safer side of it. For now, we were wrong. I don't know exactly what time we went to bed. Time moves differently when you don't have service. Your phone becomes just a clock and a camera, and when you're trying not to look at it, you start measuring the progress of the night in wood burned and songs played instead of minutes. The fire had burned down to a bed of orange coals by the time we decided we were done. The air had cooled enough that I could see a hint of my breath when I laughed. The cicadas were mostly quiet now, replaced by a more varied nighttime orchestra. Crickets, frogs somewhere distant, the occasional rustle of something small moving through the underbrush. We zipped the tent shut behind us, that familiar plastic rasp now carrying a little more weight in my mind after hearing how Aiden talked about privacy. It felt like drawing a line. Inside, the air smelled like nylon and leftover warmth from the day. Our sleeping bags rustled as we climbed in, the air mattress sinking just enough under our combined weight to make us roll toward the middle and bump shoulders. "Okay," Cadence said, exhaling as she settled on her side, facing me. "Confession time." "About what?" I asked. "This whole trip." She smiled in the faint light from the lantern we'd clipped to a loop at the top of the tent. "I half expected you to hate this." "I'm still reserving the right to complain about bugs in the morning," I said. "But this is nice. You were right." Her eyes softened. "I'm going to get that embroidered and hung in the living room," she murmured. "Cadence was right." "Frame it," I said. "Make it a whole gallery wall." The lantern hummed faintly as it dimmed on its low setting. We lay there for a while, talking softly about stupid things, the latest drama at her office, some dumb story from my help desk queue. The forest sounds wrapped around our voices, turned them into small, bright things in a much larger dark. Eventually, the words ran out and were replaced by that comfortable silence you only get when you're too tired to perform for each other. "Night, Sai," she mumbled, already halfway under. "Night," I whispered. She drifted off fast, her breathing evening out within minutes. I lay awake longer. It's not that I was scared, not exactly. I was keyed up. My ears felt sharper than usual. Every tiny noise outside the tent, every leaf rustle, every insect chirp, every distant branch crack seemed amplified. Part of me listened for Aiden. Not consciously, but in that animal way where some part of your brain is still scanning the environment, even while you're trying to relax. I told myself he was in his car, or his own tent, or wherever solo campers go to brood. I told myself I'd know if he came near our site. I told myself a lot of things. At some point, I must have dozed without realizing it. I woke up to the sensation that sound itself had changed. You know that feeling when you're asleep and something wakes you, but you're not sure what yet. You come to in stages, your body rising faster than your brain. That was me. My eyes opened into darkness. The lantern had gone out. The only light was the faint, ambient glow from the sky filtered through the tent fabric, turning it into a pale, uneven gray. Beside me, Cadence was a warm, solid presence. I could hear her breathing, slow, steady, a little raspy at the top. For a few seconds, I lay there, heart starting to beat faster, trying to identify what had changed. Then I heard it. Voices. Not the full, clear conversation of people talking right outside, but the soft, layered murmur of two people speaking at a distance, too close to be from another campsite, too muffled to make out words. They sounded nearby, wrong nearby. The hairs on my arms stood up, every nerve suddenly tuned. I couldn't tell what they were saying. One voice was slightly lower, almost a rumble. The other was higher, not enough to tell if it was male or female, just different. They overlapped in that way people do when they're comfortable with each other, not waiting for full pauses. It wasn't the casual call and response of people walking down the road. There was no laughter, no, "Hey, did you hear?" or "Pass me that." It sounded like they were talking about something and didn't want to be overheard. except they were right outside our tent. I held my breath, trying to listen without the sound of my own lungs getting in the way. Crunch. A footstep on dry leaves. Close, maybe 6 feet away. Then another, slower, like someone shifting their weight as they turned. The voices dipped in volume, then rose again. My hand found Cadence's shoulder in the dark. I squeezed once, instinctively. She murmured in her sleep, shifting, then settled again. She didn't wake up. The urge to wake her and the urge to keep her asleep smashed together in my chest. If I woke her, she'd probably panic, maybe make a sound, maybe unzip the tent too fast. If I let her sleep, at least one of us wouldn't have to feel this. Outside, the voices kept going. They were close enough now that I could hear cadence, but not content. A rise and fall, a rhythm. One of them sounded like they were speaking almost directly toward the tent. The other angled away. There was something deliberate about that. I swallowed, the sound obscenely loud in my own ears. Slowly, inch by inch, I reached for the zipper of the tent door. I tried to move in a way that didn't make that telltale plastic rasp, but there's no version of unzipping a tent in the middle of the night that doesn't sound like exactly what it is. The metal tab slid a fraction of an inch. The voices stopped. Silence dropped over the site like someone had hit mute. The only noises now were the tiny clicks of cooling embers in the fire ring outside and the chorus of insects a little farther off. The air felt heavier, like the space just beyond the tent wall had thickened. Whoever had been talking was still out there. I could feel it. For a long, thin moment, no one moved. Then, crunch. A single, slow footstep. It was so close, I felt it more than heard it. Vibrations through the ground, translated through the thin wall of the air mattress. My skin crawled. I eased the zipper up another inch, just enough to let me get a couple fingers through, and peel back the flap by maybe an inch. The cold air outside washed over my face, smelling like ash and damp dirt. My heart was pounding so hard I could see my pulse in the tiny gap. I pressed one eye to it and looked out. The fire pit was a dark, circular shape, ash and a few faintly glowing coals. Our chairs were vague silhouettes against the darker backdrop of the trees. The picnic table loomed, a rectangular shadow. Nothing moved. No figures, no shapes, no flashlight beams, no faint glow from a cigarette. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. If anything, it sharpened. My hand fumbled for the flashlight at my side. I'd put it there before bed, a half-conscious nod to my horror video consumption. My fingers closed over the rubber grip. I hesitated. There's this moment in every horror story where you yell at the narrator for doing the thing. You know the one. Don't go outside. Don't split up. Don't shine a light at the monster. You tell yourself, sitting on your couch, that you'd be smarter. The thing I can tell you now is, when you're in it, it doesn't feel like doing the thing. It feels like doing the only thing that gives you even the illusion of control. I clicked the light on, angling the beam through the gap. The white circle cut across the campsite in a swift sweep. Chairs, fire ring, coolers, the posts of the tent, trees, nothing, no one. I widened the gap a little, just enough to poke the flashlight itself out and arc it back and forth more fully. The road was empty. The nearest trees stood still, their bark and leaves lit up in harsh, artificial white. No shadows detached themselves from the trunks to run. No eyes reflected back. The feeling remained. But the scene, in that narrow cone of light, looked exactly like 1,000 innocent camping photos. I listened. No voices, no footsteps now. Just my own breathing and the hum of the forest. After what felt like ages, but was probably less than a minute, I pulled the flashlight back inside, clicked it off, and eased the zipper closed again. Cadence shifted beside me, mumbling something incoherent, then rolled onto her back. Her breathing stayed slow, untroubled. I lay there, eyes wide open in the dark, waiting to see if the voices would come back. They didn't. Sometime after that, I must have fallen asleep again. Not the deep, satisfying kind, more of a series of short, jagged dozes where every minor sound jerked me half awake. By the time gray light started to seep through the tent walls, I felt like I'd been lightly electrocuted all night. Morning in the forest has its own mood. The air felt cooler, somehow cleaner, when we unzipped the tent. The fire pit was a mess of gray ash and one last stubborn coal. Condensation beaded on the car's windshield. Birds were making far more noise than seemed necessary. Cadence stretched, groaning softly, hair sticking out in 3 different directions. "Coffee," she declared, voice rough with sleep. "Then hike." I hesitated. In the bright, rinsed light of morning, the memory of the voices already felt less solid. It's amazing how fast nighttime logic collapses under sunshine. The brain starts rationalizing. Maybe it was people from another site walking to the bathroom. Maybe it was sound carrying weird through the trees. Maybe I'd dreamed half of it. I decided stupidly not to say anything. Not yet. "I'll get the stove going," I said instead. We made instant coffee and hot oatmeal and ate sitting on the picnic table bench, watching the sun climb higher through the canopy. A pickup truck rolled past on the loop at one point, 2 guys in the cab nodding vaguely in our direction before continuing on to another site or the trailhead. Aiden's blue sedan sat where it had been, quiet, windows still dark, no movement at his spot, no sign of life. "He's probably out on a trail," Cadence said when I mentioned it, "or still asleep. Solo guys like that always sleep in and then pretend it's intentional." We joked about it for a minute. The tension from the night before evaporated under the coffee and the novelty of being outside together. By mid-morning, we'd packed a day pack and headed out on one of the marked trails that started near the campground. The path wound through the forest, up and down gentle hills, roots twisting underfoot like old scars. The humidity was thicker under the trees, sweat sticking our shirts to our backs within half an hour. For a while, all the weirdness shrank under the simple heaviness of exertion. We hiked for hours, down to a creek, across a small wooden footbridge, up to a viewpoint where you could see the green rolling on forever. We shared trail mix and water, took a couple of dumb selfies, laughed when a squirrel scolded us from a branch. It was easy to pretend we were just a normal couple doing normal couple things. The only time I thought about the night was when a branch cracked somewhere off the trail, and a flash of blue through the trees made my heart jump until I realized it was a tarp, not a sedan. We got back to camp in the late afternoon, pleasantly exhausted, legs rubbery. The campground felt different now, not new, but familiar. Our site looked lived in, our chairs slightly askew, the fire ring waiting expectantly. Someone had clearly arrived at the hammock site while we were gone. A tent was pitched there now, and I could hear a radio playing faintly. Aiden's site was still empty. Car present, no tent, no visible camp kitchen, no chair. Just the sedan and a cooler sitting next to it, like a dog waiting for its owner. Okay, now that's weird, Cadence said, squinting as we passed on the loop. Does he sleep in the car? Has he just been vibing in there all day? Maybe he's hitchhiked into town, I suggested, though I didn't believe it. Or out hiking. With what gear? She asked. He didn't have so much as a folding chair. We debated it for another 30 seconds, then shrugged it off. Our brains are good at putting little red flags in the deal with later file. Back at our site, we dumped our packs on the picnic table. Cadence announced she needed to change her shirt if I didn't want to smell her for the rest of the trip. She ducked into the tent, leaving me to restock the firewood pile from the trunk of the car where we'd stashed some dry stuff. That's when I saw it. From a distance, the windshield looked normal, smudged with the residue of the forest, dotted with a few dried splatters of mud from the road in. As I got closer, I noticed a small rectangle of white just under the wiper blade on the driver's side, like a misplaced leaf that hadn't blown away. I frowned, unlocked the door out of habit, then reached across the hood to lift the wiper. The white rectangle was a napkin. One of those thin, cheap diner napkins, soft, easily torn, folded in half. I pulled it free. For a brief second, my brain didn't want to open it. It felt like the napkin was a mouth, and I was about to pry its lips apart. My fingers unfolded it carefully. 4 words, written in neat, dark pen, stared up at me. You should move your tent. My body reacted before my brain could. A cold sensation crawled up my spine, as if someone had dripped ice water directly onto the vertebrae. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood up so fast it almost hurt. The humid air around me seemed to thin and flatten. The forest sounds dimming, like someone had turned the volume knob down. The cicadas' buzz receded. Even the birds felt quieter. For half a second, the entire campground narrowed to the space between my hands and that napkin. The handwriting was weirdly careful. Not messy scrawl, not serial killer tidy, just deliberate. Each letter evenly spaced, the lines straight without the help of ruled paper. No smiley face, no name, no hey man, or just letting you know. Just the sentence, like a statement of fact or an instruction. I realized, distantly, that I was holding my breath. Behind me, I heard the tent zipper. You forget how to open the trunk? Cadence called lightly. I don't hear wood heroics happening. No, I turned automatically, napkin still in my hand. She stepped out, tugging her clean shirt down, hair pulled up into a messy knot. The small residual smile she'd been wearing from the hike faded when she saw my face. What? She asked, immediately serious. What happened? I didn't try to soften it. There's no way to slowly ease someone into a sentence like, you should move your tent. Someone left this, I said, walking toward her and holding out the napkin. She took it, eyes flicking down. I watched her pupils move as she read the words. Her face didn't change at first. Then a tiny line appeared between her eyebrows. No, she said, automatic. Nope. She looked up at me sharply. Is this a joke? She asked. Did you do this? The fact that she even considered that stung more than I expected. Why the hell would I do that? I said. I found it under the wiper. I haven't told you about last night yet. That last part slipped out. Her eyes narrowed. About what? I exhaled, suddenly very aware of how tired I was. Okay, I said. You know how I woke up a couple times? I didn't know that, she said. I slept like I was dead. Yeah, I said quietly. You did. I glanced around the site, half expecting to see someone watching us. The neighboring camps were quiet. The only movement was a squirrel darting up a tree, its claws clicking on the bark. I lowered my voice anyway. "Somewhere in the middle of the night," I said, "I woke up to voices. Like two people talking. Not just random noise. Actual conversation, but too quiet to make out the words. They were close, Kate. Like right outside the tent close." Her face went very still. "You're kidding," she said. "I'm not." I listened for a while, and then I tried unzipping the tent a little to see. And the moment I did that, they stopped. And then I swallowed. I heard footsteps. One step. Really close. I looked outside with the flashlight, but there was nobody there. At least nobody that wanted to be seen. She stared at me, napkin crumpling slightly in her fist. "And you didn't wake me up?" she demanded. "I almost did," I said. "But I thought it might be people from another site walking by, or I don't know. I talked myself out of making it a thing." She held up the napkin between two fingers like it was contaminated. "Okay," she said slowly. "So, either some random people just happened to be whispering outside our tent in the middle of the night, and then some totally different random person left us this note. Or it's the same person," I finished. "The same person who knew exactly where we were sleeping. The same person who knew we were still here. The same person who thought we should know that they thought we should move." A bird called from somewhere above us, a harsh, metallic screech that made both of us flinch. Cadence lowered the napkin, her expression tightening. "It's Aiden," she said. "It has to be." The way she said his name made it sound less like a person and more like a diagnosis. "Who else would it be?" she went on before I could respond. "He's the only one we had an actual conversation with. He's alone. He came all the way back here without a flashlight just to say hi. He literally told us this site was real private." I wanted to argue, if only because focusing everything on Aiden felt too easy, too obvious. But the problem was, she was right. Logically, it fit. Maybe he thought he heard something, and this was his way of... I trailed off, realizing how stupid that sounded. "Of what?" Cadence said sharply. "Helping? Because if he was worried about us, he could have, I don't know, knocked on the picnic table like a normal person and said, 'Hey, there's been some sketchy stuff out here. Maybe you should move.' This?" She shook the napkin. "This is not normal." Her voice rose on that last word, and she caught herself, glancing at the tree line as if expecting an echo. I felt it too. The sense that raising your voice out here was like throwing a rock into still water. You didn't know what you'd hit. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my own tone level. "Okay, let's think. It could still be a messed up joke. Maybe he thought it'd be funny. Maybe he's just socially weird." She gave me a look. "This isn't a prank, Simon. This is the kind of thing that shows up in the first act of a Netflix doc you yell at." She wasn't wrong. The note, the voices, the guy alone in a blue sedan. The pattern was starting to form whether we liked it or not. I opened my mouth to respond. Something moved at the edge of the trees. It was small at first, a darker patch within the shade, a suggestion of a figure. Then it stepped out of the green and into the light of our sight. Aiden. He walked toward us from the opposite direction of the campground loop, from deeper in the forest, feet silent on the pine needles until he hit the gravel of our sight, and they made the expected crunch. No flashlight, no phone, just him. He raised one hand in a casual half wave, his expression arranged into something that approximated friendly concern. "Hey," he called, as if nothing about this was strange. "You guys doing all right over here?" If I'd been watching this as a story on YouTube, instead of living it, this is the part where I'd be yelling at the screen. Don't stand there with the note in your hand. Don't let him walk all the way up to you. Don't pretend this is still normal. But we did. Because we were there. And when you're there, you're still trying to keep the world inside the lines. Aiden walked into our campsite like he'd been invited. Not fast, not slow. Just that steady, measured pace you use when you don't want to spook anyone. His hands were visible, empty, hanging at his sides. His eyes flicked down once at the napkin in Cadence's fist, then back up to her face, and he gave that same careful half-smile he'd worn by the fire the night before. "Didn't mean to interrupt," he said, voice calm. "Just wanted to check you folks were all right." The words were right. The timing was wrong. The fact that he emerged from the trees instead of the campground road was wrong. The way my skin tightened across my shoulders was very, very wrong. Cadence didn't smile back. "Did you leave this?" she asked, holding the napkin out like a badge. Her voice stayed level, but I could hear the strain in it. "On our windshield?" His gaze dropped again, this time lingering. He read the words, "You should move your tent." And for the first time since we'd met him, something like genuine surprise moved across his face. Or he was a hell of an actor. He took a slow breath, then shook his head. "No," he said. "But that tracks." "Tracks how?" I asked. He shifted his weight, the gravel crunching softly under one heel. Behind him, the trees swayed a little in a breeze we couldn't feel at ground level. Leaves whispered against each other like they were passing secrets. "Don't freak out," he said. And the phrase hit me like a bad joke that wasn't a joke. But last night, I heard people around my car. Cadence and I glanced at each other. "Walking?" I asked. My throat was dry. "Talking?" "Both," he said. At first, I thought it was just some kids from one of the other sites cutting through. I heard the gravel crunching, doors, that kind of thing. Then I realized I never heard engines. No one drove in or out. He rubbed his palms on his jeans, gaze drifting past us for a moment toward the entrance of our site, like he was replaying it in his head. "It was pretty late," he went on. "Couple hours after midnight. I was in the car, half asleep, and I heard them come up. At least 2 sets of footsteps, maybe 3. They walked around the sedan, slow, like they were checking it out. Then they stopped on the passenger side, right by my head." "What did they do?" Cadence asked, her voice quieter now. "Nothing," he said. "That was the weird part. They just stood there for a long time. No talking, no tapping on the glass, no trying the handle. Just standing. I could hear them breathing." The forest sound swelled suddenly. Cicadas starting up again in a nearby tree. The insistent drone filling the spaces between his words. Somewhere farther off, a branch snapped. "How long?" I asked. He gave a humorless little huff. "Long enough that I counted to 100 twice, but I never saw a light. No phones, no headlamps. When I finally worked up the guts to sit up and look out, there was nobody there." He shrugged, the motion tight across his shoulders. "I figured it was a messed up joke," he said. "People get bored. They mess with the solo camper." The longer I thought about it, though, he shook his head again. "I don't know. I've been on the road a lot. I've camped in a lot of places. This place," he glanced around our site, at the trees crowding in. This place has some weird energy." "In what way?" I asked. He hesitated, like he was weighing how much to say. "There are stories," he said finally. "You probably saw some of them in the reviews, if you scrolled back far enough. Abandoned campsites, tents left up with no cars, coolers full of rotting food, backpacks with everything in them hung on trees, no one around. Rangers chalk it up to people bailing after a fight, or getting spooked by bears, or whatever. But some of the stuff I've seen..." His jaw flexed. "Last year," he said slowly, "I came through here and hiked a few miles off one of the side trails. Found a little clearing with 2 tents, both zipped, both with sleeping bags inside. No clothes, no boots, no people. Fire pit still warm. No cars parked at the trailhead that matched. Came back 3 days later just to see, and the tents were gone." He didn't add, but the footprints were still there. He didn't have to. My brain supplied it anyway. "Why are you telling us this?" Cadence asked. He looked at the napkin again, and for the first time met my eyes instead of hers. "Because someone went to the trouble of writing that and putting it on your car," he said. "And because I heard people circling my sedan last night. And because you're tucked so far back here, no one would notice if you left in the middle of the night, except whoever's already watching you." He let that sit for a second. "I'm packing up," he went on. "I was going to tell you before I left that you should probably do the same. Before sunset, if you can. You don't want to be dragging gear out here in the dark." He sounded sincere. That was the worst part. There was no dramatic tilt of his head, no sinister smirk. Just a tired guy who'd clearly creeped himself out and wanted to pass that creepiness on like a contagious thought. Cadence crossed her arms over her chest, the napkin still pinched between 2 fingers. "You really didn't write this?" she asked. He shook his head. "No. If I wanted to scare you, I could have done better than a diner napkin." The line was almost funny, and maybe it was meant to be, but it didn't land. The forest seemed to lean closer around us. The sound of the wind through the leaves rose and fell like a breath. How would anyone even get to our car without us hearing? I asked, more to myself than to him. Aiden's gaze slid past us to the road, then to the trees on the other side. "Same way they got to mine," he said softly. "Same way they got around your tent last night, if what you're saying is true." It took me a second to realize I hadn't told him that. I'd started to, earlier, then stopped when Cadence came out of the tent. I hadn't mentioned the voices, or the single heavy footstep, or the sudden silence. Cadence noticed too. Her eyes flicked sharply to mine, then back to him. "What do you mean, what you're saying?" she asked. "Who told you anything about our tent?" He blinked, the first time I'd seen him do it in more than a few seconds. And for a fraction of a moment, he looked genuinely confused. "You were talking about it," he said. "Just now. I heard you from the road." I rewound the last few minutes in my head. We had been arguing, voices raised, about the note and the voices. In the tension of that moment, I hadn't been paying attention to how loud we'd gotten. Maybe he had heard, maybe, or maybe he'd assumed, because it was the sort of thing that happened out here. "Look," he said, taking a small step back, hands raised in a placating gesture. "You don't have to believe me. You don't have to do anything I say. You asked, I answered. But if I were you, I'd start packing. Daylight's not going to last forever." He held my gaze for a long beat. "Last night felt off," he added quietly. I've learned to listen to that feeling." Then he turned and walked away, back along the path he'd come, between the trees. His footsteps faded quickly into the layered sounds of the woods until I couldn't distinguish them from any other noise. For a moment, we just stood there. The napkin fluttered slightly in Cadence's hand as a breeze threaded through the campsite. "Okay," she said finally, exhaling sharply. "I vote we listen to the man and leave. Now." Packing a campsite under normal circumstances is a little sad, but straightforward. You fold, you shake out, you stuff things back into bags. You swear when the tent doesn't fit the way it did in your living room. You leave with the lazy sense that you could have stayed one more night if you'd wanted. Packing when your nervous system is shrieking at you to hurry is something else entirely. We moved fast without talking much. The kind of out-of-sync fast where you almost run into each other twice and snap sorry a little too sharply. The forest watched. That's how it felt anyway. Every time I turned my back on the tree line, I felt a tug between my shoulder blades, a hot awareness of exposed skin. The sound of wind in the leaves sounded like whispers if I didn't listen carefully. The constant insect drone had taken on a higher, needling edge, like an electrical whine pushing against my eardrums. Tent poles came down in half the time it had taken to put them up. Stakes popped out of the ground, dirt clinging to them. The air mattress deflated with a desperate dying wheeze as we rolled it up. "Just toss it," Cadence said when I tried to fold it properly. "We can fix it at home." The cooler lid slammed. Ice shifted with a dull clunk. Cans thudded against each other. Zippers rasped closed on duffel bags and backpacks. At one point, I caught Cadence staring at the napkin again, her fingers white around it. Then she crumpled it into a hard little ball and shoved it deep into the pocket of her jeans, like she couldn't stand to see the words, but also couldn't bear to leave them behind. We checked the site twice to make sure we weren't leaving anything obviously valuable. The fire pit we left cold. It had never been reignited after the morning. Our chairs went into the trunk, then the cooler, then the bags. The whole time, I listened for Aiden's car. I expected, hoped even, to hear his engine turn over, to catch a glimpse of the blue sedan pulling out ahead of us or behind us on the loop. He'd said he was packing up. He'd said we should leave before sunset, but the only engines I heard belonged to distant ATVs somewhere deeper in the forest. Short, high-pitched revs, then silence. When we finally slammed the trunk shut and climbed into the car, my hands were slick on the steering wheel. Cadence buckled her seatbelt with fingers that trembled just enough for me to notice. She stared straight ahead, jaw tight. "Let's go," she said. I put the car in drive and eased out of the sight, tires crunching over gravel. As we rejoined the loop road and passed the marker post for our campsite, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The fire ring, the picnic table, the flat patch where our tent had been an hour ago, all of it slid away behind us, swallowed by trees. If this were a story, that might have been the end. We listened to the creepy guy's warning. We left. We lived. Roll credits. But that's not how this works. We had to pass Aiden's site on the way out. I told myself I wasn't going to slow down. I told myself I'd keep it to a glance, that I wouldn't make eye contact if he was there, that we'd just keep rolling. Of course I slowed down. His sight came into view, around a curve in the loop. The blue sedan was still there, parked nose out, its faded paint catching the last bright strips of sun that made it through the canopy. The cooler was next to it, lid closed, a small stove set up on the picnic table nearby. At first, I thought he was kneeling to light the stove. Then my brain caught up to what my eyes were seeing. Aiden was crouched by the front passenger side tire, his head bent low, one hand braced against the fender. The tire itself was wrong. Even from the car, I could see it. It sagged in a way no tire should sag. Not the lazy slump of a slow leak, but a brutal collapse. The sidewall was split by a long, ragged gash. The black rubber peeled outward slightly, like a wound that hadn't stopped bleeding yet. The cut was clean in the sense that it was intentional. One smooth arc, deep enough that I could see the pale threads inside. Not something you get from hitting a rock. Not something that happens by itself in a half-full campground. Something sharp had done that. Recently. Aiden looked up when he heard us approach. The expression on his face was different from the ones he'd chosen before. There was no polite smile, no calculated calm. For the first time, he looked rattled. His eyes were wider. His mouth was a thin line. There was sweat on his forehead, though the air had begun to cool. I stopped the car without thinking, foot pressing the brake, gravel crunching. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other. Then he stood, wiping his hands automatically on his jeans, and took a step toward us, raising an arm. I felt, more than saw, Cadence's reaction. Her fingers clamped around my forearm, hard enough that her nails dug through the fabric. "Don't," she whispered. "Simon, don't." He reached my window and leaned down, keeping a careful distance from the door. "Bad luck," he said, forcing out a brittle half-laugh. "Must have hit something I didn't see." He didn't believe that. Neither did we. We all looked at the cut again and knew it. "Spare?" I asked, though I could see the answer in the sag of his shoulders. "Already on," he said. Behind him, I noticed the rear tire was a slightly different brand. "This one's my last good one." He took a breath, glanced over his shoulder at the tree line, then back at us. "Listen," he said. "I hate to ask, but any chance I could get a lift? Just back down to the highway. I can figure it out from there. Tow. Whatever." The interior of our car suddenly felt very small. Cadence's grip on my arm tightened. Her nails bit into my skin. "No," she whispered again, more urgently. "Simon, no." She wasn't being subtle. Aiden's eyes flicked toward her for a second, registering the panic. "I'll sit in the back," he added quickly. "You won't even know I'm there. I don't want to be stuck up here after dark with..." He trailed off, but the sentence completed itself in the humid air. "With whoever thinks it's funny to slash tires in the woods." My chest felt like it had double the usual weight in it. Everything in me that wanted to be a decent human being, the part that held doors open and stopped to help people jump their cars in parking lots, screamed at me to say yes. We were leaving. We were getting away. We had a working vehicle. Saying no felt like more than self-preservation. It felt like we were abandoning him. Everything in me that had listened to whispered voices outside our tent and looked through a 1-inch zipper gap into darkness that looked back said, "Do not let this person into your last safe space." I looked at Cadence. Her face had gone pale under her sunburn. Her eyes were huge, pupils blown wider than the low light warranted. She shook her head minutely, a tiny, desperate motion. "I'm serious," she murmured, barely audible. "I'll get out. Simon, please." The idea of her getting out of the car, here, now, in this not quite evening light, was enough to make my decision for me. I swallowed. "Look, man," I said, hating how my voice sounded. "I'm sorry. We're not comfortable with giving rides. We can call someone for you as soon as we get service. Cops, ranger, friend, whoever you want." The words tasted like pennies. For a moment, silence stretched thin between us. Aiden's face went blank, in that flat way that could mean anger or disappointment or nothing at all. Then he nodded once, sharply. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I get it. World's weird. People are weird. You don't know me." He tried for a smile and almost made it. "If you can call the police when you get a signal," he added. "Just tell them I'm up here with a disabled vehicle. They'll know what to do, or pretend to." The last part came out under his breath. "We will," I said, too quickly. "I promise." He stepped back, tapping the hood twice with his knuckles, like a coach sending players out onto the field. "Get moving then," he said. "Sun's going." That was true. The light filtering through the trees had shifted from gold to a flatter, cooler tone. Shadows stretched long across the road, pooling in the low spots. I nodded, put the car back in drive, and pulled away. In the side mirror, I saw him stand there for a few seconds, watching us go. Then he crouched back down by the ruined tire, his shoulders hunched. The guilt climbed into the car with us and settled in the back seat like an unbuckled passenger. We didn't talk as we finished the loop and turned onto the forest road. The road out felt longer than the road in. The washboard ruts grabbed at the tires, jostling the car. Potholes appeared out of nowhere in the dimming light, shadows inside shadows. I gripped the wheel tighter, trying to keep my speed steady. Not so fast we risked losing control. Not so slow we felt like we were inviting something to catch up. The light under the canopy shifted with every turn. Pale green, gray, a weird underwater blue in places where the trees were densest. The sky above us was still bright, if you caught glimpses of it through gaps. But down here, at road level, evening had already arrived. Cadence stared straight ahead, fingers twisted together in her lap. "Do you think they did that to scare him?" she asked quietly after a while. "Slash his tire, I mean. Or to keep him there," I said. We let that sit. The cicadas were quieter now, replaced by crickets and the soft sighing of wind through the leaves. The car's engine sounded louder than it had on the way in, each gear shift a small, jarring event. We were maybe halfway back to the highway when it happened. The road straightened for a stretch, flanked by tall, evenly spaced pines. On the right side, the ground sloped gently up from the roadbed into a stand of trees thick enough that the forest beyond was just a dark wall. I don't know why I looked when I did. Maybe some part of me felt movement. Maybe the angle of the light changed. Maybe I just made the wrong choice about where to rest my eyes for a second. I glanced to the right, past Cadence, through the passenger side window. They were standing between the trees. 3 figures. Close enough to make out the general shapes, far enough that their faces were smudges. 30, maybe 35 feet from the road, spaced evenly apart like they'd measured the distance between them. Not hunched, not hiding behind trunks, not turned away. They were just standing there, watching the road, watching us. They didn't have flashlights. No phone screens glowed in their hands. Their clothes, what I could see of them, were dark, gray, brown, black, the colors you wear when you don't want to show dirt. Their heads were tilted slightly down, like they'd been staring at the ground, and had just now lifted their eyes to meet ours. None of them moved. For a moment, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. It tried to slot the shapes into normal categories. Other campers, hunters, rangers, people who'd pulled off somewhere and were walking back. But there was no pull-off, no trailhead sign, no car. And they weren't on a trail. They were just in the trees, at a depth and angle that made no sense for casual strolling. My foot went to the brake without conscious input. The car jerked, slowing rapidly. Gravel skittered under the tires. The seatbelt dug into my chest. Beside me, Cadence snapped out of whatever daze she'd been in. "What are you?" she started, then followed my gaze. She saw them. I know, because the sound she made wasn't the kind of sound you make because someone else is scared. It was a raw, involuntary noise, ripped out of her. Her hand clamped around my arm so hard it hurt. "Drive," she said, voice high and tight. "Simon, drive." The words jammed in my throat. I couldn't look away from the figures. One of them, leftmost, I think, shifted slightly. Not a step forward, more like a weight adjustment. A subtle transfer from one leg to the other. But it was enough. "Drive!" Cadence screamed. Full volume now. No care for whatever hurt her. Her nails dug into my skin. The sound of her voice snapped something in me back into motion. My foot slammed onto the gas. The car lurched forward, tires squealing slightly on the loose gravel before catching. We shot down the road faster than was smart, the suspension rattling over every imperfection. For a few seconds, I felt sure we were going to skid or fishtail or hit a root and spin off into the ditch. Potholes appeared and vanished under us with terrifying speed. The forest blurred into streaks of trunk and branch. "Too fast," Cadence gasped. One hand braced on the dashboard now, breathing ragged. "Too fast. Slow down. But don't stop. Don't stop." I eased off the pedal a fraction, enough to keep us from launching into the air, not enough to feel like we were giving the trees time to rearrange themselves. I didn't look back. I didn't look into the rearview mirror. I didn't glance to my right again. I kept my eyes locked on the narrow dirt road ahead and the small promise of sharply brighter light I could see at the far end of it, where the forest finally opened, back out onto the highway. My heart felt like it had relocated to my throat. My hands were numb on the wheel. We broke out of the trees, like surfacing from deep water. The sudden, unobstructed brightness of the open sky felt like a slap. The pavement of the highway, cracked and imperfect as it was, looked like a runway. I didn't stop at the junction. There was no traffic either way. This stretch of road might as well have belonged to us alone. I turned onto the asphalt, and only then let my foot ease up enough for our speed to settle at something close to legal. We drove in silence for a long time. The forest fell away on either side, replaced by fields and occasional houses. Cell towers appeared on the horizon like skeletal fingers. The car was full of the smell of sweat and fear. The AC vent blew lukewarm air onto our faces, ticking as it worked harder than it had all day. "Those weren't with him," Cadence said finally, voice small. "With Aiden?" I asked, though I knew what she meant. She nodded, staring at the road ahead. "They weren't looking for him," she said. "They were waiting for someone leaving." The idea lodged under my ribs. I thought about Aiden, crouched by his slashed tire in the deepening shadows, and felt my stomach twist. "We have to call," I said, "as soon as we get a bar." We watched the top of my phone screen like it was a life support monitor. 1 bar, then 2. I pulled over onto the shoulder, gravel pinging under the tires, and grabbed it with a shaking hand. 911 answered on the second ring. 911, what's your emergency? The script was comforting in its predictability. I clung to it like a ladder rung. There's a guy stuck up at the campground in Uhari, I said, words tumbling over each other. His tire's been slashed, like deliberately cut. We left him there because we didn't feel safe giving him a ride, but he asked us to call. And there were people in the woods, 3 people, just standing there, watching the road. I know how that sounds, but the operator's voice stayed flat, professional. Okay, sir, slow down. I need your name, and I need you to tell me exactly where this person is. I gave names, directions, the description of the Forest Service road, the sign, the approximate distance. I described the sedan to the best of my ability, the make, the fact that it was an older blue model, the site roughly in the middle of the loop. I left out the part about the napkin. I left out the voices outside our tent because I couldn't figure out how to bring them up without sounding like someone who had been awake too long and believed in monsters. I did mention the 3 figures. I had to. The words came out in a rush. There were people, I said. 3 of them, on the way out, standing in the trees, about 30 feet off the road. They weren't doing anything, but look, I know this is going to sound insane, but they looked like they were waiting for us. They weren't hiding. The line was quiet for a second. Did they attempt to flag you down? The operator asked. No, I said. They just stood there. Did you see any weapons? No, I said hesitantly. It was getting dark. We didn't stop to ask. I heard the faint clatter of a keyboard on the other end. We'll send someone to check it out, she said. Highway patrol, or a ranger, depending on who's available. Thank you for letting us know. Can you? I started, then stopped. Will someone call us back? Let us know he's okay? That depends on a lot of factors, she said smoothly. If there's any follow-up needed, an officer will be in touch. Is there anything else you want to report at this time? I thought about saying yes. There's a feeling in that forest, like something's counting. There are stones and footprints, and people who don't move the way people should. Instead, I said, no, that's it. We hung up. Cadence stared at me. They're not going to call, she said. Probably not, I admitted. We pulled back onto the highway and drove home, each mile putting more physical distance between us and the forest, but not much emotional. I kept seeing the 3 figures every time I blinked, standing between the trees, not hiding, not waving, just present, watching us leave. That night, the apartment felt wrong. It should have been comforting. The familiar rattle of the AC, the glow of the TV, the muffled thuds from the laundry room down the hall. We showered off the sweat and dirt, put our smoky clothes in a pile, ate leftover pizza cold from the fridge. We went through all the motions of back to normal. My body went along with it. My brain did not. Every time a car door slammed in the lot outside, I jerked a little. Every time the pipes in the wall creaked, I imagined slow footsteps in leaf litter. The narrow hallway to our front door suddenly felt too much like a forest road. After Cadence went to bed, earlier than usual, claiming a headache, I sat on the couch in the blue glow of the TV's home menu screen, not really seeing it. My phone lay on the coffee table, dark. The thought of opening YouTube, of pulling up one of those horror channels I usually use to fall asleep, made my stomach churn. Instead, I opened my email. There was a part of me, a stubborn, irrational shard, that hoped there would be something there from the police. A message saying, "We found him. He's fine. Tires fixed. Everyone's laughing about those weird kids in the woods." Of course, there wasn't. There were the usual things. Promotional emails I didn't remember signing up for. A reminder from HR about some mandatory online training. A newsletter from a tech blog I never read. And one new message from an address I didn't recognize. No display name. Just a string of letters and numbers that looked auto-generated, followed by a common email provider domain. The subject line stopped me cold. I've seen those people too. For a long time, all I did was stare at it. My first thought was that it had to be a coincidence. Some spam title meant to grab attention by echoing whatever fear you just typed into a search bar. But I hadn't searched anything about people in the woods or camping stalkers on this account. Not yet. My second thought was worse. That somehow, what had happened in the forest wasn't just ours. That the world we'd brushed against was bigger and more populated than I wanted it to be. In the corner of my vision, my laptop screen reflected faintly in the dark TV. A duplicate image of the email inbox, subject line and all. It made it feel like the words were surrounding me. I clicked the message before I could talk myself out of it. The body of the email was plain text. No images, no links. "You don't know me," it began. "I work nights at a distribution center near Phoenix. I got your story through a channel that probably shouldn't be connecting people like us, but here we are." As I read, my heart rate picked up again. He described things in short, clipped sentences, like he was trying not to let himself get carried away. Stacked stones appearing on security camera feeds where nothing existed in real life. Bare footprints circling a campsite. The sensation of being watched by something that didn't care if you knew it was there. A campground in Colorado years ago. A tent moved in the night. He talked about seeing things at specific times, about hearing clicks in the hum of machines. He mentioned, almost offhand, that he'd recently watched a video about camping stories that sounded a lot like mine and that yours. He never gave his full name. He signed the email simply, M. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until my chest started to hurt. A notification ping snapped my head up. It was my building's security app, a sound I'd heard 100 times without really registering it. Motion detected. Front parking lot, 2:07 a.m. I glanced at the clock in the corner of my screen. 2:07. Of course. For a second I considered not opening it, letting it sit there, just a line of text, not a moving image. Then I thought about M in Phoenix, staring at his own monitors, seeing his own impossible things, and I knew I couldn't do it. I had to look, if only so I wouldn't lie to myself later about what might have been on it. I tapped the notification. The app opened, the little spinning icon churning as it loaded the clip. The feed from the front parking lot came up, grainy and greenish under the streetlights. My car sat where I'd left it, 2 stories down. A couple of other vehicles flanked it. The concrete glowed faintly. Nothing moved. I tapped play on the saved clip. 10 seconds of stillness. A stray leaf skittered across the asphalt, its motion too small to have triggered the sensor. The camera timestamp ticked over from 2:06:59 to 2:07 sows. For one frame, one single, flickered eighth of a second, the image glitched. Static. Lines. A brief staticky smear. And then, just for that fraction of a beat, in the far right corner of the lot, near the shadowed line of scrubby trees that separated the asphalt from the neighboring building's fence, 3 tall, dark shapes stood in a loose row. Not close enough for my camera to show detail. Not clear enough for me to swear in a court of law what they were. But I recognized the proportions. They weren't hiding. They weren't moving. They were just there, watching the lot, watching my building, watching as the timestamp blinked. 02-07-01. The clip ended. My reflection stared back at me faintly in the black screen, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. On my laptop, the email from M still sat open, his last line glowing in the dim room. I don't know what they are, he'd written. I just know they don't seem to care which forest you're in when they decide to show up. If you think getting out of the woods is where a story like this ends, you've clearly never tried to live with yourself afterward. In the horror videos I used to fall asleep to, the narrator always wrapped up with something clean. We drove away and never saw him again. Or, the cops told me they didn't find anything. And then, fade out. Outro music. Next story. Real life doesn't do outros. It just keeps going, and you have to sit in it. The first Monday back, everything looked exactly the same. The office fluorescent lights still hummed. The coffee machine in the break room still hissed and dripped, burnt-smelling liquid into the same cracked pot. Someone had left a passive-aggressive note on the fridge about labeling your lunch. A different someone had put googly eyes on the printer. My phone rang before I'd even logged in. IT help desk. This is Simon, I said, automatic. Yeah. My email's down, and I have a presentation in 15 minutes. A frantic voice on the other end said, This is literally the worst possible time. This always happens to me. I walked him through all the usual steps. VPN, credentials, server status, my voice steady, my fingers moving across the keyboard, my brain largely elsewhere. The headset pressed into the cartilage of my ear felt heavier than usual. Every time I turned my head, the cord tugged, reminding me I was tethered to this desk, this screen, this life. On the surface, being back at work was comforting. The shape of the day was familiar. Tickets, calls, emails, bathroom breaks, that weird lull around 3 p.m. when everyone moved slower and the office air got stale. Underneath, something was off. Every time someone walked past the doorway to my little corner cubicle, a streak of movement in my peripheral vision made my pulse jump. Every time the HVAC system kicked on with a low groan, my shoulders tensed. The steady, low roar of conversation in the open-plan office sometimes thinned out in my head until it sounded like whispers. Any time my cursor hovered near the browser's address bar, I had to fight the urge to type Missing Camper Uharry National Forest and hit enter. I'd open a new tab. My fingers would rest on the keys. MISS. Then the mental film strip would start. The slashed tire. The way Aiden had looked at the tree line when he said last night felt off. The 3 figures standing in the woods, not hiding, not waving, just watching. I'd close the tab. Open the ticketing system instead. Because here's the thing. If there was a headline, Man Found Dead, near Uharry Campground, or Solo Camper Missing, Car Discovered Abandoned, I knew I wouldn't be able to unread it. If there was no headline at all, that might be worse. At home, things with cadence didn't snap back into place either. For the first couple of days, we tried. We fell into our old routines by momentum alone. DoorDash bags on the counter. Netflix, asking if we were still watching. Her laptop open on the couch with work emails, she claimed she just had to check. But there was a gap now, a hairline fracture that had opened in the woods and extended into everything else. We never talked about the forest directly. We circled it like a hole in the floor neither of us wanted to acknowledge. "How was your day?" I'd ask. She'd shrug. "Fine." Jenna forwarded another disaster of a client brief. "You?" "Same," I'd say. More reset passwords, more printer drama. Silences grew longer between those little exchanges. Before, the gaps had been cozy, a shared quiet. Now they were sharp-edged. I felt like every pause was packed with unsaid versions of "we left him." "You told the operator you'd call." "You wanted to help him," and I said no. We snapped at each other over things that didn't matter. "Did you pay the electric bill?" She'd ask. "Yeah." "I set it to auto-pay last month," I'd say. "Well, they sent an email," she'd reply, a little too quickly. "You should see if it bounced." I swear, if they cut our power mid "Better call Saul," I'm going to lose it. "I'll check it," I'd say. "You could read the emails too, you know." She'd go stiff. "You handle the bills, I handle the rent," she'd say. "We've been doing it that way for a year. Don't start now." The argument wasn't really about bills. We both knew that. At night, we lay side by side in bed, not touching as much. I'd wake up at 3 or 4 and stare at the ceiling, tracing the hairline crack in the paint above the windows, listening to the AC unit rattle and wheeze. Sometimes, in that gray zone between sleep and waking, the sound of the unit's compressor would blend into the remembered crunch of footsteps on forest gravel. Twice, I dreamed about the 3 figures. In the dream, they weren't in the woods anymore. They stood under the sodium yellow streetlight in our apartment parking lot. Same evenly spaced posture, same patient stillness, heads tilted slightly down. In the dream, I watched from our second-floor window, a coffee mug cooling in my hand. The glass between us so thin, it didn't feel like protection at all. I never saw their faces. I woke up both times, with my back muscles clenched so hard I had to stretch before I could stand. The only thing I told Cadence about those dreams was I didn't sleep great. She nodded, dark circles under her eyes, and said, "Me neither." We were both marinating in the same fear and the same guilt, and instead of talking about it, we both tried to out-stubborn it. One night, about a week after we got back, we were lying on the couch, some sitcom playing too loudly to be funny. A character on screen joked about going camping and getting eaten by a bear. The laugh track roared. Cadence got up so fast the couch wobbled. "I'm going to bed," she said, already walking down the hall. "It's 8:30, I said before I could stop myself. She turned. "So?" she asked. I opened my mouth, closed it, then said, "Nothing." She stood there for a moment, looking at me like she wanted to peel my skull open and see what was inside. Then she shook her head and kept walking. The sitcom canned laughter kept going for another beat before I grabbed the remote and shut it off, leaving the apartment in a sudden buzzing silence. The AC unit rattled to fill it. Somewhere down the hall, the laundry room's machines went into another clunk-whir-clunk cycle. I stared at the black TV screen and thought, not for the first time, if we'd taken him with us, would we be sleeping better or worse? There was no good answer. The email from Phoenix sat in my inbox like a live wire. For the first 24 hours, I didn't answer it. I told myself I needed to think about what to say. Really, I was afraid that putting all of it into words would make it more real than it already was. Eventually, not answering felt worse than answering. I wrote back, "I don't know how you found me," I typed, "but I think you're talking about you, Harry, right? North Carolina. We had something happen there last weekend. I don't really know where to start. I deleted that. Started over. You mentioned stacked stones and bare footprints. I'm assuming you've seen those too. Have you ever had someone write to you, 'You should move your tent'?" That felt too abrupt, too much, too fast. I sat there, the cursor blinking accusingly at the end of the sentence, until finally I hit backspace and forced myself into something more chronological. I told him about Aiden without using his real name. I was camping with my girlfriend. Small national forest campground. First come, first served. There was a guy there alone in an old blue car. He came into our site at night, said he was solo camping to get away from people. He felt off, but he didn't do anything overtly wrong. I told him about the voices outside our tent, the way they'd stopped when I touched the zipper, the single slow footstep, the flashlight revealing nothing. I tried to tell myself it was other campers walking by, or sound bouncing weird. The next day, I found a note on my windshield. Just a cheap napkin, folded, tucked under the wiper. 4 words. "You should move your tent." I described the handwriting, the way everything in me had iced over when I read it. I told him how Aiden had shown up out of the trees right after, how he claimed he'd heard people circling his car too, standing outside it, breathing, never speaking, how he'd mentioned abandoned campsites and missing gear and weird energy, like he didn't know how else to phrase it. "I don't know if he's lying, or if he's the only one telling any kind of truth," I wrote. Then I told him about the slashed tire. I saw it with my own eyes. Sidewall sliced open in one clean line, like someone took a box cutter to it. He asked for a ride. We said no. We promised to call the cops instead when we got cell reception. I paused there, my fingers hovering. Then I wrote the part that haunted me the most. On the way out, the forest road was almost empty. The light was getting weird, all gray-blue under the trees. At one point, I looked out the passenger side window and saw 3 people standing between the trees, maybe 30 feet from the road. Not hiding, not waving us down. Just standing there, spaced out evenly, facing the road. I hit the brake without thinking. My girlfriend screamed at me to drive, so I did. I didn't mention the way one of them had shifted his weight, the subtle acknowledgement. I didn't have to. I figured if M had seen anything similar, he'd fill in that gap himself. I called 911 when we got back to the highway, I wrote. I told them about the slashed tire, that there was a guy stranded up there who needed help. I left out the part about the 3 in the trees because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding insane. No one has followed up. No news stories, no calls, nothing. At the end, I added, "I don't know if you're going to read this on your channel, or if that's even why you contacted me. I'm less interested in it being a story people hear, and more interested in knowing if you've seen the same pattern, stones, footprints, voices at night, people who aren't shy about being seen. Because if you have, and you're still breathing, I guess that's something." S. I reread the email 3 times, my eyes snagging on certain phrases, trying to decide if it sounded like the rant of an unhinged guy or the testimony of someone who'd seen something real. Finally, I hit send. The whoosh of the outgoing message sounded weirdly loud in the quiet apartment. Outside, a car door slammed. I flinched. The reply came less than an hour later. It was 1:32 a.m., Phoenix time, which meant M was probably at work, surrounded by his own whirring machines and humming fluorescent lights. "Thanks for writing back," he began. "First, I don't have a channel. I send my stories to people who do. They change details sometimes. That video you watched probably sanded off some edges. I didn't mention everything in there," he went on. "Second, I've seen stones and footprints and people like you're describing, but not all at once. Not until recently. Colorado first, years ago. Dispersed camping. We went to sleep in one place and woke up in another. Our tents had been moved into a perfect square around a stack of 4 stones. Bare footprints around the edge of the clearing. No memory of the night. Just 8 hours of missing time. We never told anyone. My friends and I pretended it was a prank because the alternative was worse." He described those missing hours in clipped practical language, like a guy walking someone through a technical problem. "Now, I work nights as security at a distribution center. The cameras have started showing stacks of stones in the employee lot around 2 a.m. The stones aren't there in real life when I go to check. I've seen what looks like dark shapes in the background sometimes, like people, but not quite. My audio picks up clicking noises. Sometimes it sounds like counting. Sometimes it sounds like rocks hitting each other underwater." He mentioned the bare footprints again, the ones he'd found in the woods near the old tent in Montana, and the tally marks on the notebook and tree. "Whatever this is, it seems to like patterns," he wrote. "Stones in groups, marks in 7s, people in 3s, timestamps around 2:10 a.m. You ever notice that? When it shows up?" I thought about the motion notification from my own building's cameras, the one that had pinged at 2:07 a.m. as I read his first email. The brief frame of 3 figures in the parking lot, barely more than silhouettes, but enough. Yeah, I'd noticed. We started writing regularly after that. Not every night. Not like pen pals. More like 2 guys leaving notes for each other on the inside of the same locked door. Sometimes he'd send a short email, a couple sentences. "Got another stack tonight," he'd write. 4 stones by the loading dock. Gone by the time I walked out. Camera says they were there for exactly 3 minutes. Sometimes I'd send him screenshots. A stack of 3 pebbles on the stair outside my building one morning. A crude little pyramid of gravel on the curb in front of my car. We compared details. The notes turned into a kind of impromptu database. Things we both had. Voices at night. Stacked stones in places they shouldn't be. Bare footprints where there shouldn't be bare feet. A feeling like being counted, like someone was tracking us without having to write anything down. Things we didn't share. I had the note. "You should move your tent." He had the tally marks, pages and pages, etched into bark and paper. Whenever either of us brought up them, the people in the trees, the shadows on his cameras, we danced around pronouns. No one wanted to define them too clearly. At one point I wrote, "Do you think these are just people? Like an actual group? Some kind of messed up cult or whatever?" His reply was immediate, almost cutting. "People don't move that way," he wrote. "People don't show up on one frame of camera and vanish the next without any in-between. People don't leave footprints in a perfect circle and then erase only the parts in the grass. Then a line later. But they look enough like people that if you told a cop about them, he'd ask if they had weapons, not if they had patterns. That was the problem. If you squinted, you could still pretend they were just folks being weird. As long as you had that out, you could keep going to work, keep paying bills, keep telling yourself the world was basically what you thought it was. The more we wrote, the less I believed any of that. The first time I noticed the stones, I almost talked myself out of seeing them. It was a Tuesday night, a little over 2 weeks after we got back from you, Harry. I'd stayed late at the office, some server permission mess that had everyone ready to mutiny. So it was full dark by the time I pulled into the apartment's underground garage. The garage was one of those low-ceilinged, echoing spaces where every sound felt too loud. My headlights swept over painted cinder block walls, concrete pillars, oil stains. There were a couple of other cars parked in their usual spots. A lone fluorescent bulb buzzed and flickered near the entrance, casting everything in a sickly, blue-white light. I parked in my normal space, near the far corner where a concrete pillar and the back wall met, killed the engine. The silence afterward rang in my ears. I grabbed my backpack from the passenger seat, opened the door, and swung my feet out. My right shoe landed half on concrete, half on something that shifted and rolled. I caught myself on the doorframe with a hand, heart jolting at the surprise loss of footing. Whatever I'd stepped on made a tiny scraping sound as it skittered. For a second, I thought rat, broken glass, screw from someone's tire, a whole catalog of normal garage hazards. Then I looked down. 3 small stones sat on the painted white line marking the edge of my spot. Not gravel from the driveway, not random debris. They were distinct from the gray dust around them. One was the size of a marble, smooth and dark. The second was slightly larger, lighter colored, a chip of concrete or something like it. The third was flatter, about the size of a quarter, with a jagged edge. They were arranged in a straight line, end to end, right where I instinctively put my foot when I get out of the car, just far enough from the door that I wouldn't knock into them opening it, just close enough that I couldn't miss them if I stepped naturally. I could have told myself they'd been kicked there by a passing tire, that they'd rolled into that configuration by chance. But they were too deliberate. The line they made pointed exactly toward the narrow walkway that led from the garage to the stairwell. A little stone arrow. The skin between my shoulder blades prickled. I crouched slowly and poked one with my fingertips. It didn't crumble. It wasn't particularly special, just a stone. But in my head, I could see 4 neat words on a napkin in unfamiliar handwriting. You should move your tent. What are you doing? Someone called, their voice echoing in the concrete space. I flinched, straightening up too fast. It was Mrs. Hall from 3B, balancing 2 grocery bags on her forearms, keys in her mouth. She gave me a curious look as she shuffled past. Thought I dropped something, I said quickly. She nodded, unimpressed, and disappeared into the stairwell. I looked back down. The stones sat there, patient. I didn't kick them away. I didn't pick them up. I stepped over them and walked to the stairs, the sound of my own footsteps suddenly very loud. The second time, it was harder to rationalize. It was a Friday at work. The morning had been brutal. 3 separate people somehow locked out of their accounts. A printer jam that involved actual tears from a project manager. A Zoom call where everyone talked over each other and no one listened. By lunch, my brain felt like it had been through a blender. I decided to go out for food instead of microwaving something sad in the break room. The sun outside was brutal, the heat baking the asphalt of the office park's parking lot until it radiated upward in visible waves. Our building was ringed by a ring of neatly painted parking spaces, ornamental trees planted at intervals, a couple of curbed islands with scraggly shrubs. My car sat near the far side, where I liked to park under the imperfect shade of a spindly maple. As I approached, keys in hand, I noticed something by the front driver's side tire. 4 stones this time, small, everyday stones, the kind that live forever in the cracks of sidewalks and the edges of asphalt, gathered and placed with intention. They sat pressed right up against the tire, almost touching the rubber. 3 of them formed a rough triangle, the 4th balanced on top, a little uneven but still holding. A tiny, crude pyramid hugging my wheel. Sunlight glanced off one of them in a way that made its edge glow. I stopped. The parking lot hummed with ordinary life. Cars passing on the road beyond. A plane whining overhead. Someone laughing near the front doors. The office building's AC units thrummed on the roof. A constant mechanical heart. My pulse drummed in my ears. "Probably some bored kids," a voice said behind me. I turned. It was Anthony from accounting, mid-40s, dad jeans, sports team polo shirt. He squinted at the stones, then at me, holding his lunch bag in one hand. "We've got a pack of middle schoolers that cut through here sometimes," he said. "Little punks move the wheelie bins and knock over the no parking sign. Could be them." "Yeah," I said, because saying anything else would have required explaining too much. "Probably." He shrugged. "Or maybe you've got a secret admirer with rocks for a hobby." He chuckled at his own joke, then kept walking toward his truck, keys jangling. I knelt, ignoring the way the heat from the asphalt baked through my pants, and studied the stones up close. They weren't special. One was speckled, granite-like. One was a chunk of brick. One was just a gray pebble. The one on top was chipped in a way that made it wedge nicely between the 3 below. Anyone could have done this. That was the worst part. Anyone could. And yet, not everyone would. I thought about taking a picture for M, but the idea of having the image in my phone all day, sitting there between emails and app icons, made my stomach twist. Instead, I flicked the top stone off with my finger. It toppled, hit the asphalt with a soft clack, then rolled a few inches and stopped, indistinguishable from the other gravel now. I scattered the remaining 3 with the toe of my shoe until they were just part of the general debris. Then I got in my car, shut the door, and sat there for a few seconds with my forehead pressed against the steering wheel. The interior smelled like sun-warmed plastic and stale coffee. I imagined 3 figures standing at the edge of the office park, half hidden behind a landscaping tree, watching. My lunch break didn't feel like much of a break after that. The third thing wasn't about stones. It was about the counting. Our building was old. Storms knocked the power out at least a couple times a year. More if the trees decided to take out a line just for fun. We had a backup generator that kicked on when that happened, filling the halls with a low, gut-vibrating hum. The first big storm of that summer hit late on a Sunday afternoon. Rain lashed the windows, slanting so hard it looked like it was falling sideways. The sky went from gray to the kind of dark that makes noon feel like 9 p.m. Thunder rolled in long, sustained growls. I was on the couch, scrolling without really seeing anything. The TV off, Cadence in the bedroom, trying to get ahead on work she didn't want to do in the morning. When the lights went out, it was like someone had blinked the whole apartment. The AC cut. The fridge, went quiet. The glow from my phone suddenly seemed obscene in the deepened darkness. "Great," Cadence called from the bedroom. "Awesome. Love that for us." A second later, the backup generator in the basement rumbled to life. The hallway light outside our door flickered, then stayed on, dimmer than usual, but steady. A faint, steady thrum came through the walls and floor, like the building had grown a second deeper heartbeat under the storm. We lit a couple of candles, more for the ritual of it than the actual light. Their small flames swayed whenever the air moved. After an hour, with nothing to do and no Wi-Fi to mindlessly feed us, we ended up in bed earlier than usual. The rain on the windows made a constant wash of sound. The generator hummed away beneath it, a low, continuous vibration I could feel in my molars. Cadence fell asleep first, breathing evening out as thunder rolled further away. I lay awake, staring into the dim, orange-tinted darkness, listening. Without the AC's rattle and the fridge's intermittent clicks, the apartment's normal soundscape had changed. The generator had moved in to fill the space. I've never been so aware of a machine. The hum was deeper than the HVAC, more layered than the buzz of fluorescent lights. It wasn't just one tone. There were rich overtones in it, small pulses that made the walls seem to breathe. At first, I let it become background. Noise is noise. My brain knows what to do with it. Then slowly, pieces of it started to stand out. Somewhere in the mix of engine noise and structural vibration, there was something else. A rhythm that didn't match the generator's steady shudder. A subtle, lighter sound, riding on top of the lower frequencies. Soft, wet, almost, like the click of a tongue against the roof of a mouth. Click, click, click. I held my breath. For a few seconds, it disappeared, or I lost it. The storm outside distracted me. Another patter of rain against the glass, another distant rumble. I closed my eyes and listened harder. There. Click, click, click. Not perfectly, even like a metronome. Not random, either. Intentional. I tried to convince myself it was something stupid. Water in the pipes. A neighbor's bed frame knocking gently against the wall. The distant drip of a leak in the stairwell. Then I thought about the audio M had mentioned from his cameras. The faint clicking he heard when he scrubbed back through footage around 2 a.m. The way he described it as someone counting under their breath, too quietly to make out numerals, just pulses. The generator hummed. The building thrummed with it. The clicking came again. Click, click, click. "One," a voice whispered. It was so faint I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. It sounded like it came from somewhere above us, near the ceiling, as if someone had put their mouth over the vent in the hallway. The hairs on my arms tried to climb off my skin. I stared up at the shadowed square of the air vent above the bedroom door. In the candlelight from the living room, it was just a darker rectangle in the dark wall. 2. Barely audible. Not breathy, not theatrical. Just a simple, quiet word, spoken like whoever said it knew no one was supposed to hear. My chest tightened. I thought about calling out. "Who's there?" The cliché line everyone yells in every story. But I knew, with an eerie kind of certainty, that if I said anything, the counting would stop. And for some reason, that felt worse. I stayed absolutely still, eyes locked on the vent, while the generator hummed and the rain softened. The next sound took longer. Long enough that I started to wonder if the previous ones had been my brain pattern matching static into significance. Long enough that my heartbeat slowed a little, the adrenaline ebbing. Then softly, 3. Right above us. Right there. It stopped. No 4. The generator kept running, oblivious. The storm moved on. Somewhere down the hall, a door opened and closed, muffled through concrete and drywall. Beside me, Cadence sighed in her sleep and rolled onto her other side, facing away. I lay awake a long time after that, counting silently in my own head. 1, 2, 3. I didn't know if they were counting nights, people, or chances. But I knew, with the same ugly certainty I'd had in the forest when I saw 3 figures between the trees, that we hadn't left that thing, those things behind in you, Harry. They'd come with us, and they were keeping score. If guilt was just a feeling, I think I could have white-knuckled my way through it. I've felt guilty before, for saying the wrong thing, for missing a birthday, for letting a ticket sit in the queue too long. That kind of guilt fades if you ignore it hard enough. It cracks, peels, eventually gets filed under, yeah, I screwed up, but whatever. This wasn't that. This was the kind of guilt that made the regular world feel unstable. Like if I didn't get some kind of answer about what happened to Aiden, the whole thing would keep leaking into everything else. My job, my sleep, my apartment, every single ordinary Wednesday. So I did what people like me do when the dark gets too loud. I went looking for information. And the more I looked, the worse it got. It took me 4 days to work up the nerve to call the ranger station. 4 days of almost searching headlines, of hovering over maps of Uhari in another tab, of replaying the forest road in my head every time I tried to answer a mundane email. The number wasn't hard to find. The state park website listed it right under a stock photo of a smiling ranger pointing at a trail map for a happy family. I stared at that photo for a full minute before tapping the number. The phone rang twice. Harry National Forest Ranger Office. This is Mike, a man's voice said. Southern accent, but not thick. Tired, but not unfriendly. Hi, I said. My name's Simon. I had a question about an incident at one of the campgrounds last week. There was a brief pause, the kind where you can hear someone shifting in their chair. What kind of incident? He asked. The way he said it made me instantly aware that I was walking into a conversation where the words I chose mattered. I was camping out there, I said carefully, at one of the smaller campgrounds off the forest road. We left early because there was some vandalism and some people acting strange. I just wanted to make sure you guys had been notified about it and that everyone was okay. Okay, he said slowly. Which campground are we talking about, sir? I described it. Small loop, 6 or 7 sites, about 3 miles in, on a gravel road. Vault toilet near the entrance, a creek not too far from the trailhead. I gave him the general direction from the highway. That sounds like the West Branch site, he said. I heard the faint clacking of a keyboard. You said vandalism? Yeah, I said. One of the other campers' tires was slashed. Not like a blowout. Like cut. Were you the victim of the vandalism? He asked. No, I said. But we saw it. The guy asked us to call police for him when we got back to the highway. I just wanted to make sure somebody came, that he wasn't stuck out there with whoever did it. You called 911? He asked. Yeah, from the highway, after we left the forest road. Another pause, more typing. What day was this? I gave him the date. There was a longer stretch of keyboard noise, interspersed with the sound of paper shuffling. In the background, I could hear a printer shooting out pages, the low murmur of another voice. Someone coughed. "All right," he said finally. "So, here's the thing. We haven't had any major reports of vandalism up there this month. Nothing like what you're describing on record. Couple calls about illegal fire rings. One about some kids leaving beer cans at a dispersed site. Nothing about slashed tires." The bottom of my stomach dropped. "But you do have something, right?" I said. "Some kind of record of someone going up there?" "I'm not seeing anything big," he repeated. "We get a lot of calls, sir, and a lot of them turn out to be misunderstandings." I realized my hand was gripping the phone so hard my fingers hurt. "What about abandoned camps?" I asked. "Have you had any reports like that?" He hesitated just a fraction too long. "That happens," he said. "People come out with big plans and then realize they forgot something, or they get into a fight, or the weather changes. Sometimes we find a tent or equipment left behind. We tag it, and if no one claims it after a while, we dispose of it." He said it like he'd said it 100 times before. A script. "Is that what you're worried about?" He added. "Your gear?" "No," I said. "No, we took our stuff. I'm worried about the guy we left up there." Another pause. "Look," he said, a little softer. "If there was any kind of serious incident, a missing person, a body, anything like that, you'd be reading about it. We'd be dealing with it. It wouldn't be quiet." "You're sure?" I asked. "As sure as I can be," he said. "We don't sweep that kind of thing under the rug, all right? I've been with the service 10 years. People get lost. We look. People get hurt. We respond. We don't just leave them out there." In my head, I flashed on the slashed tire, the note, the 3 figures in the trees. "You mentioned people acting strange," he added. "Can you clarify what you meant by that?" I didn't know how to answer that question in a way that wouldn't get me mentally filed under caller in need of wellness check. "I thought someone was messing with our campsite at night," I said eventually, walking around, whispering, then the note and the tire. It just didn't feel right. "Did you see anyone actually damage the vehicle?" he asked. "No," I said. "Did anyone threaten you or your companion directly?" "No." "Okay," he said. "Well, I'm not saying what you experienced didn't feel real. Forest gets under people's skin sometimes, especially at night. But without names or plate numbers, there's not much I can look up. If the sheriff's department got a call, they'd have their own record. I can't access that from here." "So, there could be a report?" I pressed. "Could be," he said. "Doesn't mean anything bad happened. Not every call turns into a case. Sometimes we go up, don't find anything. Everyone's gone home." He sounded like he believed that, or like he needed me to believe it. I was about to apologize for bothering him, to hang up and go back to pretending this was all a misunderstanding, when I heard another voice on his end. Someone saying something muffled, like they'd leaned close to his shoulder. "Is that the blue sedan?" the other person asked, just audible. "Shh," the ranger said under his breath, but my ear caught it through the line. My spine snapped straight. "What about the blue sedan?" I asked, my voice coming out sharper than I meant. There was a beat of silence. "Sir," he said, a little more formal now. "Like I said, I can't share specifics about ongoing or resolved reports, and I don't have confirmation that what my coworker is referring to has anything to do with what you're describing. But there is a report," I said, "about a blue sedan up there." He exhaled slowly, the sound fuzzing in my ear. "There is an incident log mentioning a blue sedan found parked near a trailhead longer than expected," he admitted. Vehicle unattended. We contacted the local sheriff's office to see if it was reported stolen. Beyond that, I can't discuss details with you. It's not public record yet. Was there someone with the car? I asked. Did they find... I can't answer that, he cut in. I'm not trying to be difficult. That's the law. If you're really worried about a specific individual, you can file a welfare check request with the sheriff's office in their county of residence. But if you don't know his last name, that's going to be pretty hard. He wasn't wrong. I'm sorry, he said, and for a second, he sounded like he meant it. I know that's not the neat answer you're probably hoping for, but like I said, if something big had happened, you'd have heard about it by now. We both knew that wasn't necessarily true. Bad things happen all the time that never make it past a couple paragraphs on page 4. Right, I said. Okay, thanks for your time. Stay safe out there, he said, the standard ranger sign-off. I hung up and stared at my phone. My reflection in the dark screen looked like someone I didn't quite recognize. Same features, different set to them. Blue sedan found unattended near trailhead. He'd tried to downplay it, but the words had a weight, like stones dropping into a well. Once I made that call, it was like breaking a seal. If I'd already stuck my hand into the mess, I might as well dig. That night, after Cadence went to bed with a mumbled, "I'm tired," that sounded more like an escape than an explanation, I opened my laptop and started searching. I began with the obvious: Uhori Blue, sedan, missing camper. Uhori National Forest vandalism campground. West Branch campsite incident. Montgomery County NC forest vehicle unattended. Most of what I got back were travel blogs, trail guides, a couple of YouTube vlogs shot by cheerful hikers talking about hidden gems and primitive sites with great views. I refined. Uhori, missing hiker, blue sedan, Uhori, unattended vehicle, National Forest, North Carolina. I switched over to local news sites, small TV stations, regional papers with names like The Courier and Piedmont Times. Their websites all looked like they'd been built around 2008 and never updated. Banner ads jostling for space with grainy photos and headlines that tried to sound urgent. There was no big story, no bold all caps, body found near Uhori campground, no dramatic banner, mysterious disappearance, baffles authorities. But there were fragments. A 2-paragraph piece from 6 months ago about 2 hikers reported overdue near a popular trail system. They'd gone out on a day hike and not returned when expected. Search efforts were ongoing. No follow-up link, no update tag. Another tiny article from last year about a tent found collapsed and abandoned near an unofficial campsite. The ranger quoted in it said, "We see this kind of thing a lot. Folks overpack, get spooked or tired, and leave things behind." No mention of whose tent it was or whether they'd made it out. A police blotter line about suspicious persons reported near Forest Road 386X, log note only, area checked, unable to locate. Reading those pieces felt like reading around a hole. The shape was more defined by what wasn't on the page than what was. Every click made the cursor feel heavier. I adjusted my search. Unattended vehicle. Trailhead. Sheriff asks public for help. Nothing specific. Once or twice, I thought I'd found something. An old case about a missing hunter. An SUV discovered weeks after someone was last seen. But the dates were wrong, or the locations were 3 counties away. I kept telling myself, I would stop after just one more page. The apartment around me blurred into the edges of the browser window. The hum of the fridge, the occasional car passing outside, the faint, dry rasp of the AC kicking on. It all became background noise to the scrolling. At some point, a new sound cut through the others. Tap. I ignored it. Tap. Tap. Sharpened. Close enough that I could feel it in my teeth. I flinched, tearing my eyes away from a tiny map on some local station site. The sound came again. Tap, tap, tap. Not from the door, from the window. Our living room window faced the parking lot, 3rd floor. The glass was streaked with old rain residue and framed by cheap vinyl blinds. The only things that ever hit it were raindrops, the occasional leaf, or, once, a drunk neighbor's shoe when he'd misjudged his balcony toss, and I'd had to go downstairs and give it back to him. This was none of those. I stood up slowly, my chair rolling back on the carpet with a soft squeak. The laptop screen cast a pale glow on the wall. For a second, I just stood there, listening. Nothing. Then, tap. A single delicate rap, like someone had flicked the glass with a fingernail. I crossed the room, my heartbeat clicking in my ears. The blinds were half open already, slanted to let in the neon haze from the parking lot below. Through the gaps, I could see the usual. The tops of cars, the orange halo around the streetlight, the faint reflection of my own face. I took the cord and twisted my wrist, tilting the blinds up so I could see out more clearly. There was no one there. Of course there wasn't. There was no balcony, no fire escape, no ledge wide enough for someone to stand on. Just 3 stories of beige stucco dropping straight down to the lot. My eyes tracked down the wall, then back up. That's when I saw it. On the narrow strip of outside windowsill, no more than 3 inches wide, dusted with dirt and bits of dried leaves, sat a tiny stack of stones. 3 of them. Again. They were small, not much bigger than my thumbnail. One flat at the bottom, one rounded in the middle, one oddly angular on top, balanced so near the edge of the sill that I felt a weird urge to reach through the glass and steady them. They were directly in front of my face, just beyond the thin barrier of glass. I stepped closer until my nose almost touched the cold pane. Up close, I could see the texture of them. They weren't from a riverbed or a landscaped garden. They looked like they'd come from the same kind of gravel that lived in parking lots. Little flecks of white quartz and dark asphalt clung to the bottom one. The sill was dusty. There were no smudges, no streaks, nothing to suggest someone had climbed up from below or down from above to place them there. My brain did a quick, desperate shuffle of explanations. A bird, maybe a crow, messing with shiny things. Kids with slingshots. Some weird settling of debris from the roof. None of those held up under even the weakest scrutiny. The window glass fogged slightly where my breath hit it. On my laptop, behind me, an autoplay video started, tinny voices spilling briefly into the room before YouTube realized the tab wasn't in focus and muted itself. I watched the stones. They didn't move. They just sat there, casual, as if they'd always been part of the architecture. A text from M popped into my head, something he'd written a few nights before when I'd told him about the stones in the office lot. "They're getting bolder," he'd said, or closer. Hard to tell which. I lifted my hand and placed my palm flat against the glass. The window was cool. On the other side, inches away, the top stone shifted. Just a millimeter, enough to wobble. I flinched hard enough that the blinds rattled. It didn't fall. It settled, like it had been nudged by something I couldn't see. I stepped back, pulse thundering, my mouth suddenly dry. The urge to open the window and sweep the stones away warred with the instinct to leave them exactly where they were, like moving them would break some unspoken rule I didn't understand. In the end, I did nothing. I pulled the blinds all the way down, shutting them out, then walked back to the couch on shaky legs and closed my laptop. I didn't need to read any more half-finished news blurbs. Something was already writing the rest of the story for me, one tiny stone at a time. The voicemail had been in my phone the whole time. That's what still bothers me the most. It wasn't new. It wasn't some creepy call I received the night of the storm, or after the stones on the window. It had been sitting there quietly in my inbox since the week we got back from Uhari, buried under pharmacy reminders and "you've won a free cruise" scams. I only noticed it because I couldn't sleep. It was one of those nights where the clock seemed to jump in 10-minute increments every time I glanced at it. 1:23, 1:33, 1:43. The darkness in the bedroom felt too thick, the sheet too heavy, the space between my shoulder blades too exposed. Cadence lay beside me, turned toward the wall, the faint rise and fall of her back visible in the streetlight glow leaking around the curtains. I gave up around 2 a.m. and slipped out of bed, grabbing my phone from the nightstand. The living room felt cooler, emptier. I didn't turn on any lights. The outline of the couch was enough. I sat down and let myself scroll, even though I knew the blue light would only make it harder to sleep later. I checked M's last email again, even though I'd already read it 3 times. Sometimes I think it's not about the places he'd written. It's about the people who notice the pattern. Once you see it, you're on some kind of list. The stones are just reminders. Great. Comforting. I backed out of email and opened my missed calls list, not because there was anything urgent there, but because looking at boring, routine information felt like jamming my finger into a crack in the dam. That's when I saw it, the little red dot on the voicemail icon. Unheard. I tapped it. There were the usual suspects. A robocall from a pharmacy reminding me about flu shots. A message from my mom asking if we were still alive out there in the big city. A partial message from a client at work who dialed my personal number by mistake and hung up halfway through. And one entry from an unknown number. No caller ID, no name. Just a 10-digit string with an area code I didn't recognize. The date punched me in the gut. It was time-stamped at 2:07 a.m., 2 days after we got back from Uhari. The same night, I'd sat up late writing my first long email to M. I stared at the little play button like it might bite. It could have been a spam call, a wrong number, some automated survey that had left a blank message. The logical explanation pile was high, but there was that time. 2:07. The same time my building's camera had tagged the 3 figures in the parking lot. The same time M's cameras kept catching stone stacks. The same time the forest had felt thickest, if that makes any sense. I didn't even realize my finger was moving until I'd tapped play. The phone speaker hissed softly, then filled with a wash of sound. At first, it was just static. The sort of sizzle you get when a call connects badly and the line can't decide if it wants to hold on or die. Underneath it, faint and distorted, was something else. A low rush, like wind. I thumbed the volume up. It didn't help much. The sounds merged together into a kind of white noise. Nothing my tired, rattled brain could make sense of. I almost deleted it. My thumb hovered over the trash icon. Instead, I hit the little headphone symbol. If M had taught me anything, it was that sometimes the bad stuff was hiding between frames. Maybe it was hiding between frequencies too. I dug my earbuds out of my backpack, untangled them, hands a little clumsier than usual, and plugged them in. The world zipped in close when the ambient room noise vanished. It was just me and the tiny speakers pressed into my ears. The rest of the apartment, a vague shape around the edges of my vision. I hit play again. Static. Hiss. But now, in the isolation of the headphones, I could hear layers. The rush of sound wasn't just static. There was a texture to it. A faint, constant susurration that could have been wind moving through leaves. Every few seconds, there was a sharp, dry crackle, like a twig breaking underfoot. My pulse picked up. I closed my eyes and tried to separate the sounds. There, a heavier crunch, like a boot stepping on gravel or dried leaves. Another, a little farther away. Someone walking. Outside? Inside the voicemail? My body couldn't tell the difference. Underneath it all, almost too soft to hear, was something else. A rhythm. Not the organic rise and fall of the wind. Not the irregular snap of branches. A repeated quiet little sound, spaced unevenly, but with intent. Click, click, click. Tongue against teeth. Pebbles tapped together. Stones touching. My throat tightened. Hello? I whispered into the empty room, even though I knew the message was a recording and I was weeks too late. In my ears, the sounds kept going, oblivious. The wind noise got a little louder, like whoever was holding the phone had turned their head. The footsteps grew softer, then louder again, as if circling. And then, woven into the static so delicately, I almost missed it. A voice. Male. Not old. Not particularly distinctive. The kind of voice that blends in on conference calls and hold lines. It wasn't clear, not at first. Like it had been pushed down behind the other sounds, buried under leaves and noise. Then slowly, I made out syllables. One. The word was small, almost lazy, spoken on a breath. The hairs on my arms rose, a slow wave crawling over my skin. Another click, another rustle, a breath that wasn't mine. Two. The voice was clearer now. Closer to the microphone, maybe. Closer to me. It wasn't a voice I recognized. Not Aiden's, not M's. From the couple of times we'd tried quick, stilted voice chats to prove we were both real. Three. The faint sound of something metal sliding against fabric brushed the edge of my hearing. A zipper. Or a tent flap being pinched between fingers. The wind forest noise swelled, then dipped. Static surged, loud, like someone had cupped their hand over the phone. And then the message cut off. No beep. No system-generated end of message. Just an abrupt severing, like somebody had taken scissors to a wire. My own breathing sounded too loud in the silence that followed. The voicemail app pinged softly, asking if I wanted to save, delete, or replay. My finger hovered over each option in turn. I checked the details again. Unknown number. No location data I could see without a subpoena. Length, 0:14. Time, 2:07 a.m., 2 nights after we'd escaped the forest. The same hour whatever it was, liked to kick the walls of reality. I thought about Aiden on the forest road, watching us drive away. I thought about the blue sedan in the ranger's half-acknowledged file. I thought about the 3 figures in the trees, patient. I thought about the stones on my window ledge, stacked where no one should be able to reach. The idea that one of them, whoever they were, might also be able to find my number, to dial into my life and drop a little slice of the woods into my voicemail box, made me feel suddenly, horribly exposed. I didn't delete it. I didn't save it either. I just sat there, the phone warm in my hand, the tiny options icons glowing softly, while somewhere in the building, the generator kicked on for a test cycle, and the faint, layered hum drifted up through the floor. For a second, buried deep in the vibration, I could have sworn I heard it again. Click, click, click. I pulled the earbuds out, heart pounding, the snap of the little rubber tips leaving my ears absurdly loud. The apartment looked the same. Couch, TV, pile of mail on the coffee table, a faint line of light under the bedroom door. I knew better now than to trust the same. On my screen, the voicemail notification still waited for my choice. For once, I didn't make one. I locked the phone, tossed it onto the cushion beside me, and stared at the dark window where I knew, without needing to look, 3 tiny stones still sat just on the other side of the glass. I wish I could say that after the night with the generator and the counting in the vents, I decided to just forget about all of it and go back to being the guy who reset passwords for a living. I tried. By tried, I mean I stared at my own reflection in the bathroom mirror the next morning, toothbrush hanging out of my mouth, and told myself out loud, "You're freaking yourself out. Forest plus guilt plus horror videos is a bad cocktail. That's all this is." My eyes didn't look convinced. The thing in the vent had stopped at 3. Maybe that should have been reassuring. It wasn't, because 3 was starting to show up everywhere. 3 figures in the trees, 3 little stones in the garage, 3 soft taps at the window that I told myself I didn't really hear. At some point, the pretend ignorance becomes worse than sitting with whatever you're afraid of. So I started trying to know, and discovered that sometimes not knowing is the only thing keeping the floor under you. The ranger station number sat in my search results for 2 days before I actually called it. I'd look it up, thumb hovering over the green call button, my brain supplying every reason not to. It's been weeks. They'll think you're crazy. They're busy. He's fine. If something happened, somebody would have called you first, right? Nobody was calling me first about anything. I knew that. We were just 2 people with a napkin and a promise. On a Wednesday, around lunch, when the office was extra loud and extra fluorescent, I ducked into one of the tiny focus rooms, a glorified closet with a chair, a table, and a motivational poster about teamwork, and shut the door. The room smelled like coffee and dry erase markers. The faint hum of the building's AC seeped through the vents. I sat down, opened my phone, and hit the number before I could talk myself out of it again. The line rang twice. Harry District Ranger Station. This is Mike speaking. His voice was exactly what you'd expect from a ranger named Mike. Steady, brisk, a little tired, not unfriendly. Hey, I said, already hating how my voice sounded. My name's Simon. I was camping out there at one of the smaller campgrounds a few weeks ago. I had a question about an incident. I'm not sure who to talk to about it. What kind of incident? He asked. No sigh, no annoyance, just that little nudge professionals use to get you to the point. I swallowed. There was some vandalism, I said, and some people acting weird. I just wanted to make sure someone followed up. I called 911 when we left, but... You were at one of the developed campgrounds? He asked. Or dispersed camping? Campground, I said. I described it as best I could. The short loop, 6 or 7 sites, vault toilet near the entrance, gravel road in, maybe 3 miles off the main highway. Woods thick enough on all sides that you felt swallowed by trees by the time you hit your site. That's probably West Branch, he said. I could hear a keyboard clicking in the background as he talked. So, vandalism. Can you be a little more specific? One of the other campers' tires was slashed, I said. Not a blowout. A clean cut along the side. Looked like a knife. He asked us to call the police for him when we got back to the highway. I just wanted to check that somebody had gone out there, that he wasn't stranded. Were you the victim of the vandalism? He asked. No, I said. We were in the site at the end of the loop. He was a couple sites in from us. Old blue sedan. Another pause. More typing. What date was this? I gave it to him. He repeated it back, fingers still moving. We do log calls we get from law enforcement, he said. If they contact us about an incident on Forest Service land, it should be here. The clatter of the keys stopped. I heard a page flip. Okay, he said slowly. So, we don't have any major incident reports for that campground around that date. No assault, no serious vandalism that required a full response. We've had the usual things this season. Fires left smoldering, trash dumping, that kind of thing. But nothing like what you're describing on our end. My grip tightened on the phone. What about minor reports? I asked. Anything about a car with slashed tires? Or anything about strange people out there? He gave a short, dry laugh. Sir, we get calls about strange people every week, he said. It's a public forest. People get high. People get lost. People see things in the dark that turn out to be deer and raccoons. That's not me making fun of you. That's just the job. Under any other circumstances, I might have laughed too. Right now, it just made my stomach twist. What about abandoned campsites? I pressed. Like tents left up with no one around, gear just sitting there. Do you get that? This time, he didn't answer right away. It happens, he said finally. Folks overpack, freak out, leave in a hurry, or they say they'll come back for stuff and never do. In those cases, we tag it and give it some time. If nobody claims it, we dispose of it. Standard procedure. The words standard procedure crawled over my skin like ants. Is that what you think this was? I asked. Just somebody leaving? I don't have anything in front of me that says a vehicle was disabled up there that night, he said. If the sheriff's office got a call from you, they'd be the primary. We'd just assist if they asked. So there's nothing in your logs? I asked. Nothing about a blue sedan? There was a rustle on his end. Another voice, muffled, said something close to his phone. I caught just a couple of words through the distortion. That the blue sedan? Mike muttered back something I couldn't catch, then realized he was still on the line with me. Sir, he said, a bit more formal. I can't share details of any ongoing or unresolved reports with a member of the public, especially if we don't have a name to match to what you're describing. My heart thumped harder. So there is a report, I said, about a blue sedan. He sighed quietly. What I can tell you, he said, is that there is a log from that week noting vehicle found unattended near trailhead. That's it. No injuries noted, no search and rescue call out, just a vehicle. Was it towed? Tagged? Do you know if they found the owner? I asked. I can't disclose that, he said. Even if I knew more, which I don't. That's sheriff's office jurisdiction. If it turned into a missing persons case, that's something they'd lead, not us. So if someone was missing, I said, there'd be a missing persons report somewhere. News. Something. If there were a major incident, he said, landing on the word like it was supposed to comfort me, it would be public. You'd have seen coverage. We don't hide that stuff. It's bad for us too when that happens." He paused. "Look, I can hear that you're worried," he added, quieter. "You did the right thing calling 911 when you did. That's about all you could do in that situation. You're not responsible for every idiot with a knife and a grudge in the woods." I pictured the clean, surgical cut in Aiden's tire, the 3 figures in the trees, the napkin with, "You should move your tent," folded like it had always been meant for us. "I don't think this was just an idiot with a knife," I muttered. "Then that's more reason to be glad you left," he said. "We tell people all the time, if it feels wrong, get out. Trust that. It's better to bail on a weekend than end up in one of our reports. In one of the ones you can't talk about," I said. He let that pass. "If you remember this guy's name, or his plate, you can call the county sheriff and request a welfare check," he said. "Without that, there's only so much anyone can do. I'm sorry. I know that's frustrating." Frustrating wasn't the word. Frustrating was a printer jam. Frustrating was getting locked out of your email 10 minutes before a meeting. This was something else. Something that felt bigger than either of us. More like a hole in the map than a single missing marker. "Right," I said, my voice sounding far away to my own ears. "Okay, thanks anyway." "Stay safe," he said, and for a moment, the usual ranger tagline sounded less like a courtesy and more like an actual plea. "And hey, if you go back out, maybe stick to the busier loops, all right?" "Yeah," I said. "I don't think we'll be going back out." I hung up. The tiny focus room suddenly felt too small. The motivational poster, white water rafters rowing together under the words, "Persistence pays off," looked like a joke someone had forgotten to laugh at. "Vehicle found unattended near trailhead." He hadn't said blue. He hadn't said sedan. But his coworker had, whether he meant to or not. The thing with unanswered questions is, once you start pulling on one, every other loose thread starts to itch. Back at my desk, I stared at my monitor for a long time. Tickets waited in my queue, little icons of broken printers and locked accounts. My inbox had filled with the usual mix of, "Can you jump on a quick call?" and friendly reminder, "Training is overdue." I opened a new browser tab instead. If the ranger was right, if major incidents got public coverage, then somewhere, in some small-town newspaper column or local TV site, there should be a trace, a line, a name. I started broad. Harry National Forest missing camper. Harry blue car unattended trailhead. West Branch campground vandalism. The first page of results was a mess of travel blogs, camping forums, mountain biking videos. People posting pictures of themselves smiling in front of trail signs I recognized. Buried on the second or third page, I found a 2-paragraph story from a local station. 2 hikers overdue near Harry Trail System, Montgomery County, NC. Authorities are searching for 2 hikers reported overdue Sunday evening after they failed to return from a day hike in Harry National Forest. The article ended with, "Search efforts are ongoing." No link to a follow-up. No update. Hikers found safe. Just an old date stamp and a dead end. Another piece, even shorter. Abandoned campsite found by rangers. Harry National Forest officials say a tent and various camping equipment were found unattended near an unofficial campsite last month. A ranger quoted said it wasn't unusual. "People get scared or sick or just leave," he said. "Sometimes they come back later, sometimes they don't." No mention of a vehicle, no mention of a person. I found a blotter item on a county sheriff's page about Suspicious persons reported near Forest Road. 3XX, area checked, unable to locate. That was it. The more I clicked, the less I felt like I was reading news, and the more it felt like I was reading around holes. A word here, a phrase there, all implying something that never quite made it to the surface. At one point, I looked up and realized the office around me had gone blurry. The hum of conversation in the open plan area had flattened into a murmur. The lights felt too bright. The edges of my monitor glowed against the gray fabric of my cubicle wall. Outside, beyond the tinted windows, clouds were rolling in. The afternoon had gone from bright to flat overcast without me registering it. I kept scrolling. A hunter missing 2 years ago. A car found at a trailhead. Owner later located out of state. A brief mention of no foul play suspected. The absence of anything about a stranded man in a blue sedan, a slashed tire, or weird people in the woods didn't make me feel better. It made me feel like I'd missed a crucial memo about how reality works. That was when I heard the tapping. At first, I thought it was someone drumming their fingers on the cube wall. People did that sometimes. Restless patterns, nervous energy. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, sharper, with a slight hollow resonance. This wasn't the soft thud of knuckles on fabric. It was sharper, more brittle. I pulled one ear of my headset off, half expecting to hear someone calling my name. The office noise drifted in. Typing, a chair squeaking, someone's muffled laugh from the break room. The tapping came again, in a staccato little cluster. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the window. We were on the 3rd floor. I swiveled in my chair. The row of windows that ran behind my desk looked out over the parking lot. They were big panes of glass set into dark metal frames. Blinds pulled halfway down against the afternoon glare. Beyond them, the lot was a patchwork of cars and faded white lines. The road beyond, slick and dark under the thickening cloud cover. No one stood outside. No birds flapped against the glass. No tree branches reached high enough to scrape. Tap. This one landed exactly in front of my head, like someone flicked the window with a fingernail right where I was sitting. I stood up slowly, my chair rolling back. No one else in my row reacted. Kelsey in the cube next to me stayed hunched over her spreadsheet. The guy 2 seats down kept talking into his headset about VPN credentials. I stepped to the window, heart ticking a little faster. Up close, I could see my own warped reflection in the glass. Tired eyes, office lanyard, the little dip in my hair where I'd dried it too fast that morning. Behind that, the parking lot. And there, sitting on the outer sill of the window, just wide enough to catch dust and the occasional dead moth, was a stack of stones. They were small, one flat, one rounded, one chipped, gray with flecks of white. They'd been placed near the center of the pane, roughly at my eye line, balanced carefully so the top one didn't roll off. 3rd floor, no balcony, nothing beneath the window but 2 stories of blank exterior wall and a strip of scrubby bushes. I stared at them, pulse hammering in my throat. It would have been so easy to dismiss the ones in the garage, even the ones by my car at work. People could walk there. Kids could play dumb games. Hell, bored coworkers could be messing around. This was different. You don't get a stone stack on a window ledge like that without effort. A serious ladder, a bucket truck, a very dedicated crow with an architecture degree. But there they were, 3 little stones, right outside my glass, close enough that if I pressed my palm to the window, My fingers would overlay them perfectly. Behind me, my computer chimed. New email. I didn't look away. The overhead lights reflected off the glass, doubling the image. For a second, it looked like there were 6 stones stacked there instead of 3. I raised my hand, slowly, and laid my palm flat against the inside of the window. It was cool. The faint vibration of the building's HVAC traveled through the glass into my skin. On the other side, the top stone shifted, just a fraction of a millimeter, as if something had nudged it. Maybe it was a trick of my eyes. The movement was so slight I could have imagined it, but the bottom 2 didn't budge, and the way that tiny rock wobbled and settled sent a cold flush through my whole body. Simon? I flinched. Kelsey's head appeared over the top of her cube wall. You okay? She asked. You look like you saw a ghost. Just zoned out, I said. Too much screen time. She snorted sympathetically. Tell me about it, she said, then sank back down. I kept my hand on the glass one more beat. The stones stayed where they were. I didn't open the window. I didn't bang on it. I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I pulled the blinds all the way down, shutting them out. Back at my desk, I sat down, closed all my tabs, and pretended very hard that I was just tired. But every time the AC kicked on and made the window frames creak, I jumped. When I left for the day, I didn't look up at the 3rd floor windows from the parking lot. Some part of me was sure that if I did, I'd see 3 little gray dots in a row, and maybe, just maybe, 3 taller shapes standing in the thin line of trees beyond the fence. The voicemail had been there the whole time. I didn't find it because of some glitch or a new notification. I found it because I couldn't sleep and had run out of distractions. It was a Thursday night. Cadence had gone to bed early again, claiming a migraine. The apartment was quiet except for the low hum of the AC and the occasional clunk from the upstairs neighbor's TV mount. I sat on the couch in the dark, the only light coming from my phone screen. My thumb traced the same loop over and over. Email, weather, news, back to email. Em hadn't replied to my last message yet. The absence made the apartment feel bigger. On a half-bored, half-compulsive impulse, I opened my call log. Missed calls. Robo numbers. One from my mom. One from the dentist office. The voicemail icon had a little red dot. I hadn't noticed it before. With everything else going on, a missed voicemail felt too small to matter. Still, my brain latched onto it like it might be a thread. I tapped. My voicemail list was the usual junk drawer. Old messages from numbers I didn't recognize. Automated reminders. Half-heard, "Hey, it's me. Call when you get this." Blurbs I'd never deleted. Halfway down, sandwiched between a pharmacy robocall and some telemarketer, there it was. No caller ID. No contact name. Just a 10-digit number with an area code I didn't recognize and a timestamp. 2:07 a.m. 2 nights after we came back from Uhari. My first thought was that it was just another junk call, one I'd ignored at the time. The system had probably caught a few seconds of nothing after the caller hung up. My second thought was 2:07. It's amazing how quickly a number can go from being just a time on the clock to a symbol your body reacts to. I tapped the message. 13 seconds long. That was it. Not enough time for a real conversation. Just enough for something to slip through. I hit play and lifted the phone to my ear. At first, all I heard was static. Not the loud, screechy kind, just a soft, steady hiss, like a radio between stations. I frowned. thumb hovering over the delete button. I could have erased it and never thought about it again. Then, under the static, I caught something else. A faint rush, a texture, like wind moving through something that wasn't a city. Leaves, maybe. Pine needles. I lowered the phone, plugged my earbuds in, and hit play again. With the outside room noise shut out, the recording opened up. The hiss was still there, but beneath it, I could hear the layered sound of an outdoor place. The air moved differently in the woods than it does between buildings. It has a certain softness, a way of carrying distant noises forward. I heard it now, the light, dry crackle of something underfoot. Not pavement, dried leaves, sticks, a footstep, then another. The weight distribution wrong for an animal. Inhale, exhale. Someone was breathing close to the phone. My mouth went dry. I strained to pick out something, anything that would make it clearly normal. Maybe a voice saying, "Hello." A snatch of a radio broadcast. The beeping of a truck backing up. Instead, I got counting. It was so quiet I almost missed it. A low murmur, more vibration than word. 1. The syllable slid under the hiss, almost lost. If I hadn't been listening for patterns, I would have written it off as a trick of the ears. A stick snapped, close enough that I flinched on my couch as if something had broken under my own feet. 2. Clearer now. Male voice, no obvious accent, middle range. The kind of voice that never stands out in a crowd, which somehow made it worse. My heart thudded, loud in my ears, competing with the sound from the earbuds. The wind noise shifted, like whoever was holding the phone turned their head. The footsteps changed angle. 3. The word barely left his mouth before another sound cut across it. A sharp, mechanical rasp, unmistakable once you've slept next to it enough times. A zipper. Not a jacket zipper. Too long, too sustained. A tent zipper. That particular high, rattling slide of metal teeth parting nylon. There was a half second of that sound, then a burst of static so loud it made me wince and pull one earbud out. The message stopped. No system sign-off. No. End of new message. Just dead. On the screen in my hand, the app flashed its usual polite prompts. Delete, save, replay. I checked the info again. Unknown number. No transcription. Date. 2 days after our trip. Time. 2:07 a.m. I tried to remember what I'd been doing that night. Probably lying awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for footsteps that weren't there. Maybe halfway drafting my first long email to M in my head. Maybe watching some horror narrator on YouTube, trying to turn my own fear into background noise. I was almost sure I hadn't heard my phone ring. Or if I had, I'd written it off as spam in the middle of the night, something the voicemail system could catch on its own. Cadence? I called softly. No answer. The bedroom door was closed. A thin line of warm light leaked under it, but I didn't hear her moving around. I thought about waking her up. "Hey babe, listen to this maybe forest, maybe nightmare sound in my voicemail at the exact time the not people like to show up." That sounded like a great way to push our already frayed dynamic one step closer to snapping, so I didn't. Instead, I replayed it. Once, twice. Each time, the layers resolved a little more sharply in my head. The first hiss became branches. The crackles became footsteps. The tiny, irregular clicks became stones bumping together. The counting never went past 3. On the third playthrough, I heard something else in the far background. So faint, I wasn't sure if it was actually there or just my brain trying to fill space. A softer voice, maybe, overlapping for half a second, Or maybe just the wind catching the edge of the microphone. I took the buds out and stared at the ceiling. In the distance, a siren wailed and faded on the highway. Upstairs, the neighbors' footsteps crossed from one side of their place to the other. I thought about the voicemail sitting there in my inbox, like a tiny preserved slice of somewhere else. A place where someone walked through dry leaves at 2:07 a.m., counted quietly to 3, and reached for a zipper. For a crazy second, I considered calling the number back. What would I even say? "Hey, you butt dialed me from the woods a month ago. Just checking if you're still alive." I looked at the number again. No name. No location info. No context. For all I knew, it could have been a spoofed line, a glitch, a system test. Or it could have been the last thing someone recorded before whatever lives in the gaps between camera frames and cell signal bars decided to step a little closer. I forwarded the voicemail to myself so it wouldn't get auto-deleted, then opened a new email to M. "Got something weird tonight," I wrote. Voicemail from an unknown number, time-stamped 2:07 a.m., a couple days after our trip. Sounds like wind, leaves, footsteps. Someone counting quietly. I'm 1. Cuts off on 3 with what sounds like a tent zipper. I attached a clipped, cleaned-up version of the audio, just enough for him to hear the key parts without the worst of the hiss. "Tell me if this sounds anything like what you've been hearing around your cameras," I added, "or tell me I'm losing it." Either response is fine. I hovered over send for a second. In that moment, every part of me that still clung to the idea of a normal, explainable world wanted to just delete the draft, go back to bed, pretend the voicemail never existed. Instead, I hit send. The whoosh sounded like something going out that wouldn't come back. In the silence afterward, I sat there on the couch, phone face down on my thigh, staring at the dark window. Behind the glass, behind the blinds, I imagined tiny stones balanced on narrow sills. Bigger shapes waiting just beyond the spill of the parking lot lights, the kind of darkness that doesn't care if you can see it or not, because it already knows exactly where you are. Somewhere, in some forest I'd never see, dry leaves crackled underfoot, and someone, or something, was still counting.